Is level 243 a lot? God of War is godly. That makes sense. What's up, Frog? It's okay. I'm back. I'm back. What's up, bro? I'm gonna go poop and shower. I should keep Dory eat rubber so I can get gear 5. Go for gear 5, bro. You know that song? Nice. What's up, Frog? I'm back. I am back. Ping pong, nice. That's funny, Moog. That is fun. Oh, oh. Bing bong. What's up, Jimmy? Getting first, very nice. You get fruit at level 400 before you eat it. Bro, how many levels are there? Damn. You should save up for gear 5, though. I'm gonna call you a bald peepee. Makes sense. You're fruit level 989? Jesus. You're cray cray, bro. Alright, I think I'm gonna go take a shower and stuff, and I'll be back. I gotta answer some emails. I'm gonna go take a shower. And poop. I'll be back later. Bye bye. I would save up if I was you, Mac. I would save up. See you. Yo, thanks for the bit, bro. You gonna say how to get gems? Okay, cool. Alright, bye bye. Oh. Cool. Whew. Whew. No more words on stream. No more. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Sorry that took so long, guys. It's nice music. I was back at 11:05, Cashew. I just had to poop and stuff. I had to poop and shower. But I am back. I apologize. Okay. Guess what we're doing first? Oh, guys. No breakfast, not yet. Here. If anyone wants to join Fall Guys, let me know. But yeah. Oh, my glasses are so foggy. I should probably add like 30 minutes to the timer. Which I will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. 30 minutes added. Since I was gone. Since I was gone. Oh. If I just lay. Move the subathon timer. Oh no, wait. The subathon timer was on the bottom, right? My voice is dead again today. I don't know why. Move the IQ here. Okay. Walk Like an Egyptian's a nice song. Did you get any sleep, Mook? I hope you got some sleep. How was the museum? Oh, I'm not pooping and showering anymore. Oopsies. Let's go. It's crowd control on, though. Not loading. Why? You did? Nice. How'd it go? You searched mochi for Gomu? Gomu Gomu no. Oh, you go tomorrow morning. Ah, that's right. Sorry, the timing confuses me sometimes. All right. Move this up. There we go. Look at that perfection. Oh no, it's not perfect. Not perfect. There we go. Now it's good. Okay. So I'll go to sleep early today. Nice, nice. Well, if the subathon ends, then you'll definitely be able to go to sleep early today. Oh, my voice is back to being dead. I just need to unlock gear 2, 4, and 5. Seems like a lot to unlock. No, 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 no. No, why did I make that jump? That was so dumb. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. This will take a lot of grinding. Don't you? Didn't wait? How how long have you played on that game for so far? I can't speak English. Let's go. I need to clean this bottle. It's so nasty. Hey, you're on Fall Guys? Alright, after this game, I'll invite you. You've been playing the game for a day? Damn. Did you spend a lot of money on it? Yo, Doctor. Fall Guys time indeed. Doctor, how's your sleep schedule? Is this still messed up? I'm using Twitch on phone again, so it's delayed. That sucks. Sumimasen. 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 Sounds like I was saying croissant. Oh, $5? Oh, that's not bad at all. I'm cleaning my cup or my bottle for water. It got so nasty. I didn't want to use it anymore. It's like black. It has like black stains or whatever. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Not that bad, but I woke up at 9:30ish my time, slept 7 hours, and a bit more a little before that. Woke up at 9:30. Wait, you woke up 9:30 a.m. and slept for 7.5 hours? Like until 9:30? Like 2:30 to 9:30? 2 to 9:30? Because if so, that's pretty good. And good job, doctor. Wait, can you just... Wait, this is worse. You have to walk normally on this. This is so bad. Oh, but you do get this. Let's go. Top 5, baby. Until 9:30. Hell yeah, bro. That sounds awesome. Good for you, man. Fixing your sleep schedule. You're like, it was never broken, actually. I'm like, oh, I thought it was. You're. Why is there so much of this thing? Look at that. You can't really see it, but. Jimmy better play some Battleship with me today. He promised. Yo! Oh my god, there's so much. Walk like an Egyptian. Oof. Oh, I actually got quite a bit of it. Okay. Oh, he pranked you yesterday like a meanie? Oh, Jimmy? Yeah, he pranked me. Wait, how did he prank me? When I went to sleep, he pranked me? I don't remember already. This song reminds me of JBA Part 3. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Ow! I was looking at chat and I ran into a wall. You can join next game? Nice. Let's go. Moog can join next game too, so we're gonna have 3 people. Ah, why did I stop moving? That was so stupid. There we go. He invited you to Battleship when he was playing Timey, then didn't want to actually play. Oh. It's okay. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3. Oh. Do they use that song in it? I haven't watched. How many episodes of JoJo's are there? I gotta clean my glasses. Jesus. Yo, Ace. All right, we got a team of me, Doctor, Ace, and Moog. After I get this dub, this victory royale. I don't know if I slept too much or not enough. I think I slept too much. I feel weird. After you lose. After I win, bro. What are you talking about after I lose? Feed cam? Oh, shit. Yeah, I have to set that up. I actually kind of forgot. I wrote it down, though, but... Feed cam today. Feed cam today. Y'all are weirdos. You're all a bunch of weirdos. Not all of you, but a lot of you. Ugh. I want to see my feet. My feet don't even look good. Okay. Now I gotta clean the bottle. Oh! This is for the Victory Royale, I think. Or maybe not. 8 people? That's not everyone. No. Run, run, run. Run, run, run. One person, one loser got eliminated already. Let's go, 2 losers. Ah! Someone held me! This game is so stupid. That was bad timing. As a compliment? Why do you want to see my feet? Song is very low. Alright. 69. I'm level 69. Let's go. Jesus, I've been playing this game a lot. Alright. Here we got Unseen, we got Doctor, and we got Tuigi. Change your costumes to whatever you want as I go clean my glasses and my bottle. Say happy birthday to my brother again. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm actually dumb. I forgot to I forgot to clean my glasses. Thanks for following, sub. Appreciate it. But sub chat only, I will not do that. Why do they call it oven when you have in the cold food out of hot eat the food? What? Huh?
Why do they call it oven when you have in the cold food out of hot eat the food?
Huh? There we go. Everyone's mic is muted. Why do they call it oven when you put cold food out of hot? Huh? I know. I forgot. I have to set up foot camera. I keep forgetting. What's up, Chris? I don't want to set it up with you know what? I'll just set it up with this camera. Wait, no, it worked last night with that camera, right? Yeah. Oh. After this game, I'll do it. 7 things from a Garfield comic. It's super weird. Oh. Bro, I should have cleaned my glasses. I'm so dumb. It looks so bad. Them toes shall be ours. Oh, I got 2 in a row. Damn it. Let's go. Let's go. Damn it. Let's go. Get that victory royale. Third place. Let's go. Hell yeah. Second place, baby. Good shit, guys. All right, let me take my glasses thing that I should be taking more often and clean my eyes. Somewhere only we know. Somewhere only we know. I never clean it with this. I usually just clean it with water and dishwater soap. Dishwasher soap. I know this song. I've heard this song before. I think that's better. PP is bald and blind? That's right, baby. Bald and blind. And I got feet, which I will show after this game. You feel like a DJ? Nice. Oh, these are your songs. You see? It's cool, right? You could feel like a DJ. Oh, go, 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 go. Oh, I thought the other one was gonna hit me. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Easy. Our whole squad is here. Come on. Oh, this you gotta be 10,000 IQ for. It's not that hard, but it's like 20,000 IQ. Yo, thanks for the follow, Alex. I appreciate it. TJYJX. Ah, get up. TJY Alex. Jump. Jump. I'm a god amongst men. Doctor is a bigger god, though, because he already qualified right now. What an asshole. Some random person just held me back. All right, you guys can control my game with crowd control points. For those that don't know, somewhere on screen, something should be popping up that says crowd control. Click on it. You don't need to pay bits. You could use channel points to make my character jump for 10 seconds in a row, dive, and do all these things. So, yeah. I need to cut my nails. Oh, foot cam. Let me set up foot cam. Y'all weirdos want foot cam, bro. Oh, this song sounds nice. Let's do this. Hey, oh, there we go. There we go. Foot cam. Foot cam. There we go. You weirdos. There's your foot cam. You could see it a little better because there's sunlight coming a little bit through the windows. My feet. Oh my god. My feet look so weird. I can't see the full screen though because of the foot cam. Jad is a very heavy lurker. Yes, she is. She is indeed. I would say Dinelle probably watches most out of everyone and deserves #1 spot. But I don't know. Wanna do watch me dissolve. Oh, why did I run there? Let's go. Good job, squad. Good job, squad. Don't die. Don't die. You good. You're good. There we go. Easy. Lame foot cam. Bro, how do you want it to be? Who thought a foot cam was gonna be like not lame, bro? It's just my feet. What do you want from me? I don't get it. Are we first? We're the only squad that hasn't lost any. Never mind, we lost someone. I'm a beast at this game mode. Jesus. Hey, Timmy, what's up? Wait, what? Hey, little Timmy? Are you saying my feet are little Timmy's? Yo, yo, da, 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 da. You don't see the feet? They're right here. They're right here. They're right here. I have such flat feet, Jesus. They look so alien. Here are my feet. Drew just put feet. How am I supposed to just put feet? Guys, do you know how cameras work? Oh my god. I can't. I'm not gonna light up the. How am how am I supposed to light up the floor? But should I have my camera like. I don't care about anything. Here. Want me to do this? I don't get it. Ew. I don't want to do that. Okay. My phone screen is so small. Well, how's that my fault, Moog? That's not my fault. I'm sorry, Moog. Why do you say, hey, little Timmy? Timmy's not here, unless you talk about my feet. Come on. I can't see half the screen because of the foot cam, bro. No, this is so hard. That's what she said. Why is everyone jumping on everything? That's so dumb. Come on. 5 people eliminated. I can't see! The stupid foot cam's in the way, bro. How can I... I'm gonna try to make the foot cam in a way so it's not in the way. Bro, why does it do that? Why does it do that? Oh my god. Hey, Svenning. How you doing, Svenning? Well, excuse me. Rip. Also, just turn on your light. My lights are on! Oh, what do you want from me? I put the foot camera. I don't care. That's what you get. I never said it had to be lit up. You see my feet. Ace, you complained so much you didn't even... How you doing, Svenny? I don't want the normal light. I like the blue light. I like the blue light background. But you're right, I could just turn on the normal light. I'm doing okay. I'm just a little tired, man. I don't know how many days. It's been like 9 or 10 days since I started streaming. I actually feel energetic, but at the same time, I feel tired. It's a weird thing. Hey, crowd control. Huh? I've never seen that before. I've never seen crowd control actually pop up. I'm gonna have some fun. Nice. There you go. You got a clip. You can control my game. We've been doing this almost every morning when I wake up. Yeah, that's the point, for him to mess me up. We'll still win, guys, because I'm a god. Even though we didn't win right now. I don't know where to keep my finger. It does that for bits, but not for channel points, I guess. Oh. You exchange bits for channel points. Oh, thank you for exchanging bits. You could just exchange channel points if you want, but I didn't realize that. Nice catch, Doctor. Thanks for the bits. I don't know if it increased the timer, but hopefully it didn't, but thank you. Yeah, I think this is going to be featured on the channel for a long time. I really like the crowd control feature because it's more interactive for you guys. It's more fun for me because it challenges me more. Oh, you're making me dive, bro? I've gotten used to the dive one. It's nothing, bro. Ow! Okay, it kind of messed me up there, but that's nothing. Does nothing. I'm good, bro. Ow. Ooh, that was good. You gotta hit me with... Ah! You did the camera spin. I could just counter it pretty easily. No! Okay, I didn't counter that easily. There we go. You made me jump through the thing. No, yogurt. Why would you say put yogurt? We're on the same team. That will actually fuck me up. I can't counter that. Move. Let's go. Hell yeah. Put yogurt. Put yogurt. See if I care. I thought you meant feed cam would be featured. No, I hate feed cam. I use more electricity with another webcam. Like, it takes up space on the screen. You guys see my feet? Yeah, I put overlays at a lot. You can do 500 jumps instead of that? Bro, I'd rather take 500 jumps, so I appreciate that. Overlay, I just can't do anything about. Like, there's no way to counter it. Okay. Let's do this. I clip it. You clipped it? That's probably good. Does it look weird? It kind of looks like I have no torso, cuz I don't have a torso, guys. You could see my feet though. They look weird, right? My feet look really weird. When is that? Who's your daddy? Oh, I thought those were the words. I messed it up. Let's go. And I'm jumping. I'm just endlessly diving here. And I'm not diving anymore. Let's go. Why'd I jump this way? Oh, I'm fine. Okay. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Who's your daddy? Yeah. The best words from that song. Stop making me jump. That actually ruined me, bro. That actually ruined me. That was a good use of your points. It's a time. Or your coins, rather. For loving. Wish me luck. Yo, what's up? Rosquilla? I'm getting ready for my tattoo. What? Are you actually getting a tattoo? What are you getting the tattoo of? Why would I do? Oh, I survived. Look at these muscles. How you doing, Chimmy? Chimichangas, baby. Wait, what are you getting a tattoo for? Of and for? I'm so tired, guys. But I'm also not. It's really weird. You'll send pics after? What, like guitar pics? Because that's not how you spell pics, Rosquilla. Should we make a sub goal? Get a tattoo? That's just crazy. I don't think I would do that. Unless I'm really sure of what the tattoo is about. I don't have strong feelings about much in life right now. I don't know what I would get. Oh, that's a good song, Chibi. Season for laughing. Hey, we're third place. Good job. Good job, you filthy animals. Oh, I got a text message I have to respond to. Yo, but the bow, go, crow. Get a mom heart tattoo. No. Ew. Get a mom heart tattoo? I mean, yeah, I heart my mom, but that's so basic. XOXOXO? That's so basic. 500 subs? No. Are you kidding me? That would be like 1,000 subs. 500 subs. That, you know what I would get a tattoo for? For guaranteed success on Twitch and YouTube in the next year. I would get a tattoo for that, but no one can give me that, so. Money comes and goes, bro. Even 1,000 subs. But 1,000 subs is a lot of money. But it's also like a month's paycheck. So if I had a normal job, or even less than a month, so I don't even know. Ping pong paddle for 250. Yeah, I'll get a ping pong paddle on my head. It'll be like this. Whoop, whoop. Beautiful and huge. Just like BK's penis. So Captain Sancho when I slept there. I really wanna know. I really wanna want to say I can't be quiet. Ah! This game mode sucks ass! Oh my god. Of my own. On it all. Oh my god. I actually, this is so shit. This is the shittiest game mode ever, bro. One team could be so much better than the other, and that's what happens half the time. It's almost never even. And now I'm diving. Nice. Go get it! Oh my god. I got it, teammate. Alright, it's actually kind of close now. Okay, what do you... I got it. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Damn, we lost. Okay, whatever. We keep making it to the finals and losing. We gotta win. This is bad. A few days ago, we were killing it. Seven Nation Army, good song, good song. Should I stay or should I go? You always play songs that are relevant to what we're talking about, Jimmy. Not always, but sometimes. Pretty awesome. Level 69. I feel like I shouldn't play this game anymore. I'm level goddamn 69, baby. But yeah, I like Chungus's music taste as well. I really wanna say it's a fast run. Excuse me. Yeah. I can't believe they blocked. I don't know what if I should even put VODs up on YouTube anymore. They blocked one of mine, and I'm just like kind of pissed off now. I'm like a little baby. Little baby ping pong moosters. What did I want to do? I went on my phone to... Oh yeah, I know what. It's a secret that I'll tell you guys after I do it. Na, 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 na. Oh, the sound song nice. The sound song nice. This sound song nice. All right, Ace, whenever you're ready, bro. English. It's hard. This sound... I remember what I wanted to do now. I gotta move my feet. um... Bro, it's a must outside. Must? It's musty? What's good, bro? Hey, are you ban evading? I gotta ban you, bro. I was joking. What's up, God? Did you create an account 1 minute ago following since 19 seconds ago? How you doing? Oh my. Ace, where are you? Thank you. Can I change this information? Thanks for the follow, bro. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for follow, Falls Sweat. Falls Sweat? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yeah, I gotta fix this. God is up in here. Isn't that crazy? Yo, God! Alright, I'm searching something up. Na 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 na. Okay. I am a dumbass and I will fix my wrongs. And I will let you guys know what I'm doing after I finish doing it. That's what she said. Not really. She never said that, but okay. Ah. Why the hell are you bald? Because of chimichangas. Ah, I'm going right. I'm still a god. Ah, never mind. I take it back. I take it back. If I missed any messages, I apologize. But because of basically subs make the timer go longer and make me stream longer. Cortez? Is this a rare Cortez? Cortez! We were talking about you the other day. We were like, where'd Cortez go? We don't know what happened to you, bro. How you doing? You're on vacation. Oh, nice. You might have mentioned that before you went on vacation too. If so, I apologize, bro. We're 9 days into the subathon and I'm going a little... Chimichangas will do that for real, for real. Yeah, boy. Oh, you didn't mention it? Okay. Oh, that was so lucky. I went to Ecuador. Ecuador! How was Ecuador, bro? Ecuador. Went to New York? I know. Your cousin told me, bro. Your cousin has been chilling here. Ace. We've been good, bro. Some new people in. I've been streaming for 10 days in a row. Doing a subathon. A sub equals 30 minutes. So, you know, hoping kind of hoping a little bit that it ends tonight so I could spend the night, you know, chilling with my brother for his birthday. But at the same time, I don't mind if it keeps going because this is an uncapped subathon. And I will go until I can speak no longer. What's up, BK? How you doing? Lucky indeed. Relax, don't do it. My feet are cold. And we have a foot cam that is not good enough for people apparently. Even though my foot is right here. It's right here. Yeah, anyway. Damn, Ecuador. Oh, Ecuador has the where the equator comes, right? Did you go to that spot and take pictures? That spot is mad nice from the pictures I've seen. It will never be good enough. Okay, God says very sexy. All right, at least I've pleased one person. Am I late? Well, you've missed 9 days of content, but no, you're not late. Relax. You literally put everything. The camera is spinning, I'm jumping, and I was diving. Bro! And then the stupid ass foot camera. And I'm forced right. Bro. We're slightly north of the equator. Okay. Are you serious? That's a delicious foot. Thank you. Let me go get my other 2 ring lights so I could expose every fold of my foot. Doctor always coming with the brilliant ideas! Why did I jump? I could have waited! Y'all better qualify, bro. I'm using my ace. No! Why does he jump so often? Oh my god, bro. Alright, we're good. We gotta go fast. There we go. God damn, bro. That timing. Jump! Come on. I gotta go through this shit fast. Stop! Oh my god. I don't think I'll qualify. It's too far away, bro. Thanks for the follow, Juancho. Oh. No! So close. Alright. Jump! Let's go. I'm a god. I'm a god gamer. Every time I say I'm a god, never mind. For those wondering, you could press on crowd control and make me, thanks for the follow, gaming, and make me fail in this game. We're playing squads though, so you would let the whole squad down. But you know, you could do it if you want. You could use bits, you could use channel points, you could do it all. Claim 50 free crowd coins. There you go. Oh, I want to mess you up. Bro, we're on the same... Oh, we're not on the same team. Yeah. Claim your free coins in the shop, I guess. I didn't know that was a thing. Wanna hear about it? Yo, I got Nike. Just do it! What is it? Just do it! I should use my green screen for some sub goal. What should I use it for? I should do dances with the maid outfit in front of my green screen. I should do weird shit in front of the green screen. And then you guys could edit it into funny stuff. Do you guys think that would be a good sub goal? Good music this morning? True. Good music most mornings, because you're here, Jimmy. Aww. You don't know? Well, I think it's a good idea. Why are you grabbing me, Lupex? I don't even know you, bro. Damn, they're hating on the Jewish Fall Guy streamer. Not that I'm a purely Fall Guy streamer, but... I love how we're all bunched up here. Oh, shit. Damn it, Chimmy, you shouldn't have said that. Now look, we got Ubu. We're gonna lose. Who fell? No. We're not qualifying. We need to grab people. I grabbed someone. Alright, we're fifth. We're fifth. Top 4 qualify, guys. We're almost there. I suck! Oh, I don't suck. No, who's making me dive? Why would you do that? Okay, we're good. We're still good. Stop! Oh my god. We're still not qualifying. God damn it! If I could qualify by endlessly diving, we could be... Okay, good. There we go. Bro. Oh. We're 1 point away. We were 1 point away, bro. Oh my god. If whoever fell 1 second later, we could have qualified. Yeah. We lost by 1 point. Balls, my bag. Nice. Says no games. Oh, I don't know why it says that. How am I ass? That was someone on our team who died. And you know what? I don't think they're ass, because everyone I've been playing with is pretty decent, actually. They probably just got unlucky and fell. What is this? Oh. Ooh. Oh, you guys don't see it. Finger cam. All right. Is it weird having longer facial hair than your actual hair? It is. I wanted to shave, but then I was like, we have a you laugh you lose board that if it hits shave, then I gotta shave my mustache, so I didn't shave. Also, it looks like I'm like suffering more. I don't know. Pink forgot I was being the DJ before you. Oh. Great songs. She, Chimmy, not he. Oh, you're saying he did, like Chimmy forgot. My bad, sorry. I was trying to be an asshole. That one guy from Family Guy. I don't watch Family Guy, bro. Should I stay or should I go now? Get good. God, you're evading Bane. You're ban evading right now. You got 3 strikes and you're out. I hope you know that. My money should be coming in 4 days, baby. I'm gonna have money. Not that I'm gonna spend it. I gotta keep it for walking to Mr. Beast's house, but still. Should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? This made emote fits the rhythm. It does. It's so good. It does. It just gets... It's not a perfect loop, so it gets fucked up after the first loop. Which is annoying, but... see what I mean? I messed up the emote. Should I stay or should I go now? Should I put my feet on blast? Do you wanna see my ass? Don't know. Or should I go? Yeah, I shaved my head. I waxed my arm. I have crowd control. Now I'm gonna die. Oh, I didn't die. We have crowd control for Fall Guys. What else did we... No! Bad timing! Oh my god, bro. One more! No! I was so close. I wore a maid outfit. We have foot cam now. Bro, this is impossible. I did some other shit. Oh my god! Alright, we're good, we're good. The force right with the combination is just so annoying. Alright, bro. Oh, I made that jump. Let's go! No, I was so... Oh, I made it. I made it. Oh. Y'all gotta qualify, bro. It's like you're a handicapped team. Oh my god. Alright, endless dives aren't that bad, but when you do it every 5 seconds, bro, that shit is annoying. I should make it expensive. I should make it 30,000 bits, bro, or something. I don't know. Alright, we're good, we're good. We're good, baby, we're good! How am I next to you, Ace? How am I next to you? I expect better gameplay from every teammate when I'm getting shitted on by crowd control. Ah! But it's okay too, I guess. Whatever. Now crowd control is doing nothing. So y'all could see my real shit skill. Alright. We're doing good. We're doing good. Bro. I just... Alright, we're qualifying. It's okay. It's like I'm expecting endless dives, so I'm playing differently. I'm like playing more cautiously, but it's also not more cautiously. Because I know something could come. I was... Bro, God, you're not even here. You're not in the game, bro. What are you talking about? Ah! Thanks, Svenning. Bro, who are you talking to, God? Alright. Alright. I don't know why I'm still going. I'm not qualifying. Whatever. God, you're annoying me. I'm still tempted to time you out. Why didn't you make it, bro? You suck! Kidding. Jesus. Day 2 of Subathon. We started the Subathon on the 18th. Today's the 27th. That's actually crazy. I did not expect that. Leg cam. Leg cam. What, are you trying to stream snipe us, God? And you still sucked so much that you didn't make it? Sag. Don't I have like 20 timeouts? Yeah, I'm gonna start giving strikes. I've started to be more strict. 3 strikes and you're out. If you get... Is the bad touch too inappropriate? I didn't hear anything inappropriate. I think you're fine, Mook. We'll listen to it and then I'll let you know. Thanks for asking. I don't know. God, 3 strikes and you're out. Which means if you do something bannable or that like I ask you to stop, you keep doing whatever 3 times and you're out, then you will be permabanned. I will ban you and every alt account that you make. So I just wanted to let you know. I should be... Oh God, Svenning got more. Svenning got more, god damn it. Alright. And I'm diving. Jump! Jump! Jump up! Oh my god. If I wasn't able to jump up, bro. Oh, I look like a dumbass, bro, in the sea of people just standing. Stop. Hell yeah, I'm a god. You can't take me down. Alright. So what's bannable? You'll see. You've been here long enough to know. And if you don't know, then you'll find out. It's okay. It'll be a secret. My little secret. My little secret. I'll give you... I mean, you get 3 warnings, so you'll figure it out. Let's go! No one could take me down, baby. I gotta stretch my legs from time to time. My leg is against the wall right now, being stretched. I think you're fine, Moog, to be honest. Any song is fine unless it's not a song or it's too annoying of like a meme song and too long or which I'll say it if it is. Or if it says the N-word with a hard R. If it's with a soft A and it's not said that often, like I don't mind. I don't care that much. I played the bad touch before. Yeah. Alright, there you go. Thanks, Chimmy, for clearing things up. God, if you're trying to figure out what gets you banned to get banned, then I'm just gonna ban you. Because that'll just make my life easier. No, you want to know? Bro, it's just being too much, bro. I don't know. I don't know how to, like, say it. Like, saying shit. I know people joke when they say crazy shit. Ooh, this song sounds nice. Basically, if I tell you to stop and you keep going with something, or you say something too insane. The too insane is a bit hard to tell, right? Because what is too insane? But most of the time, I'll give you a warning if I feel like you're doing something too much. So, yeah. Why are you grabbing me, you dumbass teammate? Sorry, teammate. Alright. This game mode is so stupid. Okay. And now I grabbed my teammate. I was the dumbass. Don't grab me! Oh my god. I know he was doing that by accident, but still. So how'd you grab me? This guy's hacking. There's no way he grabbed me, bro. Oh, gold, gold, gold. Gold, nice, nice, doctor. Oh, close, close, close. And we fucking lost. I fucking hate this game mode so much. It's so dumb. You don't even need to mess with me. It's just such a bad game mode. Also, you're being annoying. uh, this song sounds nice. God, being able to read the room is very important. I know you're like 2 years old, but when you get older, being able to understand how people are feeling and trying to adjust for that is important in life. But whatever. sorry for being mean. I'm just a little tired. This song I've heard before. I think I've heard this song before. Is this the song you were talking about? Bad Touch? It's a sleepy song though. Hush, get good, huh? Oh. But I'm sorry. I don't want to like. I don't want to filter what everyone says. I'm just a little tired. What does that even mean? God, I don't even know what you're saying. Oh, this is not it? No, I've heard this song though. No spaces for wrong song. Oops, wrong button. Words come very easily. Where's your ooh song? I don't know. Look up the song queue, bro. Here it is. Ooh, ooh. You don't have to be a servant, just be pleasant. Their noise. The Bad Touch. Ooh, look, I'm trying to get my feet in camera for you guys. Look at that. Or my foot, I should say. Why is it not saying the link? I think you put 2 spaces, but I'm not sure. That would be my guess. Bro lost a foot. Yeah. The other foot is up my ass. Wait, what? I like this song. Who put this song? I cut off my sub for 150 subs. My foot. Jesus. But for 250 subs, I'll order a sub. I miss ordering food, guys. I miss living alone and just having kind of a slow day and feeling good by ordering food. Even though that's probably not a good thing. You're gonna cuss out the game? Wait, what does that mean? No training. Detaining. Just waiting. Entertaining. Is this entertaining, guys? You can tell? Yeah. I don't know, because of the delay, I don't know what I'm responding to. I feel bad. No. I wish there was like minimal delay. Watching like 5 years, streaming and internet and everything gets so good that in majority of places, like and majority of devices, there'll be like a 1 second delay. That would be insane. Great question, Svenning. Great question. Do I get copyrighted? Kind of, but not really. So I have it set up so I play music through a browser that OBS doesn't record for the VOD. So usually Twitch, it's very hard to get copyrighted on live content because it's live. So let's say the copyright holder of this song is here right now, and they file a copyright claim offense or whatever. By the time they file the actual thing, a different song could be playing. So it's like they don't really have proof of what happened. And then in the VODs, after the stream ends, or after I end the stream and start it up again, in the VOD the music isn't there. I have it deleted from there, so that's why you could have it. Live content that isn't re-uploaded as a VOD. Well, I could re-upload it as a VOD. I do re-upload them as VODs. I just take out the music from the VOD, pretty much. Just go back. Yeah, it won't be in the VOD though. So if you check any of my previous streams, you won't hear the music. which is funny. The problem though is when I do You Laugh You Lose. Because when I do You Laugh You Lose, a lot of times there's copyrighted stuff, and YouTube catches that. But when I put the VODs up on YouTube, and Eminem, bro, Eminem. YouTube, yeah, YouTube algorithms are crazy. YouTube algorithms pick up everything. Well, if I'm watching a video on YouTube or on even on TikTok, it'll pick up. But it's kind of annoying because I don't want to have a VOD where I'm reacting to something and the thing I'm reacting to is mute, which is why I try to. I'm still unsure what I want to do with that. I go back and forth, but yeah. It's entertaining, especially with Chungus being DJ too, because I feel like I'm listening to my own playlists. Nice. And you could also look at my feet and my body and the game at the same time. So it's perfect for all the ADHD brains out there. Which is all of us, probably. And you could clean in the house or do whatever else everyone is doing when they watch. Ooh. I haven't heard that many Eminem songs. I've heard more through you guys. Whether he's featured or not, whatever, you know? Is the music too loud, by the way? Should I lower it a bit? I feel like my voice is barely louder than the music. I think my Spotify playlist is public, yeah. Nah, it's good? Alright, thank you, Svenning. Arigato gozaimasu. By the way, feel more than free to mess with me in the game. That doesn't, like... That makes me annoyed, like, in the game, but not, like, annoyed, you know what I mean? Like, that's good content, so it doesn't make me annoyed. It's just, like, fun. It's, like, fun annoyed. So, okay. There's the endless dives. It's like you were waiting for me to say something. I think I have my Spotify set to public, but I'm... Oh my god. I think so. Yeah, I don't mind sharing that. I don't mind sharing almost everything in my life to you guys. Maybe that's not true, but many things. Because why not? I think the levels are good. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Oh yeah, I gotta do the thing I was doing before. Yo, my name is Ping Pong. I got a big schlong, just like King Kong. I'm a rapper, and I don't give a crapper. I want you whip. I don't know what that means. I want to follow you on Spotify. You're an open book. Yeah? Follow me on Spotify. I don't think there's any doxing information there. I think I switched it. I had my full name, I think, originally. But now I don't think you could see my full name. I hope you can't. Yeah, it just says Elliot. 40 public playlists. What are my public playlists? It's like copyright-free music, which I used to use a lot of. I stopped doing that. Japanese songs. What I used for yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. I mean, you could check it out. I don't know if you could just type Elliot and find it. I don't know. Drop that IP. Oh no. See that's why I say I don't share everything. Cause I ain't dropping my IP, baby. Okay, I need to make a business account. I'll make a business account. Yo, what's up, butter? Woo! What's up? Do you have any special name playlists? Maybe it's easier to find you that way. I have a Japanese one, but you'd have to type in Japanese. There's 10,000 Elliots. Well, have fun searching. Ah! I'm just joking. You're back to New York? Nice. How you doing, butter, by the way? Let's go. Let's go. Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. Ooh, bars. Cortez with them bars. Ecuador. Oh, I could do that? Oh shit, I got a lot of points, guys. Y'all better step the up. Let's go. I got 19. Doctor got 18. Then 12 and 11. Nice, guys. I'm doing good, butter. My back is a little... I think I slept too much today, but aside from that, I'm good. You're not that desperate? Fair. I have to find out first if it's public or not, because I'm not sure, so... Settings, upgrade. Settings. Boom. Boom. Let's go. No! Why would you mess with me? Who already got Moog? You were AFK, weren't you? Moog, we might lose now. It's okay. It's okay. I shouldn't get mad. I appreciate everyone playing with me. Ah! Oh, you weren't AFK? You just fell? Alright, I think we'll have to be lucky now. Give me a second, guys. Sorry, I'm doing something very important right now. I'll tell you guys what it is right after I finish it. Did we get out? We did get out. Nice gameplay. Thanks. People were messing with me. What do you want from me? Just tried on some strengthening nail polish type thing. Ooh, how was it? That sounds cool. Strengthening nail polish. Let me see. Thanks for the follow, Clemerer fan. Appreciate it. What's up, random? How you doing? Spotify settings? No, but good guess. Am I the oldest, like, old man? You're probably one of the youngest people here, but okay. All right. I'm doing something very importante. Okay. I'm doing like always. Nice. And you're random person, not random person 9 anymore. Oh, in Twitch time? No, not even close. But okay. Or maybe close. No, you're not actually, no. You sound annoying, Clemmer fan. But okay. I'm very happy for you. Well, do you want me to lie? You do sound annoying. Just letting you know, bro. You sound like a little kid who wants attention. Like, maybe, yeah, I don't know. But I could be wrong. Who knows? Nah, bro. Oh, you're a big kid who wants attention? My apologies. You're chilling? Okay. Let me know when I can follow you. Yeah, I gotta set up the spot of. I mean, Moog, I'll send you something and let me know if it does anything to me. Okay. 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 Sorry, guys. This is very important information. This is very important information. Me, my son. All right. The song's nice, but it's too small. It's not loud enough, this song. This is a bad touch? Oh, I gotcha. Dang, you don't gotta be like that though. Bro, I'm just saying. Nah, sorry, yeah. Usually I'm pretty chill. I'm a little tired. We've been streaming for 10 days straight, you know? So it's harder for me to take a bit of the stuff. My apologies. Can I maybe join next round? Yeah, we could rotate people. Oh, that jumping means nothing to me, Svenning. Yeah, I am sorry. But also you do sound like you did the way you started talking, you sounded like a little kid, bro. And I'm tired of having a billion little kids come into the stream because sometimes it's a bit annoying. Some kids are pretty chill, but a lot of you guys just want attention and get the, which is fine, but get attention in like stupid ways that are annoying, like God. But God is being okay now, so. You, God. Damn, bro, I get it now. I get it. Yep. But you're good. You're good. You just came in. I was being an ass. My bad. Just 10 days into a subathon, a little tired. I'm trying to figure this thing out too. Yo, Nick, what's up? How you doing, bro? I'll remember this. Good. Maybe you'll be more normal then. What do I have to do with this stuff? Nah. Big ass for a head. Thank you, bro. Was something supposed to happen? Not really. You don't see anything? No, 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 no. I'm 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 trying to do some personal life stuff that I would do off stream that I just have to get done. And I've been putting aside all of my personal life stuff for the past 10 days so I could give content to you guys like consistently, but I really have to do this already. Um so I'm unfortunately doing this right now. Sorry. Why is it a tag? Just to make, I don't know, it would be funny, you know? You know what? I'm gonna give a one-time thing. any mod who is here right now, unironically, ban or time out whoever you personally want to ban or time out. Because you know what? I probably won't be mad or annoyed with whatever choice you make. Especially if it's BK. I'm just joking. What is this under your face cam? Yeah, it's a foot cam. It's a I don't know. I just thought it would be funny to have a Jewish tag. I'm joking, BK. I'm joking. If you ban me, you won't see me. You won't see pink. Nah, you're fine spinning. Most of you guys are fine. All right, you're just being annoying, and I'm not in the mood right now. I'm sorry, Clemmer. Sorry, not sorry. Let me just finish what I'm doing here. Boom. I am Jewish. Jimmy's like leaves. I'm almost done with this thing. You have a life outside of the internet? Yeah, I just have to set this. Well, this is for the This is for you guys that I have to set up. So that's why I'm just trying to set this up real quick. No. Confirm my email. Why does it do this? Come on, what is this song that's playing? It's very slow starting. Okay. We're good. Why would I ban you, random? Oh! Or why would my mods ban you? You're fine, random. I tell most of you guys are fine. Don't overexert yourself, bro. Oh! I almost got the gold. Yeah. No, I'm good. I just want to get this thing done, and seeing messages from that guy before, and like it was just a little annoying. Oh, no jumping. That is so smart. I was like, why can't I jump? That was so good. Ah! All right. Whoa, you guys are carrying. You guys are hard carrying. Jesus Christ. 19 points, 18 and 12. Good job, guys. I am Jewish, yeah. 51 points. Is this a squad game? Yeah, this is a squad game. Oh yeah, I just put the Jewish tag so like Jewish people could come in because I just thought it would be funny. And some Jewish people actually do come in. So yeah, I just think it's funny. Ace got 51. No, he didn't. Yo, what's up, Dinell? How you doing, bro? I'm almost done with what I'm doing. I'm sorry, guys. Usually, yeah. Why are you still live? Because of you. What do you mean, bro? I'm live because of you. You're making a sandwich while watching stream? Nice. Nice. I want a sandwich now. Can you make me a sandwich too? Can someone in chat make me a sandwich? Like, I'll give you $1. Oh, there's a thing. No, everything's upside down. Bro. Ah. No, 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 no. Oh, I don't know how I survived that. I'm a goddamn god gamer. Jesus, that was good. All right. We're doing good. You got me? You live for me. Yeah, Dinell, I'm live for you. See you later, Ping. Gotta do a lot of changes. All right, bro. See ya. Sorry I couldn't interact much. I'm like a little all over the place, as you might be able to tell. Wait, before you leave. Bye-bye. I don't know if you heard that, but have a great one, bro. And thanks for the sub the other day. I appreciate it. Oh! I'm a god gamer. I'm a god gamer. I'm a gamer god. I'm a gamer god. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. This is a bullshit level. How do you even do that? I'm a god gamer. Bagel or bun? Aw, BK, you're being so nice to me. Bagel. Or croissant. If you have croissants, that would be nice. Alright. I feel like I had to do something, but I don't remember what. Wait, is that who I think it is? It is. I'm a god gamer. Okay. Elio? Did they say croissant best choice? Let's go, random. This is foot cam. Wait, what happened? Did it crash? Did foot cam crash? Bro. God damn, bro. Oh, the phone is okay. Oh, the application died. My OBS might crash right now. God damn. Up there it is. Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Fucking. I can't jump in the game either. Is there even a point? Is there a point? Is there a point to continue? Is there a point to even try to get it? To try to get the crown? There's no point. There's literally no point. I don't know why I'm even doing this. I'm doing this because people spend points. I can't even see the screen, bro. Oh my. Okay. What is this song? It didn't start yet. Where's my jail and camera and punch? It's gone because fuck you guys. I don't want you guys controlling that and breaking my stream more. There it is. There's my foot camera. Camera foot. It's upside down now. It's okay. Now it's blurry. Okay. There we are. There we go. There we are. Who says that? That was my best combo. I got you, bro. Oh, damn, that hurt. BK, would you do that for me? BK would make me sandwich because she said yes. She said bagel or bun. When I was 15, my girlfriends wanted food, and I snuck out with bagel sandwiches and dropped them off through their bedroom window. Damn, that's beast. Maybe make it more expensive? No, I'm just not going to have it. Bro, what the fuck? My computer is like dying. It's like, can you stop killing me? I can't even. Oh, okay. I thought it was broken again. It was just me. Okay, there we go. We're good. I feel like YouTube has added something to this song. Yeah, I don't know, but this is a very slow song. What am I doing? Let's ready up. My day is made. I feel like YouTube has I played just one game and won the first round. Nice. You had your screen upside down? Nice. Ace gonna leave because he's sleeping. Alright, bye Ace. Bye. That works. Hell yeah. What's up? Jadeb Jamari actually is alive? What's up? My mom at the last bagel. I gotta run to the store now. Thank you. Bagal. Thanks for the bagal. I'm saying bye to Ace, not to you, God. Ace is... I like Ace more than you, God. He's more chill. If anyone wants to join in for some squads Fall Guys, let me know. We got Armando random if you'd like to join in. There's an open spot now. What are my favorite bagels? Oh my god, she's alive. I know, right? Jalapeno bagel? Wait, really? That's actually kind of crazy. Here, I'm almost done setting this up. You guys are gonna be so excited when I set it up. I already said that I wanted to join. Oh, okay, my bad. My bad, my bad. Yeah. Let me figure this out, guys. Bro, people in my real life asking me for so much shit. It's so annoying. Well, not so many people, but like I'm trying to stream over here, you know? I don't want to get distracted by this stuff, but I'm almost done with what I'm doing. Moog, whenever you're ready to ready up. I'm almost done. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I gotta make sure I don't dox. Okay, I'm not doxing anything. I am not doxing anything so far. Okay. Okay. Hey, getting them crowd control. Nice. Okay, cool. I'm actually not gonna tell you guys what I'm doing until later, what I just did. Put a poll and see who's cooler. I think it's pretty obvious, but okay. I'm not gonna put a poll for that. Ace is cooler. I've been spelling it bagals. Now I got other people doing it. Can't wait what you're doing being so secretive. Yeah. I can't tell you guys now though. I gotta tell you a bit later. I'm cooler than that knockoff donut from One Piece. Okay. BLT with avocado? Ew. You're an influencer. Huh? Put a poll and see who's cooler. BLTs are a pretty good sandwich. BLT with an egg? Guys, this is not kosher. Hey, what's up, Nathan? What's your anime recommendation? Is this something you've been watching recently? I'll tell you guys in 2 to 3 business days what I just did. If you know what I did, don't say it out loud. Alone again. No cap. You and Ace are equally cool? What? Janelle, stop lying to him, bro. Ace is definitely cooler. You're much more annoying, God. It's okay. I was very annoying as a kid, too. If I had Twitch as a kid, if I was using Twitch and chatting with people, I'd probably be very annoying to people. I don't know. Two to 3 business days. I thought you meant like an hour or so. That's what I thought, but now that I'm looking at it, it's 2 to 3 business days. Sumimasen. Anyway. What did I want to do, guys? Oh, I got an extreme stretch. I was very annoying too. Yeah. Call of the Night and PP know I had not watched it, but my friends told me it was good. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I can't watch. Thank you for the extreme stretch, Butter. I feel like I am annoying. No, you're not annoying at all. It's usually the really young kids that are annoying on the channel. Like, if I'll be completely honest, the almost no one in this chat is annoying. What happened to the good stuff? What good stuff? What is this music? I don't know. Something we all have in common as Twitch chatters. That was very annoying too. S plus tier modcast watcher. Bro, you're not a modcaster. You're a modcaster for one streamer. Get good. Do you want to destroy the human race? Ace is not annoying. Ace is much less annoying than you. He's annoying a little bit sometimes, but he's actually pretty good most of the time. You're really annoying. But right now you're okay, God. And everyone else in chat is pretty chill. Right now. Oh man, Chatter tier list at 260 subs. Well, there you go. I just did a tier list. Everyone is good, and then there's a couple of people who are a bit annoying. But you know, I don't blame you guys. Like, well, I do, but you're also like kids, so it's not a big deal. Thanks for the force left spinning. Jump. But only people he calls me annoying. Yeah. You are. Right now you're okay, but Chatter tier list at 2. That was the guy from SNL or something, right? But I don't look, when you're a kid, you want more attention, okay? That's just how it is. The younger you want, like when you're a kid, you want more attention. So I understand, you know? But sometimes the ways that you guys get attention, the kids in chat, some of you guys are awesome. But some of you guys, it's like, it's so dumb and annoying. And I try to say it so you guys learn and change, but some of you don't change. God, you're one of those people that don't really change. So yes, you are annoying. But now you're okay. No, most people are not annoying at all. Moog, you're not annoying at all. Butter, Dinell maybe once in a blue moon. Because he trolls a lot, but like that's whatever. Like everyone's pretty chill. You were so fun like 2 years ago. Did you you weren't even here 2 years ago. I'm also a little grumpy right now, so that probably doesn't help. But yeah. Thanks for the follow. You were still in the womb 2 years ago. Hello there. Can you give me your Discord? I don't know who you are, so no, I am not giving you my Discord. Like a year ago, bro was on his villain arc. Bro, I'm just grumpy. I'm sorry. But you are annoying. That is true. Right now, you're okay. Bro, take it with stride. Or with... I don't know, bro. I was called annoying when I was a kid. And when I got older a bit. And that kind of was like, oh, damn, I'm annoying. But then I was just like, you know what? I am annoying. But at least when I'm annoying, I make people laugh, you know? You want to be the type of annoying... that makes people laugh, I guess. I don't know. Why am I angry? I think, I don't know, man. I think it's because it's been 10 days and I haven't had much food. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Nathan probably didn't hear what I said. It's okay. It's whatever. I used to be the really annoying shy kid, if that makes sense. Yeah, like that's not annoying. Like that. I don't know. It's okay to be annoying when you're a kid. That's why I usually don't ban people when they're like kids and they come in and they're annoying. Because I'm like, I understand, you know? That's why God is still here. Like, God, you're fine. You're fine, honestly. Like, annoying doesn't mean you're the worst person ever. Like, you're fine. It's fine. I'm just really grumpy right now. I need to eat some food. And this music doesn't help. It makes it feel like it's all connected, but I don't know. This music is so like sad. Yay, Elbozo. There you go. Ping, get water. I have water. I need food. Yeah, I feel like I was always shy, but also always not shy, if that makes sense. Oh, the foot camera's not showing as well. Sorry, guys. I don't want to mess with it too much, but why do you ban me? You literally bet with me something, and you said, and I said, okay, if you're wrong, I'll permaban you, and you said okay. See, this is what's annoying. I don't know if you're serious or not, but bro, you asked to get permabanned. The fact that you don't remember that, like, I can't tell if you're trolling or not. Two of you guys already got out, really? Okay. I'm sorry I have sad music taste. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's either sad or really upbeat. You've forgotten that one. There's no food reward? Yeah, there is no food reward. I should put the food reward back on. But Butter, being a shy kid, like, I understand that. I don't know. I feel like I was always shy. In front of people I don't know, I was always shy. And then you literally all got out. Okay. But in front of like we qualified? Oh, hell yeah. All right, that's good job, guys. You stayed in long enough. But like with people I know or when I'm comfortable, I'm really introvert, extrovert. I would be really extroverted and annoying. Like I was really annoying as a kid. I probably still am annoying in different ways, but still very introverted when it comes to like things I'm not familiar with or not comfortable with. I'm smarter. Broken no Pico is the best anime. Yes, I've seen it. Well, the kid is like around your age, so I guess that makes sense. I think I'm going before PP goes and bans. I'm not gonna ban anyone. I only banned one person that came in and was being annoying. Cause I just didn't feel like dealing with that shit right now. I got out because the balls didn't let me stand back up. Oh, that sucks. Sad or upbeat? What about those upbeat Japanese songs with sad lyrics? So true. Though to me those count as how'd that guy fall? Ooh, nice jumping, Doctor. That was mad good. So that we both aren't on the same one. Thanks for the lurk, Nathan. I don't listen to Japanese music. Oh, there you go. I'm not 12. I didn't say you're 12. Oh, is the guy 12 in the show? Oh yeah, you're right. You're like 5 years old. My bad. Trying to read chat at the same time. It's a little hard to do. I don't know how I made that jump. I'm just gonna go on this. Oh, look how much. My favorite upbeat song. Hey ya. Hey ya. That's not even that upbeat, is it? That is an upbeat song though. I like that song. No. No, I'm sorry. I had to jump here. Oh god. We're all around each other. That's not good. Can I make this jump? I can. Holy shit. No. No. We were so close. Actually, were we? Oh, yeah, we were kind of close. Hey, ya's upbeat. It is. It is. Damn, stream elements. Music is great. All right. I think that's the third time during this subathon that I got really annoyed and pissy and like a bitch. So I apologize. But that's pretty good, right? 10 days, only 3 times getting really annoyed and mad. Like 2 or 3 times. Music is my third. Yeah, if we didn't have music, I don't know if I would be able to stream this long, to be honest. Upbeat Japanese songs with sad lyrics, though, they're just, I don't know. Those are good though, because they sound upbeat. It's okay, doctor. I'm okay now, but thank you. I'm sorry, bro. Lamau, good job, Pink. All right, I'm good now. You could talk shit about me and all this stuff now. I'm good. Are we missing a person? Moog, are you not playing anymore? Moog left us? Here's my foot. No, I didn't kick you. Oh, let me invite you. Wait, let me not ready up. Oh, someone else was asking to join. Who's asking to join? Someone else earlier was asking to join. And I said we would rotate. Or am I going crazy? Ayo. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. It's like people are asking to getting banned. Fucking starting to get pissed again. How do how do I oh my god. Oh, I know how to. Dumbass. Does anyone know how to crossban? This guy that joined the Discord is messaging other people. If you're a mod on anyone else's channel, ban this guy. The guy that joins the Discord. He's like calling other people. I blocked him. I don't know what else I could do. I gave him the dunce role. So he doesn't have access to anything on the Discord, but I don't know how to kick him out from the actual. Oh, I could kick him out. Never mind. All right. Getting rid of I'm getting rid of invitations to the Discord. If anyone wants to be invited to the Discord in the future, they can ask me and I will just give it to them privately. Just fuck all these fucking pieces of shit. Boom, no invites. I'm reporting you. Ace made breakfast. Go eat Ace's breakfast. Oh, that was you, random? I'm sorry, bro. I don't know. This other guy came in. Ah. How do I unban people now? Uh, that happened to me too my first time. I joined now Discord. Alright, well, fucking having anything public, like one or two people. Yeah, we're out. Can you message me? uh, this is annoying. Wait. I don't even know how to. How do I? Random. Can you like? Can you tell me your Discord? Go to introduction. Oh, that's a good idea. Matt Smart. Thank you. Wait. Do you have access to it? Are you good, random, to the Discord? You might have to read the intro again. My bad. But there's no well, I'm not giving a Discord link anymore. From now on, Discord links. I'm gonna send a message to all mods. From now on, only mods have access to this inviting people to the Discord. I will make a new fucking Discord invite and put it on my all my fucking shit again. Looks like I'm still mad. Invites. Like, how do I make a new invite? Oh, I know how to. I know how to. Okay. Actually, you know what I should do? I should just give some people mod in Discord so that they could deal with some of this stuff. All right, see you, Dinell. Sorry for bad vibes. I shall not eat it. I'll learn how to cook before I did. Okay. Just make the command mods only. Yep. I mean, but people could still copy it. It's just annoying that I had to make a new one. Cause I gotta make it new on everything. Okay. Let me just make a notification for Twitch mods. I don't know. Let me fix it. Why am I not in the DC server and why can't I join anymore? Cause I'm a dumbass. That's why. I don't even know how to. Just give me a second, random. Oh, it's a good song. All right. Okay. I don't even know if that person was. Maybe that person was chilling, but why did they call other people? In all right, only mods can now do the Discord thing. It's go pee, Moog. Go pee. We'll wait for you. Ace put. Yeah, I did. Ace said. Ace told me about that. That's weird. Who puts water for a cereal? It's okay, Butter. It's not your fault. Random. Where are you? I don't know how to give you. I blocked you because I thought you were a random person, but I I think I don't know how to unblock you because I'm a dumbass. So it doesn't say you're blocked. All right, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go get food. I'm going crazy. I apologize, guys. I apologize. Yo, I am back. I am back. Lemming is random, and Gur is doctor or jockter. Keep up with me. My device doesn't support it. Oh. Stream Pokemon again? Yeah, I liked streaming Pokemon, but not too many people liked it, so yeah. It wasn't the best content. I think I will go back to streaming it a bit in the future though. Oh, your tiny phone screen, oh. Welcome back, thank you. I liked it. I'm glad you did. Bing bong. Bing bong. Trying to figure out with random how to get him in the Discord because I'm dumb. I don't know what buttons I pressed. Usually when I'm angry or something, I just press stuff without like I do stuff without thinking, you know? Like a Dumbo. He's not blocked on the Discord though, so I don't know what I did. Sorry, random. I'm peeing the bank. Bing bong. I just had cottage cheese, and I'm not gonna lie, I already feel so much better. I didn't know I could be that hangry. Ooh woo woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. All right, ready up. Well, random's checking something, but I was carrying the team as a sand slash. Gaming is my drug. Gaming is not my drug. Interacting is with y'all is my drug. This is your favorite song? You're still pretty chill when frustrated? That's good. I feel like I'm an actual ass when I'm frustrated though. Drug's my favorite drug? Noise. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's so weird. It shows him in the Discord. Alright, let me make it. There we go. I invited you, bro, to that Discordo. Hawaii. Song is 10 out of 10. It's so weird, but it sounds okay. Do you guys also do this with your legs? Like go back and forth? I'm back. Random, should we just play for now and figure out Discord later? Because, yeah, I don't want to wait too long. This is mad catchy, I'm not gonna lie. And don't forget to subscribe. Alright, let's play. Thanks, Random. Don't worry, you're not missing out on the Discord that much right now. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Let me see if my thing from before worked. Wait, who's putting this music? Oh, this song's so good. This song is godlike, some may say. Okay, the thing didn't work yet. Okay. Cheer 30. Yo, thanks for the bits, bro. I love this song. I'm gonna guess BK put it. Hey, thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it. Let's go, bro. Oh, you don't like the song? I love the song. But you can vote skip if you want to. I mean, that's what vote skip is there for. Unless you put the song and you thought I didn't like it and that's why you wanted to vote skip. In which case, that's so sweet. Thank you. But I'm good. Oh. Y'all should mess with me. See if I don't like when I get like that. It's like being a baby. So I apologize, guys. I'm good now though. Third time in 10 days, I'll take it. That means I'm good for another like 5 days. And then I'll get a bit mad like in 5 days if it goes that long. Take me. Oh, I'm guessing Jimmy's requested it then. Let's go. I'll be gone. Oh, oh, that was so bad. I know someone donated 100 tier 3 subs. 100 tier 3 subs would be like $1,000. Yeah. Which after tax and after Twitch takes its cut, but $2,500 for the person giving, which is like a monthly paycheck for a lot of people. How many hours? I don't even know, bro. What's the point of calculating it? You requested, Nice. Worries away. And Jimmy got Walk This Way, which is a great song also. Remember, away. Yeah, I love this song. I grew up with this song. I know it's not really slow, but hey, we're first place with random standing there. That's crazy. I'll be gone. I always felt so left out. Same. It's kind of 80s. Same. My music taste is like what was largely like 70s, 80s, some 90s, and like after going to Japan, Japanese music, but before Japan, it was pretty much that, like classic rock, pop from the 80s. That's why I like a lot of the music Jimmy puts. He puts like a lot of like rock or like heavy rock or something, and like older songs. Wow, we really killed it, bro. 196. Good shit, guys. Who doesn't like the song though? True. Ban Ace. He does weird thing with the cereal. Nah. No more banning. No more banning. Well, we banned 2 people. One person who came in the Discord and messaged another streamer we know, and another person who was just being a little annoying. I didn't need to ban them, but I was hangry. It's crazy how much cottage cheese does. But yeah, all my friends love rap music, and I just don't really care for it that much. Or like pop music from the 2000s or from 2010s. But you know, it's fine. When people request that, that's fine too. You know, bots come in, he won't ban you. Oh yeah, and bots. Hey Rosie, what's up? Yeah, that's why I was like, you know, rap music's okay sometimes because I know. It seems like you really like rap music, Rosie, which is fine, of course. Damn, my mom made some godlike food. Shakshuka, for those that don't know. Oh, you just woke up? Look at that timing. You don't know Rosie, God. He's a bit newer, but I don't like rap. Yeah, I don't really either. But I've been getting to like it more lately. Rosie and butter! Let's go. Some rap is fine for me, but it's just not my taste. Same. Pretty much same. Rap is like... Rap. I probably like rap the least from like actual music that I've heard. Or maybe like really, really, really heavy metal. Or maybe like really, really crazy EDM. Okay, maybe it's not just rap. But but generally like I will almost always say when I feel like the song is like that someone requests. Um, so feel free to request whatever you guys want, like as long as it's a song. Oh, let's go. Loveless Kellen Quinn. Oh, I think you put that song last time, right? Oh, how did I miss that? Okay, I'm gonna eat. I'm not new. I've been here for almost 2 years. I don't think you've been here for 2 years, bro. You've been here for like a year, I think. I didn't say you were new. Oh yeah, punk. What is punk though? Isn't it punk rap or punk rock? If you're talking about punk rock, um, maybe I would agree. I don't like. What's an example of punk rock? I don't know. We're first again. Hell yeah, we're killing it. We are killing it. Thank you, doctor. Mm. Well, Fall Guys was good. I got hangry and I was being a bit of an ass, I guess. I don't know. For the third time during the subathon, which isn't bad, right? 3 times getting angry. That's not bad. In 10 days, I feel, that's not bad. That's my ult I made after the bet. Roll one last time. Okay, what was your original account, God? What was your original account? You tell us. I did. I slept a lot. That's why I was surprised that I was so angry. I slept for like 8 hours. I slept too much, maybe even. I slept 8 hours. Jumped on Fall Guys, playing with peeps. Everything feels pretty good, but I don't know. I think it was just the fact that it's been going on for so long, and it's my brother's birthday, so I kind of feel bad being here. Not that I don't like being here, but it's just his birthday. So I mean, I might leave a little later just to say happy birthday to him. But maybe that's what it was. I don't know. And I didn't eat. The hangriness really was a factor. I didn't realize how much of a factor because I just ate cottage cheese and now I'm eating real food, but I just ate cottage cheese and I felt like so much better. That's what happens when you normally eat like at 2, 3 a.m. Like some sort of snack or whatever, and then you're streaming and you stop doing that. Like it's better for me, but also I was eating I went the wrong. How did I've never played this bad. That's a lie. That was a big mistake. Yeah. Get good holy. All right, I will show you exactly everything then, okay? Because doctor is like right. I definitely slept too long. 10 hours. Ooh, yeah. Do you feel groggy? Yeah, no, it's fine. No, God, I don't have a girlfriend. First place. Y'all are killing it. That's why. Heck yeah, I do feel groggy. Understandable. Okay, God. Moment of truth. You're gonna get a strike if you're wrong here. Actually, nah. Account created October 5th, 2021. Last I checked, it is not 2023. Following since December 8th, 2021. 8 timeouts. 1 ban. Which you asked for. It's crazy. It's as if Doctor just said that. Odd how that works, right? It's like we were looking at the same thing, Doctor. And somehow we came to the same conclusion. And but God didn't realize. Dream team, let's go. Oh, I should have waited for him to answer when he said, "Can we ban you if you're wrong?" Oops, my bad. Nah, I said cottage cheese, not cutted cheese. I don't eat. I don't know what cutted cheese is, but. Anyway. So what are you gonna do to get less groggy, Rosie? See, like this type of music. This is the type of music I don't listen to, like, at all. But I have friends that would listen to this, and I'll just be like, moving my head maybe a little bit, just to not look as weird. Or just stand there and not care. Probably take a shower. Makes sense. Makes sense. Ooh. Oh, is this walk this way? Let's go. Oh! Almost got punched. Walk this way. Talk this way. That was good jumping by me. Let's go. No one qualified yet? Oh, hell yeah. I'm so close. Proof we needed sleep last night. We did need sleep last night. It was good vibes though. It was good vibes last night. It was hard to go to sleep. It was fun. It was good. We went to sleep. Not that it's not good vibes now. It's good vibes now too. Why is this song so low? Oh. My headset was low. Jimmy playing was incredible. True. Interacting with other people is what makes it more fun. For me, at least. A lot of the time. Playing with you guys makes it fun, too. Did we qualify? Let's go. We were top 3. We were first again? Damn. I just realized it said first on the top. Yeah, if we lose, that would be sad. Talk this way. You forgot to lurk last night. No. God, anytime you say something that's just pointless or whatever, or leads to no conversation, or is like not funny, I'm just gonna ignore it. So you could learn. Top 3 now. Top 1. Yo, cold as ice. Woo. Woo, indeed, butter. Woo, indeed. Come on. Ayo, I got one out. Let's go. Hell yeah. We're gods. Oh. Got one, I think. Watch out, watch out. I almost killed you, my bad, doctor. Oh, they blow up much faster now. Wait, doctor, watch out. Oh! Damn, we're killing it. No one died on our team. We got 4 alive. No, I died. Oh, I died. Okay, I died. That's okay. I could eat now and watch you guys get it. Ah, as in we missed hearing that from you. Missed that, butter. Woo. Sorry if it sounded negative. Huh? Oh no, that was lag. It's okay. It's okay. We got doctor. Let's go, doctor. We can't lose, right? Oh, did you get random out by accident? Yes, now you are here to say it. Woo! Your catchphrase. Damn, it's 1 against 1. This song doesn't match what's going on, but it's funny. We won! Let's go, doctor. Good shit, bro. Easy. This guy ran into his death. Let's go. Oh, my hands. Let's go. BRB? Alright, cool. Thanks for the lurk, Rosie. Go take a shower. And and I will lurk this time. Wait, what place are you, Rosie? I wanna check. Oh, you're still top 10. Okay, cool. BRB? Alright. Doctor. Doctor killing it as always. No, my controller's not connecting. Wait. Huh? Huh? That was weird. Okay. Now it's working. I know why that happened, actually. This song sounds nice. Paranoid. I'm eating shakshuka, which I think is an Israeli dish, or maybe it's not Israeli. But you have like tomatoes with eggs and spices. It's so good. Nah, I think the controller. I think I wasn't on the screen. That's why I'm dumb. It's me being dumb, as usual. Yo, 4.5 hours left. Let's go. Woo! I mean, what? Give me your subs. This will never end. All right, let me eat. My feet are not really showing, huh? Here you go. I have ugly feet. I have flat feet. But I don't have a flat ass, as you guys know, when I sleep. You know, I got flat feet. Hairy everything. My upper chest is not hairy, not that hairy though. Which is cool. If someone donated 12 million tier 3 subs, I'd be a millionaire. I would cry. That'd be like $100 million. $120 million. Actually, no, because the taxes would be higher on that. It would be like 50 million, but bro, that's still good. Sounds interesting. Oh, also, last thing I requested the duo love list when we were talking about Spotify yesterday. Oh, okay, yeah. I thought you requested it before. God. Oh, no. I saw you request love list today, and I was like, oh, did we hear that before? So what you just requested before, or the last thing you requested. Okay, got you. Did we listen to it yet? Oh, this is Loveless. Oh, look at that timing. Okay. I wonder how many hours? 60 million hours. Joking, I'm done. No, you're not dumb. I was just calculating based off how much I would take home, not how much they would pay. It would be a lot. I don't know. Welcome back. Well, the song sounds nice. Time will tell. I don't know how to put my the feed cam. It's kind of funny. You'd cap the stream? Yeah, probably. Especially, yeah. You know, if I was making like 10K, if it was like 1 minute per sub, maybe I wouldn't cap the stream. Even if it went on for like a couple of years, that would be crazy. But because then at least like I'm making a lot, so it would probably be okay. Because I could move out, I could like buy, I could order food, I could do more stuff. Tier 3 sub is $25, I think. So 12 million would be what, like 20, like over $250 million, $250 million. I don't know. I think it's $25. Oh, how many hours? It gives me 1250. It gives me like $12, I think, after tax, or like $10 or $11 after tax. And after Twitch takes its cut. So I'm trying to think. It would probably add 3 hours, like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, something like that. Yo, is Fall Guys lagging for you guys? It was just lagging. On. Oh no, it's good. Never mind. I lied. It would be a long time, pretty much. Yeah, 12 million subs would be too many. 36 million hours. I wouldn't live that long, right? Ooh, the Shrek song. Because 60 hours, 24 hours in a day. 24 hours in a day. 365. There's 8,760 hours in a year. There's not even a million hours in 100 years. So I'd have to do it until I die. Yeah. I think Moog or Butter was right. Oh yeah, Butter was right. I would cap the stream. I'd definitely cap the stream. Yeah, I would be dead. Or I would make it so that it doesn't add as much time. It's already kind of capped. If the timer goes to like 800 hours or something, it's gonna cap automatically, I think. How many hours was that? Whatever 1 month is. I already capped it at 1 month. I would be willing to go for a month, I think, streaming. We're only a third of the way there, you know? The only problem is we're running out of sub goals. So I don't know how, like, insanely interesting I can make it, you know? Muscles! Thank you, Mook. So no troll or rich? Huh? No, if I got that big of a donation, I would cap it to like a month. That's why it's weird to say on... But obviously, why would I get a millionaire coming to the stream out of nowhere and giving me millions of dollars? That doesn't make sense.
Ping, do you agree that Shrek 2 the best is?
I'm just going to say Subathon Day 9. Not uncapped, because I don't know if it's going to be uncapped. No, I should leave it at uncapped. Whatever. I already changed it. Shrek 2 is really good. 1 second per sub, 1 billion subs, easy, 31-year stream. Yeah, I would do that for $2.5 billion. I would stream. Oh, wait, 31 years? Oh, 3.1 years, I would do that one, but you'd cry if someone hit the sub goal. I wouldn't cry. Shrek 2, I honestly don't remember the rest of them, but Shrek 2 was great from what I remember. Random. I know you said Shrek 2 best and you also TTS'd it. I'm not sure. I would cry and end stream. 31 years, I would... if I actually had to go 31 years and I like if someone came up to me and said for 2.5 billion dollars, well actually let's say taxes is half of it. Let's say for $1 billion, the next 31 years of your life. Actually, I don't know if I would do that actually. That's too much money, too much time. But if I would accept that, then I would plan my life around streaming, right? Oh, my foot just got real close. That's too much money. $1 billion? That's way too much. You would do it? Become a vlogger? But remember, you have to be streaming 24/7. So like, I don't know. You bring a girl home or you bring a guy home or whatever, and you want to, do sexy times, you got to have stream on. Nah, I'm joking. Well, I guess you could do what I do, right? When I leave, I'll put words on stream or whatever, and then add time to the timer back. I guess you could do that, but just think about how, like, people... Did we not qualify? Oh, we did. Let's go! Think about how people will be in your life forever, for the next 31 years. Think about what age you'll be in 31 years. It would be a crazy experiment, but an experiment that I would not want to be a part of, but... I want a hero. 31 years is a long time. I'm keeping the time on. That time would be on forever. I know, right? Black screen? No, you gotta stream like I'm streaming. How about that? What if we have to stream like how I'm streaming? Black screen, of course, I would do that too for $1 billion. That's an easy brainer. No brainer. I could just stream whenever I want, right? I'm lost alive again. Never mind. No! Oh, okay, we're still fourth. Oh, that was close. That was really close. I'll be the best Fall Guy person. True. What if you had to do it like I do? When you go to sleep, you have to pause the timer. If you go out and you're not, if you're not on stream, basically, you pause the timer. Or if you're sleeping. So it would turn into like your whole life. So the question is, would you want to be on stream for all of your life? But you can't, you have a limit of 3 hours per day that you could be off of stream. I added a lot of qualifiers on it, but... Oh, hell no, I would not be able to do it. Oh, God, then no. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that either. 3.1 years? Maybe. 3.1 years, I think I could do. Maybe. I mean, $1 billion, it's a lot of money. Too much money, one might say, but... But also, it would probably feel pointless streaming. Because, like... Well, I guess it wouldn't feel pointless. But it would be very sad, like... You barely spend time with friends for 3 years of your life. Or 31 years or whatever. And you're just in front of the monitor. They see my grandchildren, right? It's like, oh, you weren't able to finish, so your grandchildren come up. Cold as I used to love this song when I was younger. I showed this to my brother. And we went on a cruise. And he... Oh, this guy pushed me. Good luck, guys. You're close. Doctor is killing it. And someone else. Who's the... I can't see the name. Because of the foot cam. Oh, it was random. You were so close. Oh, we won? Let's go! Won 2 games in a row. Let's go. Good job, guys. Carried again. Random, you were the last one. I don't know why Doctor's saying he carried. Maybe he pushed the last guy off. That's crazy. I'll do the job. But you go to jail because you got 1 billion cash out of nowhere. Nah, it's a contract. You weren't the last one. It showed the winner thing next to Lemming. Not next to your name, Doctor. Unless you were both the last ones. In which case, good shit. Even better shit. You could ban me if I'm wrong. Sir, I saw the name next to Lemming. So, maybe there was a name next to you and I didn't see it. But there was like a black and white checkered thing right next to Lemming. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I fucking beg to differ. I didn't die. It could have been Fall Guys being dumb. Sometimes it makes a mistake. Or maybe I made the mistake, but I'm pretty sure I saw that. There were 2 teammates left, then random died. Oh, maybe I saw it wrong. Good job, Doctor. My bad. But I will say, I did see Lemming in the thing. Someone clip it. I don't know. It's too late to clip now, but. Rosie, how was your shower? I liked that song, by the way, the Love Sides or whatever. Woo! Doctor be carrying us through games. Regardless, even if it's said that you were still last alive, so good shit, bro. He got second and you're spectating him, but he died. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Like, no, bro. I'm just being the messenger. That's what I... Okay, Doctor. I'm just telling you what I saw. I could have seen it incorrectly. But... like 2-3 people in chat saying that you won, Doctor, including you. Of course, I'll take your word for it, bro. Good. That's why I'm saying good shit. Thanks for carrying. I'm just also saying that what I saw was what I saw. I don't know if the game screwed up or not. Then. Good shit, Doctor. Yeah, I died. Yeah, is it? Would you rather see how you die or see when you die? Ooh. Dude, that's an interesting question. I guess when I die. Because if I knew how I died, I would be scared of whatever that thing is. So for example, if I find out that I die holding if I've been told you will die in your bed, I'll be scared of going into my bed, right? I would get rid of my bed. I would start like being scared of sleeping. But if I was told you will die in a year, it's like, okay. At least I know, you know. Mini pies? Okay. Enjoy the mini pies. I'm just explaining the truth. I'm just really curious now to see if I saw it wrong or if Fall Guys screwed up. What if it's natural causes? Then I would yeah. I guess if the way I died, if they said like you died from natural causes, I would still be like 70 and feeling old or 80 or 90 or whatever and be like, am I going to die soon? But if I knew when, it's like I could prep for it, you know? I don't know. If you know when, you would be scared by everything on the day you die. That's true, but that's just the day I die. That's one day. Now, actually, maybe not. Maybe I would have more time to prep for it, right? I don't know. Knowing the day you die is so much better, I feel like. Also, if it's sooner, then it makes you want to do crazy stuff and like explore more before you die. So it's like a plus. But if you've been told that you're gonna die on an airplane and you just avoid all airplanes, You know that one day somehow you're going to be in an airplane. Maybe someone kidnaps you and puts you in an airplane and you die. Like, because you know that's how you're gonna die. But you never know when it's gonna happen. Like, that seems so much scarier to me. I wouldn't know how long until I die, so I'm not. Yeah, exactly. So I can appreciate my time more. I'm same with butter. Live life to the fullest, knowing when I can die. Exactly. When I die, not when I can. Would you rather be immortal or die right now? Probably die right now. Yo, what's up, Depth? It's been so long. I am. Everyone says it's bald now. Like all the people that come in now. But when I was doing it, it wasn't bald enough. So I appreciate hearing that. I am bald because this is a subathon. We've been streaming 10 days in a row or 9 days or something. And I'm bald. I had to go bald as a sub goal. That right now, immortality is a curse. Exactly. It has been so long. How have you been? We've been playing Gardic, community games. We've been chilling. Playing a lot of Fall Guys. Watching your loved ones die is sad. Yeah, and you have to do that for all of eternity. I mean, the curious part of me would want to live forever because like learning new things and all this stuff is crazy. But then another part of me is like, it's not like I don't think my brain capacity is going to get like insanely large. Like I'm probably going to be able to remember the same amounts of stuff as like now. So is it really worth it? I don't know. I'd love to go bald too. Do it. I visited here while you were asleep and played several rounds. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. How you doing though, Depth? I returned almost exactly 1 year. Let's go. 1 year yesterday. That's crazy. True, just done make friends. Yeah, you would want to stop making friends and like having a family. Like it would just get so depressing probably. Or you would just adjust and just go back and forth. That's what I feel like would happen. Like for 100 years you would have no one. Then the next 100 you would have a family. Then you would just I feel like you would go crazy. But at the same time, a part of me is like, I would want to be immortal, just to, I feel like I would have such a better understanding of the world. But who's to say that I would, right? So I don't know. Been chilling with the pressure of college. Damn, immortality sucks definitely. Probably have no emotion. Yeah, right? You would probably be very nihilistic and be like, what's the point of living? Because for you, there's like so much of a less point. Like, you don't have as much of a. It doesn't really make sense. No! No! So close! No, 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 no. Y'all need to qualify. God damn it. I've had as short hair as you now. Really? Shit. Did you like it? Bro, we're still first. Y'all are killing it. You guys are actually gods at games. You guys are killing it. We're first by a long shot. I think you would also try to suicide if you would be immortal. Yeah, probably, but then realize that you can't, right? Very, very soon. Be a super soldier and fake your death. Let's say you do that, right? What do you do after that? Let's say in 100,000 years you're still alive, and you've been living and it's been fun. And then an asteroid hits and everyone dies. It's not like you're special because you lived so long. It's not like you'll be able to create like rockets. Imagine there's no human left and you're all alone with animals for all of eternity. What would you do? I didn't have a problem with it, but I thought I looked too boyish. That makes sense. Thanks for the follow, Ocarina. Is that Ocarina of Time? Because if so, that's pretty awesome. I feel like if you live for 10k years, you'd just be numb. Right? You'd have to be. Oh, this is not a custom game. Oh, no, it's not. If we had enough people, it would be, but... But you're more than welcome to join. If we could switch out for people. Let's go. Let's go. This is the thing if you would like to join Ocarina. The sun will explode. I would be depressed. Exactly. But you would be like, I don't know. It's like forever. Most people say fluid. Well, I'm not most people. Yeah, I could say fluid. My bad. What's up, fluid? I made such a good would you rather. Yeah, would you rathers are fun to talk about. Oh, someone's making me dive now. Thank you, fluid. It's like, you call me by my name, or I will make you dive infinitely. But I'm already used to dives a lot of times. It's still... Would you rather have the power to time skip or pause time? Oh, I'm jumping now. No. To time skip. No, I gotta jump perfect. No, no. Oh my god, that was so close. You almost got me. To skip time or pause time? Skip time or pause time for sure. But why was I thinking about that? Yeah, pause time for sure. Oh, get up! Unlurk, welcome back. How was your shower, Rosie? No! What did you change? What happened? Oh, you forced me right? Bro, that almost got me. That almost got me. I did not expect that one. Yeah, pause time because you could do anything you want, learn whatever you want, do whatever you want. Skip time, when you're younger, you want to be older. When you're older, you don't want to be older. So you might be in that stage where you feel young enough that you want to be older, but... Or like skip a test or skip school. But yeah. Pause time for sure. Yeah, you could have more time to sleep. I didn't even think about that, but I guess that's true too. You could have more time to make money. You could have more time to do anything you want. Would you rather travel in the past or future? Future. Actually, I don't like the ignorance. I think ignorance is bliss is true, but I would rather know things than be ignorant about them. So, I would want to go into the future, but that would be a little scary because it would be like, that's so Raven, right? If you go into the future and you try to change things now so the future is different, but you fuck it up, like, that would suck, right? So maybe I would say past. I'm not sure. That's a really hard one. You know what? Maybe I would say past so I could get a lottery ticket. No, I would say future so I could get... I would say future. I would say future. This is why. I would say future. So I just look a week ahead for the lottery tickets, put those numbers, and that's it. Now, if I was able to look into the future, like, multiple times, or the past, then maybe I would go past. Oh, now I'm jumping. What's up, gamer? Pause time could save your life, yeah? If you pause time, you can't age. Yeah, pause time is, like, clearly the right thing here. People know to throw it. If you would pause the time, you couldn't age. Would you age when skipping time, or would it only change time flow around you? I don't know. How did he grab you, bro? I'm sorry. It's hard to read chat and play this game at the same time sometimes. Yo, go grab someone, bro. I stole your box, but go grab someone. This guy's mad annoying. And we got eliminated. That was my bad, maybe. My bad, guys. If you would pause the time, you could an AH. Would you rather be super poor but godly smart or very dumb but godly rich? I feel like I've heard this one kind of. Zawaru, though. What's up, gamer? Yeah. Zawaru, though. What a good one. Super poor. Well, if I'm super poor, I could just become rich. If I'm godly smart. Right? So I'd rather be super poor. I might not become rich, but I would have enough money to be comfortable in life, so. Future, you could solve the cure to cancer quickly. That's assuming that the future keeps going up. Right? What if you go to the future and everything is fucked up? Everything is broken. What then? Does someone want to switch out for the new person? Time flows around you. Super poor so I can gain money. Yep. That's what I said. Don't revive me, not yet. Okay, never mind. Never mind, doctor. I'm sorry. My bad, Fluid. Fluid still wants to mess with my game, I think. Gomen nasai. Pick, but you have infinite money, but you're dumb and can't get smarter. Yeah, infinite money is useless. Bully Bamari. You changed your name? Lol. Doctor gotta go babopper. Then I'd cry. Bully. Are you a bully? I didn't know that. Baboctor Bear. Yeah. Baboctor Barados. Would you rather fight against a strong person but he's dumb? Or a weak person but he's smart? Probably a weak person but he's smart. It depends. Does he use tools or is just fists? Because I feel like the weak person would put me down faster. But the strong person, like, if he hits me once, I'm dead. So, but I'm not sure. It's a hard one. I don't think that's how it works, gamer. Why'd you delete it? Well. False info detected. Kyle Sims. Never heard of him. Imagine wanting to be me that badly. I can see why it's frustrating, though. You're not here too often, but you have #1 hours. Because you're mad good at lurking. But yeah. I don't know enough about JoJo, to be honest. I don't know. Gamer isn't here any more often. Yeah, he is. He's here more often than Amanda. A lot more often, actually. I could tell because, I say, Amanda, what's up? But it doesn't bother me. Like, it's fine. I appreciate the lurk. But I'm just saying, like, I could see why people get mad. Would you rather be in the universe of Simpsons or Family Guy? I don't know much about Family Guy. Why does it play this wrong song? I don't know. Mods, skip it. He just lurks too. Yeah, and I could see why it's annoying for people who don't lurk. That have less hours than him. But he lurks a lot less than Amanda. We miss you talking in chat. Yeah. So you don't know? Yeah, I don't know. My game lags? No, it's okay. We'll still qualify. Oh! And it crashed? Oh, that sucks. I don't have stuff to make key lime pie. No. Pudding pie still sounds yummy, though, yeah. Sag. Oops. Oh, I actually screwed up there. Yeah, I had to take off the Discord because some random person came in and started messaging other streamers I know. So, or at least one other streamer I know, or calling them. So, welcome back, Fluid. Yo, Tyler, what's up? How you doing? But if someone doesn't have the Discord and wants to join, just DM me and I'll send it to you. But yeah. Or DM a mod and they'll send it to you, maybe. I don't know. If they want to. Can I get it? I don't really know you, Fluid. I'll get to know you and then. Sorry. I'm becoming more and more strict with everything on this channel because one or two bad apples make it bad. I apologize, Fluid. No, Discord is not gone. Just the Discord link is is a little gone. Gummy gummy or dragon fruit? I don't know, bro. I don't know enough about each fruit. In the One Piece game, I'm farming for my friend. Nice. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Because I found a mega OP glitch where you can farm all stats at once. Jesus. How you doing, though, Tyler? How you doing? You want to play some Rocket League later? Would you rather play games until you die or play never? Yeah, I would rather never again play games. I don't really care about games that much. He has Kizaru's fruit. Nice. That's chill. Yeah. I would rather not play a game ever again. What do you define as a game? Like, I guess like games, right? I would rather not play a game. There's a lot more to life than just games for me. What I like out of streaming is not really gaming as much as like interacting. So that's an easy one for me. Would you rather have the ability to see 10 minutes into the future or 150 years? 10 minutes. 150 just sounds like I think I would go insane. Because I would be trying to change the future. Like if I see in 150 years we all die from climate change or from war or from this or from that. No, the force right. Did someone force right me? Or am I just dumb? I don't know what happened there. Then I would go crazy trying to change the world without any proof. And I think it would be... And then I could always look 150 years into the future, right? So I could see if what I've done changed anything. I think it would just be depressing. I would say 10 minutes. If you could pick a power, what would you choose? Stopping time, probably. Or controlling time. I'm gonna farm his stats, get his hockey, and get him a high bounty. Nice. $10 minutes might be stackable. Oh. Random got crowd control. Nice. How about you, Fluid? What would you do? Which would you rather have? But yeah, Tyler, do you want to play Rocket League soon? Same as me? Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. 10 minutes might be stackable, maybe. I'm gonna get him observation and armament. Nice. You could get Conquerors? Holy shit. That would be cool. Would you rather be forced to sing along or dance to every single song you hear? That's a good question. I like singing. I'm not good at dancing. I feel like I'm decent at singing. So I want to say... No jumping? Oh. Did you guys put no jumping? That would have killed me. I don't know if we could qualify with only 3 people, but... I'd probably go sing along. The only thing is my voice would probably hurt a lot. I'd have to listen to less music. That's hard. Does the dance have to be good? If the dance has to be good, then singing. Invisible, but he can't become visible again. Or he can fly without stopping flying. Oh, you made me. Oh, how did I just? You made me endlessly dive, and I somehow survived that. Let's go! I'm a god amongst gamers. Let's go. Bro, we're all killing it. Random's game crashed, unfortunately, but. What if it's a sussy song? I gotta sing it. I wouldn't put song request on. I would probably wear AirPods that block out sound. Aw, we all survived too. That sucks. You guys are asking too much at a time. This is too much to read and think about. Invisible, but you can become visible or fly. Probably invisible. Even though that would suck ass. Because if I fly and I can't not fly again, I'll probably just die by crashing into something or fatigue. So. Travel to different multiverses or have your favorite power? Have my favorite power. I don't want to think about other multiverses, if that's the thing. Aw, your song's butter. I got you. I'll put your song on, okay? Just the dance? If it wasn't an extreme dance, maybe I would go with dance. But imagine you're having sex with someone and then like a song comes up. You just get out of bed and start dancing. I don't know. I'd rather start singing. I don't know. Devil fruit or all the hockeys? All the hockeys. That one's easy. You could literally see in the future with one of them. You could intimidate people just by looking at them. Like, yeah, hockeys are better, I feel. It could be as good as the new TikTok dance. What is amb? Can I join now? Yeah. Invisible, you could do anything you want. Yeah, but you never go visible again. But yeah, invisible I think is better too. You could even go into Area 51. Oh yeah. Oh, probably. Ping and I had the same mind. Stupid delay. Let's go. Thank you, Rosie, and thank you, Ping. Yeah, I got you. Oh, did Rosie put the song? That's why? Lol. Both are instantly mastered. Yeah, I would rather have hockey. I was trying to figure out how to do it off tab. Yeah, I think it's like 8 or 9 minutes limited, but mastering all hockeys. I don't know what a master dragon fruit looks like. And don't tell me. I don't want to be spoiled for the show, but Random, are you joining back? Doctor, I appreciate really much for you going up for fluid. Arigatou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. I appreciate that, bro. Random, unless Random doesn't join in. I don't know. If you're playing. Okay. Goodbye, Random. Doctor, you could join back if you want to play. If not, that's fine too, of course. Oh, I'm almost done with my food too. So I'll be able to talk without having breaks of food in my mouth. It's only 3 minutes? That is weird. Maybe that version was it? One Piece. Let's go. Doctor? Would you rather have a harem or meet God? Huh. That's so random. Yeah, I like this song. Will I Am. This is I used to listen to the song a lot. Well, what is that one wish? It depends on what that one wish is. But okay, it looks like Doctor isn't around, so we'll go with squats. 3 peeps. I probably want to meet God. Yeah, I think meeting God is better. Unless I've sinned. Unless everything I've done is sins in his eyes. But if I get a wish, then meet God. Lol. See, like the way you've been messaging in chat the past like hour, God. That's a great chatter. You're being a great chatter now. You know, I appreciate that. I'd wish for 7 wizards that do my every command. Why 7 specifically, Mac? That's such a random thing. This song sounds slow but good. All right, no worries, no worries. Good timing, by the way, because I could have backed out if you wanted to right now. Well, I'm almost done with the food. Almost done. Thank you for the games, Doctor, and Random. I appreciate it. We've never met, but can we have a coffee or something? Yeah, that's a funny name for a song. Alright, I'm done eating. It only took a really long time. I wish for Penis Pong Masters to be my father, JK, JK. Okay. Half of chat wishes that. It's understandable. Ah, I fell. Go, go, go. The song is so chill. No one's messing with me. Let's go. I love their music so much. It's pretty bad music. No, I'm joking. It actually sounds great. Just sounds a little bit sleepy. It sounds like I'm playing Breath of the Wild or something. Or Genshin. I'm gonna give Ace his PC back. Alright. See you, God. Enjoy chilling around at Ace's place. Bye-bye. Thanks for popping in, bro. Sorry if I was a bit of an ass to you. But I think I was an honest ass, so it's okay. I'd put this in my Soundscape playlist. Soundscape? What does that mean? The only thing I hate about auto farming is waiting. Fair. So I gotta make a lot more tracks, I think. Bye-bye. My heart dropped. Yep. Anytime someone leaves, I got that button on standby. Unless I'm not there. I used to play Genshin a lot. That's what I started off streaming. On YouTube, I started it off. I streamed Genshin for like a couple of months. I got to like AR 50 or something, 49. All free to play and like really quick. And then it got like, I had to go for artifacts. And that took so much grinding, which was fine. But I just thought it was really bad content. So I stopped playing it. Soundscape, like no lyrics to any song, so I don't have to think about, but just feel the vibe. Yeah, I could see that being that then. The song is playing again. I want to put my food upstairs, but whatever. I'll do it after this round. Oh. Yo, Ace, what's up? We're talking to God. Genshin is a good game. I just couldn't get into it. That's fair. Yo, what's up, Epicuro? I'm doing well. I feel like a bit of an ass for getting mad. Like, I don't even know what time is anymore. But a bit ago. I feel bad about that. But aside from that, I'm feeling good. He almost got himself banned. But he was pretty good. He actually turned out to be pretty good, Ace. I got mad at him a little. And then he asked some interesting questions. Maybe not rock the leg, but we need to play something. Yeah, it is a late reply. That's fine. No rock leg? Oh, I didn't know you know like rock leg anymore. You said you're like Minecraft, right? But but I don't want to play Minecraft. But what do you guys do? By the way, you could join the Discord. I could give you a role to be in the Discord all the time. Yo, Timmy, what's up? I miss talking to you, bro. How did you get into the RP, by the way? 3 hours. Will it end or will it not? I don't know. You were sleeping for like 5 hours? How'd you sleep? Yeah. God was like, oh, he's up now. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta put all this stuff away. I'll try to be real quick. You'll find out today or tomorrow. Let's go. I hope you get in, bro. That would be so cool. I'm back. Oh, how did I make it back in time? I'm a god. I even like washed my hands a little bit. Find out next time on Ping Pong's True. Hi, little Timmy. Ah! Why was I reading chat? My bad, guys. Did Rosie ever wake up from her nap? Yeah, Rosie's here. Rosie took a shower, came back. Yep. Oh. I know this foot cam isn't the best, okay? I'm sorry. But it's still a foot cam. I just wanted to say that. But yeah, Tyler, if you talk in the Discord, I could give you the role. Well, are you even in the Discord? I feel like you must be, unless you left it. I could give you the role so you could talk in the thing, in the streamer voice channel. Da da da. Foot cam 10 out of 29. I'll take it. Why do you even have a foot cam? Because I was running out of sub goals, so they wanted foot cam. So oh yeah. I'm good,
Hello.
gamer. Thank you though. Yo, what's up, Timmy?
Hey, what's up?
How'd you sleep, bro?
On the floor in front of an AC.
Oh wow.
It
Makes
was like
sense.
30 degrees in my 30 Celsius in my room, which is like 82 Fahrenheit all night.
Jeez. That sounds pretty crazy. 82 degrees Fahrenheit. That's no, that's pretty hot. I can't make it light for my feet to show, okay? It's too much work. I don't even know how I'll do it. Diego, what's up? Yeah, of course you could join next game. How you doing? Did the Ace invite me to party on Xbox? I don't know. You putting the dogs out for free? Huh? What does that mean? Oh, my feet? No, it was a sub goal. That's what I'm saying. It was a sub goal, and my feet are there, and they want lighting. They want all this stuff. Like, come on, you still see my feet, my weird looking feet. I'm paying on OnlyFans for. Oh shit. Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't see it, Tyler. Oh, this is kind of awkward now. Arse Blaster, I'm sorry.
That guy's blocked you.
Huh?
The guy blocked you and you're trying to jump on the small pad.
Oh. You're watching the gameplay? That's
Yeah.
a first. I thought everyone just looks at my toes, but yeah, do you know what time you find out you get in? The RP?
Afternoon.
Ooh, so soon.
It's either today, tomorrow, or Friday.
Oh, that's annoying. What's my OnlyFans? Do exclamation point OnlyFans. You'll see.
No, you don't have a link on there.
Yeah, but I actually do have it though, but you know. I had to like put my identity, my social security card. I was like, okay, I know it's a meme, but I don't want to do all that just to post a picture.
We're back.
All right. There's gameplay. That's what I'm saying. Ace Plays invited me to party. I don't know who that is. Oh, yeah, I don't know who that is either. I just watched the stream like a conversation. Yeah. Yeah. Samesies. You enjoy chatting? Me too. This song though, it's going on for way too long. Oh, this is a 20-minute version that I put on. Okay. I had to I skip. That's a skip it. Sumimasen. Tyler, there's other content on OnlyFans that you're paying for that they don't see though, so you know it's okay. Fluid be like OnlyFans? Fluid, you seem chill. I'll just DM you the Discord. It's just before we got like too many trolls and stuff. So I had to take away the thing. Oh, flip. So what questions did God ask? He was asking like would you rather type stuff. Like, would you rather live this long or this long? Stuff like that. Actually, I'm just gonna do this. I don't care. Me and my monkey? Really, bro? Really, bro? If anyone wants to join the Discord. Ooh, we're on the final round. Let's see if we win. And Tyler, if you want to join the call, just type something and just chatting. So I see your username and I give you the role. When he asked me that, would you rather be gay or gay? That dumb stuff he asks me. He didn't ask that though. He asked like, would you rather be like, would you rather see 10 minutes into the future? Or, like, would you rather go to the past or the future? Stuff like that. So he matured a little on stream, which you know was cool. No, I went the wrong way. Uh-oh. Damn it. No. No, someone already made it there? Jesus. Why never asked me that? I don't know. Elation. Interesting. Oh, wait. Ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. I'm gonna look for our Bolasta. He always putting wrong songs. It's good. Oh, I found you. Oh yeah, I forgot your I need help. I always forget that. Yeah, you can now join voice chat when I'm streaming whenever you want. Bleh. Bleh. Moto stands up. Oh, the song's so good. Stand up. Oh, Gamer's also on. Dream. Oh, that song again? 3.5 hours left. Let's go! Oh, God! We will not be messaging Crush. Hands up. I'm getting tweets from multiverses. Anyone tried that game out? We tried it last night. It was pretty fun actually, but I'm getting way too many notifications from them, so I don't want to anymore. Bye. There you go, Fluid. Derivakat. He was about to cry. Yeah, I was getting crazy last night. I wasn't about to cry, but I was definitely getting crazy. I was getting I was getting like mad, but like funny mad. Yeah, Finn is annoying, bro. Even my brother was like, yeah, Finn is annoying. Da-da. Na, na, na. I still feel bad for acting like for being hangry before. That was so dumb. Anyway. Hands up. Bro was ready to end stream. Nah. I was ready to stop playing that game though. I came off as chill. I was trying to be crazy. Dang it. Nah, you're pretty chill, bro. What's that? You have that GHF pledge, right? So I know that you're chill. Or you just did it as a troll. Diego kind of popped off last night. No, he was using the character that pops off, okay? I will admit, Diego seems to be good at fighting games, but he also used the character that's really good. God initially was being very annoying, but I told him, bro, you're really annoying. And then he stopped, and he acted like a really awesome chatter. Which I was, surprised and happy about. So hopefully he still feels like he's being himself and enjoying. But yeah. Fluid, you have Ocarina in your name. You have to be chill. That's just how it is. The pricing? Huh? What, the pricing to make me do stuff is too high or too low? Like, what do you mean? What pricing? Bruh, too high? Bro, that pricing... We got one coin to make me do stuff. The overlays will literally just make me lose, so there's no point to have it. Human that can take criticism. I know, it was great. It was amazing. I was clapping. Ow! I just hit my elbow. Oh! But yeah. I got mad 3 times during the subathon, like a pussy. And the last time was like 2 hours ago, which I still kind of feel dumb about, but it is what it is. Okay, true. The overlays are annoying. Yeah, the overlays, because I can't do anything. It's not like they screw with me a little. I can't see the screen at all. So the overlays have to be high. But everything else I put like at 1 coin. A lot of things. The channel point redemptions though, that's the application. I don't have it on that. Wow. Wow. Yo, Rosie, with the uptime? Watch this. Oh. Is that you, Timmy? Is that you, Tyler? Arusuburasta. Ping, it's okay to have emotions. Yeah, but negative emotions on stream I feel like is not good. Overall watch time. There's no overall watch time command I can make, unfortunately. Oh, what? Huh? We have an overall watch time command? I thought it didn't work. Hey Siri. Huh? Did Timmy put a voice changer on? The hell? Is that someone else? No, it's not overall. Oh, you're right. You're right. Damn, 1 day. 4 days. That's crazy. Only? That's a long time. Oh. Wait. One of you guys is talking on Fall Guys and I hear you. I think it's Fluid. Bro, for a second I'm like, oh, what? Who is that? I don't know if anyone... You had to mute them? Oh. Yeah, it didn't sound like you, Mook. Not that I know how you sound like, but it doesn't sound like what I thought you would sound like. Someone's using Fall Guys chat. Yeah, I hear it now. But you don't hear it on stream, right? I'm scarfing down the extra pudding. Yum. Do you have a picture of the pudding? Yeah, send a picture on the Discordo if you want. Stream of Among Us? Nah, we do Among Us sometimes, but not that often. Among Us is just too much sometimes. You need the right lobby. Very yum. Very yum. Let's go. Second place. Among Us died, to be honest. You got DC'd. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Among Us 2 sus. JK. Oh my god. My monkey. But yeah, Tyler, if you're down to play Apex and talk on stream, I would be down. That sounds fun. What do I think you sound like? Not like a teenager boy. That was literally my only assumption. So I'll send the photo of the finished pies tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Me and my monkey. You putting it again? You can't mute mid game, can you? Oh, you can. Oh, okay. Bro. No. No. It doesn't let me anymore. Oh, that's so annoying. I didn't skip anything. Ace. So believe it or not, I skipped nothing. Very good. You left, you lose later today? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if there is a later today. We have 3.5 hours left on stream, which, you know, is pretty cool, because pretty tired. Yeah, guess what God calls me? By your name? I don't know. Ace? Oh, you want you laugh, you lose butter? No one has been able to make me ever laugh in it, though. Donut? Why does he call you Donut? Cause are you big and round like a donut? Nothing wrong with that. Just asking, you know. Like, bro! Oh my god, this game is annoying sometimes. Oh. That's funny, Ping. Thank you. I try to be funny. Ace from One Piece. Oh, that's why you have Ace in your name. Because you laughed at like 2 of my videos? Oh. Okay, I laugh sometimes. It was a lie. But I don't lie I don't laugh too often, right? Well, I like this song. You do have a point. I do have a Karina in my name, and I have a good badge. It's the law for me to be chill. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. You made me laugh too? Okay. Maybe I laugh sometimes, okay? But not too often. Funny plus, let's go! Ace got killed? Oh, that's why he calls you that? Lol. Ace is still cool. Don't spoil for people who haven't watched, bro. No, I don't. For the you laugh, he loses. I don't laugh for pity. Sometimes I'll laugh at things that are like not really funny, but I'm just laughing because it's like to show that I find it like kind of funny. But it's hard like during the games. No, you're good, Ace. During the games, like during You Laugh You Lose, I purposefully try not to laugh. So you actually made me laugh. You're good, Ace. This song. We didn't make it. Oh, this is a remix. This song though, Mask Off, is like me and my friends' theme song. Cause we made a video once with my dog, and like everyone like lying down pretending to be sleeping, and it was just really funny for some reason. it was funny. But this sounds like a different version. I don't know what just happened. Hype. One time someone at school asked, "Why don't you laugh?" And I said, "Cause you." And they laughed. Cause you're not funny. Oh, I didn't skip anything, bro. My hands are right here. Where do you see me skipping anything? Why scop? When usually official music videos are just really weird, bro. Hey, look at that. Look how long it takes to start. There we go. Takes half an hour to start sometimes. See, all the songs are chill until mine will be so unchill. That's okay, bro. My book cassette. Finally got paid today. Let's go from Starbeats. Wait, we don't need more subs, right? Hey, Diego went into ping pong skin. Let's go. 3.5 hours is good, right, Rosie? We don't need to go longer, right? Right? Ace is your last name? Why would you tell me that, though? Why would you dox yourself? Foot cam. Doesn't swear, though? Okay. $307? You're gonna give $307 to me? That's so sweet. Thank you. Just tip it instead of subbing, because then I'll keep more of that money. But I was just joking. Nani? Alright, I'm waiting for your song, Fluid. Tell me when it comes up if I don't realize it's yours. So it's just the song has such a nice beat. Mask Off. I hate Boku no Pico and God loves it. True. God was talking about Boku no Pico, bro. I can't tell if it's the same person or not, but I feel like it's not. Because you guys sound pretty different, to be honest. Let's go. 53 points, baby. Yeah, don't give me your money, Rosie. Save that money for retirement or just, for college, probably. Probably good. Should be the next one? Okay. Aight, Fluid Ocarina of Time, bro. I always dox myself. I've actually doxed myself on stream like multiple times, but the first name Ping. No! Middle name Masters. Ugh, but you guys didn't figure that one out. So it's okay. I swear God is a different breed. Nah, he's fine. He's just young. You're also young, though. I don't know how old you guys are. You don't need to tell me. You might have said it before. When you're younger, you're a bit... you're a bit more crazy, I guess. I don't know. Money. That's legit music I used to listen to. I told you he's an idiot. He's fine. Everyone is fine here. Money. So even bots, everyone who's here. Yeah, Jet, of course Jamanda is fine. She's not a bot. Listen, she's heavy lurking for the points. She's giving me a view. She's helping out in the algorithm in that way. If she doesn't want to actively watch 24/7, that's completely fine, of course. I appreciate anytime she comes in chat, you know? She probably got 100 million points. Yeah, she probably has a lot of points, yeah. Like, that's how the system works. If you're here, you get points, so. I personally don't watch many Twitch streams, and when I do, I like to lurk. So like, you know, I can understand that. I could also understand people being mad, but that's how the system works. If there was a way to make it like one message an hour equals more watch time or lurking or points or something, then I guess that would be better, maybe. But it's fine. This is it. The only Twitch streamer I watch is PP. Yeah, I think a lot of people only watch me. Not a lot, but no. Oh, I take it all back. I apologize. Timmy watches 13 Twitch streamers at the same time. Bro, why is the Discord audio not going through? Oh, they don't hear you. 8 other people when they're streaming? Sheesh. Makes sense. So I'm the only one that doesn't play it. Okay. Why is Discord audio not going through? I swear to Jesus. I'm gonna try to fix this, guys. Sumimasen. I don't know what the hell, why this stupid ass application is not working. I'm just gonna add it as a new audio device. Fuck it. Guy just violated me. I got roasted. Lol. Wow. You should see my follow list. But I'm the best, right, Fluid? Right? And Timmy? They don't... Thanks. I bet you say that to everyone, though. Alright. Discord audio is not... Can you talk a bit, Timmy? Why isn't it working? Ah! I think I have to X OBS and restart it. I don't know what the hell is going on. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, too. I don't think I've X'd Discord since I first started streaming. First stream, I can't tell for sure. Fair, fair. You the best for me. Ooh, woo. Why would you go ooh, woo, bro? That's so sussy baka, bro. Alright, hello? Bro, I close Discord and my foot cam gets killed. My computer can't take it all. Alright, I think that's enough for foot cam. It was on long enough. Sorry, guys. My computer is gonna crash. Yeah. Wait, hello? No one hears you. Why? I mean, they don't need to hear you, but it would be cool if they heard you. Where's my Jimmy Poo? I don't know. You clipped it though? I can't keep foot Ping and Liam my favorite streamers. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. Aw, thank you. That means Liam actually is, which is fine. And you're just saying Ping and Liam to make me feel better. I appreciate that. What are they gonna do? I don't know where Jimmy Poo is. Jimmy Poo. Ping is my second favorite behind Jimmy Poo. Have you ever watched Jimmy Poo, Ace? Not saying that he's bad or anything, but he's great. I feel like you've never watched him. But he's sexy. I will say there are a lot of streamers that are much sexier looking than me. Yeah, Jimmy's busy with his filmmaking right now. Oh. Oh wait. Oh, Ayo. What? What's AO? Okay, I'm going around from the sides. We're not doing good. Boop. Boop. Welcome back, Butter. Twitch blacked out. We were talking about how we hate eating butter and how it's just disgusting. So we put our cream cheese on our sandwiches instead of butter from now on. But you came back, so we'll stop talking about it. I got a DM from a female nanny. That never happens. Yeah, just don't get scanned. Not sure if that was classified. I don't think it's classified, but he talked about it on stream. I follow some random Gartic streamers, but I really only watch Pink. Like Dinell said, I'm a real one. Let's go. I think Dinell. Some people started watching Twitch because of me, but it's probably the same for every streamer. Or they only watch me, but not to me. Fair. I'm just pissed off that the Discord audio is not going through. Sag. Audio output. What is this? I deleted the wrong thing. Oh, I hate my life. Hey, Epicuro. You're on my
love to me.
Not this.
Me and my monkey. Monkey
Thanks for extreme
doesn't wear
stretch.
any pants.
A girl I gave my phone number to?
Monkey
Okay,
does
so
the
she should message you,
sexiest
no?
of dance.
You hate me, but you love me because you want me to live? You're on my DM list 2 times. Oh, I thought my game just crashed. What the heck? Dinell the highest of TDL. Dinell's pretty high up there, yeah. You hate me, but you love me because you want me to live. Yes, exactly. You weren't supposed to be here for that conversation.
I don't fuck with any of an affiliate yet, and he has 200 followers.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, some people don't like turning. Oh, I'm talking to Timmy now, guys. Some people don't like being affiliate because it gives ads. But
He's waiting for the 7 days,
oh, I see.
so he can't even be.
That's funny.
Affiliates them.
He could prep for it though. Am I getting a girl? I don't know, Ace. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Getting a girlfriend when you're like 14 is you hold hands and walk around. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Even Timmy said, yeah, it is, and you know he would know. Oh, you can hear Timmy? Oh, Discord's working now. Huh?
Where did my fucking wireless?
Bro, Discord's working now. You can't say the N. You can't say the
Wireless.
N-word anymore, bro.
Oh my.
Thank you for telling me, Rosie. Best mod. That's not a mod.
Rosie's a mod.
No. Yeah, I lowered it a bit.
For my wireless receiver for my mouse, so I don't have to play wired.
Oh.
Butts in it, not.
Go, Diego, go.
Oh.
Yes, Diego. Let's go. You're on my DM list 2 times. I'm not texting you, Fluid. Oh, you're talking about you and Ace. Guys, I'm getting a girlfriend. In love with a ghost, but it is a bit loud. Timmy, you don't know. Whoo! GG's. We're gonna win this, Fluid. Best mod that isn't a mod. Timmy's voice is good now, right? It's a very nice voice.
I haven't talked to my friend in like a year, and he remembers how Squeak was. He's like, wait, talk again? Oh, you're talking to me? No, I'm not DMing you, Fluid. Oh, I DM'd you like the Discord, I think. Tyler, you could join if you want to make some noises. He's fine now? Okay. Who's Timmy and who's Jimmy? Yeah, there's Timmy, Jimmy, and Chimmy. Chimmy is Chimichurro.
who's the great, awesome guy who talks about politics sometimes and has fascinating conversations and likes wieners and puts good music and has a family. Timmy is the guy that plays GTA, who's in the Discord call right now, and he watches a lot of like 8 streamers. He's trying to get into the role playing, and he's here right now. He has the nice voice right now.
Yes.
That's him. And then Jimmy.
Jimmy's a streamer.
Jimmy, I don't remember who that guy is, to be honest. Yeah, Jimmy is a streamer. Your boy Jimmy. He played guitar for us last night, and he plays a lot of Nintendo games. Follow him if you haven't already. That's about it. Jimmy, Timmy, and Chimmy. Yeah, what Rosie said. Blaster and Ping Pong should date IRL. What? You have to do ad quote. When did that happen? Was I really trying to play marbles on stream a year ago?
Yeah.
Jesus. I thought that was like a couple months ago. Someone's holding me! Hey, you got to add quote, space, and then what do you want to add? Little money! That's a good quote to add. Money, money, money.
My friend just got followed by that one Irish
Irish what?
furry.
Oh god.
What's his name?
Beautiful.
It's Cletus.
Add a little money. There you go, Ace King. Da-da-da-da-da-da. If I missed a message, I apologize. I will try to get back to it as soon as we demolish these losers in Fall Guys. We gotta get the win. Bye. No! Don't run all over them, bro. Teammate, what are you doing, teammate? I would suggest not running all over them. There's not enough of us. Damn it! Oh, is he the last guy? We're gonna win! We're gonna win. We're gonna win. No! Oh! We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. Come on! There's one more person. Oh, we won! We won! It was just me and Moog left. Let's go! Hell yeah! GG's, baby! I'm mad at the Hungry Caterpillar still. Yeah, that was crazy stuff. Elden Ring music? Oh, it was Elden Ring music? I'm sorry, but it was a guy that was chasing me. You're fine. Congrats. Thanks, Emily. Sorry, I have messages. I'm too popular. I'm too popular. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Terminable. Jimmy's a married man who likes politics. Yes. Timmy is in VC. And Jimmy...
Yes, I am.
Yes, that's him. And Jimmy talks like this. No, he doesn't talk like that, but... Jimmy is the streamer. Yeah, Chimmy is Chimichangas. Would you rather have everyone you know be able to read your thoughts, or for everyone you know to have access to your internet history? Internet history. Because my thoughts include what I'm searching up on the internet, right? So, thoughts are much worse. Jimmy is very sexy and has big pee-pee. Oh god. If anyone wants to join the future games, you can just add me. I'm Green Armor 5. And yeah. It's that simple, Terminable, if you'd like to join. Or if you want to make me suffer with crowd control stuff. I'd be shamed every time I walk. Yeah, exactly. I found you can cut a necklace chain with scissors. You can? Probably a shitty necklace game. Fall Guy's name. I should make a command for it, but I don't have a command for it, Diego. Good thinking, though. Maybe I'll make it after this game.
You know what a bull terrier is?
The dog, yeah?
Yeah. Do you know that? You know how they used to look and how they look now is way different.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I did not know that, no.
They didn't look like they didn't have like big noses and heads.
You have a picture? You have a picture of like side by side? I think this will be my mask. Okay, okay, Moog. Do you have a picture of a bull terrier? I'm just curious to see the bull terrier before and after. Wait, were you talking to me, Timmy? You were, right? Yeah. Make a command showing all the quotes. I tried to. Apparently the website I use for the quotes doesn't have a command for I don't know how to make a command for all the quotes. So
Alright, sent it to you.
You sent it to me? Okay, cool. I'll check it out after this round. So I tried to what is this song? So the quotes, so I was gonna move all the quotes to a new application, but it's so time I'll do it after the subathon, if I remember.
Take like a year.
Yeah, like we have hundreds of quotes, so it'll take a while. Unfortunately.
You almost have 300, don't you?
300 something? Yeah, a lot. Yeah, I tried to do it, Ace. I'm gonna have to add them all manually and then move it so it uses the other application to add quotes. So it won't change anything for you guys, it's just a lot of work for me. Because I gotta copy paste like 300 quotes manually. Me smart? I don't think that makes you smart, but okay. I mean, it's a good idea. I've thought of it before though, but yeah.
I hate these kids.
You hate kids?
Oh no, did you accidentally pour Gatorade in your carpet and they pour a whole bottle of Gatorade there?
Oh. That's funny. Wait, that's how they used to look? They used to look so much cooler. What happened?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, same with Wiener Dog. Wiener Dog used to look good.
Really? You got a dip? Alright. See you, Fluid. Nice meeting you, bro. One more since we didn't even qualify. Fair. Did we not qualify? I didn't get the Discord invite? Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't DM you. Sorry, Rosie. Okay. Sorry. You know what? I'm just gonna put her back. I mean, that almost never happens. I shouldn't ruin it for everybody.
I'll put her back.
Alright. I'll make it so everyone could exclamation Discord. Boom. We're good. Thank you, Rosie. I appreciate that. The song is so why'd you put it? Alright, then I'm gonna skip it then. Oh, that was not the song you meant to put. Was it this? Bro, if you put a wrong song, just do this. And it'll take out the last song that you put. Yo. What is this song?
She gonna do the dishes. She gonna mind her business. This is a pigeon. I feel like Charlie Brown.
You got the song I wanted? Oh.
Bitch, I'm green.
I'm guessing this is the song you wanted.
This is the sound of a lottery machine.
Hey. Holy shit. Wait, dogs look so much worse now. What happened? Maybe it's just the picture?
bitch, I'm sleeping.
Your ears burn? Don't worry, I skipped it. Sorry, Tyler's ears burned. I had to skip it. Because this is fire. No! No, I screwed up! I'm sorry. Ooh, this sounds catchy. This is the sound of a lottery machine. Let's go. Wait, Moog, are you in? Moog, you are in. Okay, I'm dumb. Sorry. He was joking. How could you? Well, it already happened. I'm sorry. I'm evil. No, go back. Bro, why do you like that shit too? Bro, I'm sorry. This music video is mad cringe looking. I don't know the song now. Our said go back. Just song requested again. Oh, y'all play too much. Yeah, I don't know the song. How long did we have foot camera on? Woke up like we had it on for like 6 hours. I think that's a good amount of time, right? Boom. I know it was a bit lame, but I've never shown people my feet for that long, so you guys got lucky. Just saying. Sunshine in the rain, sunshine in the rain, in the rain. I like this song. There you go, your song requested it right there. Guys, I have an idea. I'm not in New York right now, so someone else find him. Bro, why do you want to find where I live? You weirdo. See, you're weirder than God right now. Oh my god, I'm in first. Damn it. What the hell is this shit? Let's go. Oh, you're putting miles too? Bro. Grab them toes, duh. I'm eating cucumbers. Yeah, I live in New York City. I live in New York City, but I am not so pretty, but I am very tired and I am very wired. Are you sure? You will not find me in New York. Unless you do one day. You don't even know where I live, bruh. In California, it's 12:49. Okay, and?
Same here.
And in Canada? How many time zones are in Canada? It's probably the same as US, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because it's horizontal? Or?
I know there's EST and PST.
Your PST? Or what do they call it there, I guess?
Pacific Standard Time.
Oh, it's the same thing. Ow. Get up. Get up. Let's go. It's 3:39. Yes. But this is one of the dumbest. This is so easy to pass. I don't understand the point of that in this map. Let's go. Come on, guys. Qualify. Qualify. Diego. 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 Let's go. Let's go. We're doing shitty. We're not qualifying. This team is trash. I'm gonna quit. I was joking. Diane, go. Die, go, Aladdin. Bro, your name is so, like, iconic at this point. Allow me to join. Ooh, woo. Alright. I'll let you join, bro. You're not on, bro. How can I let you join when you're not on, bro? You did fail. You can't leave yet. Maybe I just wanna leave.
ASMR, bro.
Uh-huh.
ASMR.
Oh, you want ASMR? I got you, bro.
No, didn't you just do ASMR?
No, I was juggling my water in my mouth. I got you, though.
Yeah, it sounded like ASMR.
Does it sound good?
Dang,
Wait, so Moog, are you staying or not? Ace, where are you? Whatever you say, sir. Give me 10,000 gifted subs, Moog. You must do it. You said whatever you say, sir. You must. Must. If I got 10k gifted right now, I would fall asleep on camera because that's a lot of time. That is very ASMR. Oh, okay.
Why doesn't Janelle make his gift subs go to triple digits
He did. He's at 119 right now.
or quadruple? I mean,
You ask him. I don't know. Probably because that's a lot of money. That's thousands of dollars, bro. You get a hug. Thank you, Moog. Bro, Ace, where are you? Oh, there you are. I'm so impatient. Do you know giving $5k in subs? Which would mean, and I would get like 2,000 or 1,800 or something, which is still good money, but it's so sad how much of that would get lost.
I'm so bored.
Don't say that on stream.
Why?
Because then they're gonna get bored. It's a psychological thing. I'm just saying. I'm just joking. Say whatever you want. 16 is my lucky number. Let's go. Wait, do you have 16 subs, Rosie? That's quite a bit. Oh, you do? Yeah, you shouldn't sub anymore. Unless you get like 1,616 subs. Then you should sub, but... Do you know it gave me like $600 in subs, but then Twitch takes part of it, Chicken Man. Gave like, yeah. Twitch takes half of it, and then Taxes takes like 20% of it. So it's kind of sad, actually. That random Ace keeps inviting me to a voice call. Ban them. Can you ban on Xbox? Ace, if you're the one inviting Moog, I will perma-ban you. But I don't think it's you. Well, yeah, because why would you? I'm so bored. Butter, don't say that! Oh, I don't have an Xbox. Okay, I said I don't think it's you. Let me play. I hate being in California. Oh, you went to visit God in California? Or Zach? His name is Zach, right? I said random account. I know. Random Ace. Yeah. You're good, Ace. You're good. I'm so not bored. Let's go! Rosie's not bored. If you guys want to change games, let me know. I am more than willing to, but I'm chilling right now. Ace, but what is the coincidence? I know, right? Some Ace befriends you. I kind of want to do multiverse. Of course you do, bro.
Fuck multiverse.
Oh, you don't like it either.
No. Do you not like it?
That one character is annoying. With the sword.
Fun.
What's his...
Link?
Link. They have
Looks
Link.
like he has a sock on his head.
No, they don't have. They have Link in the game.
No. I meant Jake. I think it is.
Not Jake.
Or Adventure
Finn.
Time.
Finn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's mad annoying.
Oh no, Jake's the yellow guy.
Yeah. Finn. Finn is annoying. Oh my god, that was such a good jump. Oh, these are so weird. Okay. You finished your necklace by cutting it with scissors? I'm confused. How'd you do that? Did you actually cut it with scissors? My name would be Ace King Mid, not Ace. On Xbox? Fair. Ah! Bro! Okay, we're good. I want to play stuff with you guys, but I don't know.
On the road to riches, you gonna get some stitches.
You put this shit again? Alright, well. Should I skip it? Should I ban the song?
Yo, bang.
Yo.
Anyway, I'm not gonna say that. Cause stream can hear me.
You want me to mute stream?
No.
Okay. Butter, give me some suggestions. We could play multiverse though a little bit. I don't mind. Or you could join us in Fall Guys. Bro, this song is too addicting. It's distracting me. The 3SP. I'm a Finna main. I'm a Finn main. I'm a Finna main.
Finna man.
Finna man. The floor where I'm slipping. Yo. The song is mad good actually, I'm not gonna lie. When I listen to the words. Yeah. It's so bad. How long does it go? Oh my god. The old necklace was rusted, so I transferred it to a new neck chain. Oh, cool. You're so artistic, Butter. I remember you talking about doing art and stuff also. Ladder Machine does not make that sound, bro. I had to adjust the end of the chain as well so my charming thing could fit. Nice. First, like 3 minutes. Nice. 3 minutes? How's he singing for 3 minutes, bro? What is a 3SP? Timmy, what's a 3SP?
3SP?
Yeah, is it like PS3 or it's some is it like a joke for PS3? Oh wow.
Looking it up.
Yeah, it's probably for PS3 then. If the Canadian doesn't know, no one knows.
3SP Technologies.
Yeah, it's probably PS3. Thank you, Ping. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. I don't know if you actually are artistic, but it seems like you're artistic and creative. I think you are. Best song. It is a good song. What are these songs? The stream delay? Aw. You could join the Discord call, Rosie. And Butter. I don't know if you're... I think you're in the Discord. Yo. Yeah, I know it's by the same person. Tyler put the... Ars Blaster put this one. Ford Escape. Yo. I'm a rapper. Yo. This is so bad. Okay. Skirt. My crowd control can't be on time. Oh, that's what you meant. If you join the Discord call, I could be like, I am currently jumping on this map, doing this. I won't fall. What is this song? I don't need to follow. I'm good, bro. I'm a god. Bro, what are these words? These words are terrible. Can someone skip this song? No, you're messing up. Ah, I can't see. I couldn't see. I couldn't see. I have to hold against it. Okay. Ah.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Yeah. Oh my god, thank you. Jesus. Wrong song. Wrong. I take a shot
The
at
road is melting.
the road is
in
melting.
Canada.
And I am smelting. The road is melting. Yeah, okay. Wait, really? The road is melting?
Yeah,
Near you?
kind of close to me. Yeah.
Sheesh. You just doxed yourself in front of 10,000 people, bro. You okay with that?
Actually, yeah, around 10,000. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what the number is, so I just said 10,000. Oh! I mean, it's always 10,000. We have a huge community. Hi, you made me jump. It's okay. It saves it until next round, Rosie. So that's cool.
Also, people can put points into it, so we all don't. So like one person doesn't have to spend all 50 on one.
Oh, you could
Someone can
you
put
could pool
25,
it?
and someone else can put 25.
Holy shit, you could pool it? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Timmy be mad good at crowd controlling. Everyone's scared to face him. You redeemed 10 points? Bro, we're on the same teammates. Why would you do this? Nande? Naze? Nazeka? Nazeka?
I'm putting points into one.
Nice. Slow song, but sounds nice. Yo, I got
25.
25 points. Endless jumps continue. Nice. Oh, it's only one snowball. That's easy. Oh, it's 2 snowballs.
Someone else put 25 into it.
Are you gonna do overlay?
No.
You're doing overlay, bro. I hate over. No! Someone's making me move. Stop. Stop. Why would you do that? We're on the same team. Ah! Oh my god. Ah! Oh, I almost died there, bro. No! Timmy! I can't see anything, bro. I can't
You
move
should be
either.
fine.
Well,
You should be fine.
unless the ball hit me.
The ball didn't hit you.
How do you... Oh, I just felt something. My controller is going crazy.
Someone's pushing you.
Yeah, they probably pushed me off. I'm dead. Did we didn't even qualify, bro.
Yeah.
We lost. You could blame that one on Timmy.
Yeah.
The song sounds nice, but it's kind of slow. Oh, it's a Denmarkian song. But you're Finlandian. Yeah, we should blame. No, I didn't say blame you, Ace. To gay.
Also, Ping. Can I tell you something that you did wrong with your overlay thing?
What? Yes, please.
Okay, so you know the point system, right? You have force left at 10 points and force right at 5.
Is that why force right gets spammed so much?
Yes.
Okay, bro. That all right.
Everyone's gonna hate me now.
I'm changing force right to 10 coins. Thank you. I also have endless jumps at 1, but endless dives at 2.
That's fine. Endless jumps doesn't hurt you.
It could, but it doesn't hurt as much, yeah.
Endless dives can mess you up.
Yes. 20. No diving. No jumping, no diving are powerful. Invert display. Force right, force... Okay. Force random directions maybe should be less, but... I don't know if it's continuously different direction. I'll put it at 20 for now.
No, it stays at one direction.
One direction? Alright, then I'm gonna do 15. You see how nice I am? Why did everyone leave? We should play Tetrio later. It's free. Okay. Make everything free for 1 hour. No, it's okay. You speak Finlandese. Finlandese nuts. Sorry. Moog said it was your last, right? And I'm tired.
Bro,
Alright.
that's fucked up.
Let's play one last game of duos, and then we'll try out Tetrio. Hello? Is Tetrio a Tetris game? Wait, what's fucked up? Yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry about that. Last game. If we don't get the dub, then I permaban Butter. How do you feel about furries? I'm pretty neutral. I don't really care about furries. If you're a furry, you're a furry. I'm not a furry. Yo, Dino, what's up, bro? It's our last game of Fall Guys. You need to get ready for sleep? Fair, fair. Yeah, don't stay up till 4 a.m. again. Just let me know when you go so I could be like, bye-bye. Yo, it's Dinell. Yo, he don't smell. Yo, what else rhymes? Yo, I got no times. Yo, I don't know. Yo, you think I'm a good rapper, Timmy?
Alright, I guess.
Wait, really? Wow. Did not expect that. And I'm a responsible adult. Good.
Imagine being a responsible adult.
Bro, you're supposed to be imagine being an adult. That's what you're supposed to say. But
Why?
because you're 10 years old, bro.
Oh, did they? Did they? No.
Huh?
Thought he accepted it. Guess any news or Mr. Will.
You will? Alright, Moog. I don't know what Timmy is saying. Oh!
I'm reading something.
Oh, my bad. How you do? Ah! How you doing, Denell?
The server that I'm on is making it so you can't have any graphics packs that give you advantages like headshot effects, extra blood effects, bullet tracers.
That's smart, but annoying to troll, yeah. How do I keep getting hit? What's going on? Jesus. I am well. I'm not 10 years old. I didn't say you're 10 years old. I was saying Timmy is 10 years old.
No, I'm not. I'm 14.
I know. That was the joke. Ugh, never mind. I said nothing. Okay? I said nothing. Just taking a long break so I don't have to wait too long for... for end of shift. I'm okay now, Dino, but thank you. My apologies for being mad weird before. I was hangry. After I ate cottage cheese, I felt much better. Take a long break so I don't have to wait too long for end of shift. Nice. Dinell, he don't really smell. He ring that bell for ping pong mastels.
Day 27 of no poop July.
He sounds older than 14. I know, he has a deep voice. And he's
That's what everyone
mature.
says.
And you're pretty mature here at least. You were fine earlier? Oh, I thought I was getting mad and stuff. Now I'm speaking like he isn't here. Yeah, Timmy's right here. Oops. Yo, we didn't qualify. Goddamn. Why are they telling the internet his age? Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to say.
Okay.
He said it himself though, yeah. What? I've
Yeah.
been hearing about it. No, because technically we have a rule now if you're under 18 not to talk about it because there's weirdos on the internet, but...
I already have my friend was in a Discord and he left that Discord because of shit that was going on, and now they're harassing him and all of his friends. So I get added by random people.
Nice.
I have like 30 friend requests right now. I haven't accepted anyone.
Damn, that sucks actually. This is why your VOD got taken down? Bro, Honestly, I have no idea why I got taken out. There's no way someone watched the 6-hour VOD and found that and reported it, and then they looked at it. Like, I don't get it.
For what?
One of my VODs, like, I downloaded it for YouTube. I put it up on YouTube, and it got taken down. So I appealed it. It said for child content. I appealed it. I was like, bro, this is just a VOD of me streaming. And then they rejected the appeal.
I mean, if it's the VOD, I think it was someone in chat said that they were 12.
Yeah, but it's like a 6-hour VOD on YouTube. Like, who is going there and like scrolling through 6 hours and finding?
YouTube.
I don't know, man. What does NNN actually mean? No nuts, never no nuts.
No nut November.
Don't say it. We're supposed to trick him. What's up, Jesse? Not naked November. All right, this is my last game because I said last time, but you know it was we didn't qualify, so let's make it further. 3 hours left, hopefully. I mean, maybe.
Do you want it to be 3 hours, or do you want it to be longer?
Part of me wants it to end. Part of me wants it to go on. I don't know. It's on and off, to be honest. Like, part of me wants the content to be good enough, so we need more sub goals. But no one's giving me, like, guys, give me a sub goal that I could put before message crush.
Player scary game for
Oh my god.
amount of time.
All right. Okay, good suggestion. Any other suggestions?
You don't want to do it?
No, I don't want to do that. We got enough clips from that. Never need nuts. No nacho November. Don't worry about it, Ace. It's okay. Longer.
Play 5M.
Play 5M. Well, I don't want to wait like 3 hours to get in the server.
You don't have to play that server. There's other ones.
Oh yeah. I've eaten spicy noodles. I have a YouTube video on it. Check it out. If I eat it again, it just makes my shit like very nasty. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you
And
have
it's
a
spicy.
TikTok?
Yeah.
Okay. Right then.
What were you
I was
gonna say?
Make a TikTok.
Oh.
'Cause
Cartwheel?
some people will never download TikTok.
Now I'm endlessly diving. Oh my god. I could still eat spicy noodles again. Dress up as your sister.
Shoot one of your siblings with a Nerf gun.
That's easy. I'll do that for free. No sub goal needed. Naked stream. That sounds the best so far.
Go do Uber Eats.
I honestly thought of that, doing Uber Eats and streaming it, but then I was like, oh, first I would need an extra phone because I need to see the orders too, and I can't get out of the tab or else the stream ends. And then I would need to bring both phones with me into stores, and then I would have to make sure I'm going to a place that's not doxing my location. It's just so much work. And I have to get an order. So Cartwheel might be good. I can't do that, but I'm not gonna look up NNN because of Boku no Pico. Fair. I could eat the spicy noodles again.
Do you have wasabi?
I don't think so.
I was gonna say eat some wasabi.
Wasabi's not bad. But yeah, that could be a good one. Eat wasabi.
An onion or ginger.
Oh, we did garlic already.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
What's that called?
Eat a full tube of wasabi. Eat a spoonful of wasabi. I love how Rosie's like, suffer. And Dinel's like, suffer. Like you could see the difference. I guess I could get it.
Go on stream.
Yeah. Is that interesting?
Well, I mean, you can play it on your computer.
I guess.
You can emulate it.
Don't I dox myself like that though?
No, you can teleport to a random location.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I could go to the city and play Pokemon Go. But last time I went to the city, live streaming didn't work on my phone. Your nose will feel pain with wasabi. I don't think we have wasabi though.
Eat bugs.
Oh yeah, eat bugs is a thing, right? I wanted to do eye tracker. I thought that would be fun. I literally have $0 until August 1st. Because Twitch and tutoring don't pay out till like August 1st.
That's weird.
Yeah, Twitch sucks, bro. They pay out like once
Which
a
should
month.
pay out whenever you want.
Yeah. Oh, you're making me. No, we lost.
Distracting you.
No. Yesa keeps putting like endless dives and stuff. You guys are fine. A little too much hearts, my Jose. What? Go to Whole Foods and steal wasabi from the sushi section? Huh? Just do illegal things? Okay. Actually, that sounds pretty good. Maybe I should do
Prank
that.
someone.
Prank we have on the board. Should we do you laugh, you lose now? Message crush at 300. Listen, it's only 69 gifted subs. That's not that much.
No, it's only it's only 29.
Huh? No, it isn't.
29 subs till you message your crush.
No, bro. 69, bro.
Oh wait, no, I'm dumb.
You're fine. The wasabi is free and you can get some sushi. Oh.
Go bowling.
Go bowling. I do know a place. I wish I had more streamer friends that I like lived near. I would for sure do a lot of IRL stuff. Doing it alone is not as... I feel like it's so much worse. And I don't know. I could do
a
it,
TikTok
but...
dance.
Oh,
Of
TikTok
our
dance.
choice.
That might be good. I think that's the one.
Of our choice.
With the maid costume on.
And
Yeah?
post it on TikTok.
Yeah, that's a good one. That one's actually... I like that one. Let's do that one. Because it'll forever be on my TikTok. Alright, let's do that. What should I put it at? 250 or 275? 250 probably. 270. We need one for 275 though too. TikTok dance.
What's up? Yeah, agreed.
There we go. Just go visit Bean. If Bean would let me. I don't know Bean like that. Does Bean stream? All right. You left-handed. She doesn't. She seems pretty chill, but I don't know if she's a content machine. Like me, I just make content all the time, every second of the stream. If you miss 1 second, you miss crazy content, like me pouring water on my head. Should I do that? I'll do that. This is so dumb. Come on. Come on. Ah! Why did I do that? Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very smart. Now it looks like I pissed myself. I wanted to just do a sip. I dropped like half the... Yeah, I'll do it again. No, if you miss a second, that's what you miss. You miss content. So that was the point. You can't miss another second or you might miss something like that again. Crazy content that you see nowhere else. You're walking your fish? I'm all wet now. Can't wait till we get the streamer house in Alaska. True. I'm wet. Ah! I'm back. What's up, guys? It's Ping Pong Masters bringing you some Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War gameplay. I can look a bald person pouring water on himself. That's the problem, bro. With the internet right now, you can't. I have to stream for 2 years in a row for it to be content. Okay, y'all crazy. I can look up Jewish brown guy streaming with bald head. Yes, I know. Okay. Not sponsored by Nike. I am sponsored. I'm leaving stream because of how inconsiderate you are. Fine, I'll do it again.
Do what again?
I poured water on myself. Nah, I'm not gonna do it again. I don't know. Content was dry. Ah, you see what I did there? Content was dry and I poured water on my... Oh. Poured water on myself.
Bruh.
That's a bottom... If I ever heard one. Alright, here we go. Thanks for the hydrate. Alright, I'm gonna bring... I'll be right back.
Woo.
Ah! Almost fell. Fall on those dick. Funny minus. Damn, that was racist. Why you guys funny minusing me? That's racism. It's fine. Woo! Woo! Ice bucket challenge! Actually, I wouldn't mind doing ice bucket challenge. That's a good idea for 275. That's actually a very good idea. I like that. All right, we got the next few sub goals. Let's go. Ice bucket challenge. Ice bucket challenge. Anyway, Funny Plus, thank you, Moog. I missed your woo, but I said woo. Oh my god, you guys almost saw my skin. Woo! Emily pours ice bucket cubed water. True. I'm so wet. Add quote, I'm so wet. Okay. This is how it works if you don't know already. Am I under just chatting? I really hope. I'm not. Okay, good. Well, now we're under just chatting. Thank you, Timmy. For those that don't know how this works, you will have to wait longer, and you will never know. Alright, let's start. Just kidding. For those that don't know how it works, you send funny videos. I laugh, I lose. I spin the wheel. Okay?
See you next time.
One of the options is end stream. We have a good time.
2 hours to make.
Yeah, that wheel took a long time to make.
The wheel that took him 2 hours to make.
True. Alright, bye Dina. Okay, bye guys. How long? Oh, I never... Today. Yeah, I never changed the question of the day. Bye Moog. What I said bye. Bye Dinal. Unless Moog was saying bye to Dinal. You just sent video on the chat. Did I just hear a doodle? Bye bye. Mwah mwah.
Hey yo, Sussy.
Sussy Baka. Let me just, sorry, 1 second, guys. Sumima-san. If someone asks, join generally. Sure, they were a bit first, and you can put it. Okay, sorry. Yo. I was patiently waiting for bye-bye. Aw, that's so sweet. Bye, Mook. I do know. Just send it here and you'll be good. Sorry, PP, I made it harder for you. I'm so wet. No, you're good. Sorry, just messaging. Okay. We are ready. You sent me a video. I watch the video. I laugh. I spin. I don't laugh. You lose and you get permabanned. Except that last part is not true. All right, first video.
Jesse, we need to cook.
No way, Mr. White. Not anymore. I'm done.
Jesse, please. I just need $10,000 to pay for my cancer
The
treatment.
existence of a grossly affluent is like a moral obscenity, and our economic system inevitably leads to oppressive and exploitative power hierarchies, yo. Redistribution is the only ethical option, bitch.
Jesse, what the hell are you talking about?
That was kind of funny. Not gonna lie, that was pretty funny. Pretty funny. All right, come on. Let's get some funny vids in here. After this, I would like to talk to random people. We got one video and 0 laughs. This is gonna be a theme, all right? We're gonna get one video and 0 laughs this whole time, probably. I see that Jessic put a endless dive and it didn't go through the whole way, so sucks to suck. I will be a nice person and refund it. I am way too nice.
Mine didn't go through either. My 50 points.
No, that's bullshit. Wait, you made Paint Slash. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it didn't go through.
Ah, well, it went through on my screen. I saw that. Alright, I'll give you back points, Timmy. Psych! I'm not stupid. Alright, let's see some.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm a little stupid. Hey, we're just talking about Pokemon Go.
モンキー D ルフィ仲間になれよ
Oh.
仲間になれよ
Looks like a
This is really good, but I'm not gonna lie.
that looks like a piece of poop.
It does?
The finger.
Oh, maybe it was. I didn't even pay attention. I'm gonna start opening windows here so YouTube doesn't get me for copyright.
Never in my 20
And I have to open links here. So it automatically starts opening here.
left a note this bad.
Mr. Fring, I swear I was on my best behavior the whole time. Jesse, he was the one clowning around. He got his clip moved down twice.
That's not true, Mr. Fring. I stopped talking when the teacher was talking, I swear.
Enough. The pizza party is cancelled until further notice.
Nice. Damn it, why don't the links open automatically on this?
Because you gotta go into your settings and change your browser.
That's mad work. I wanna do that. How do I do that?
I don't know, I just know that's how you do it.
Oh. Oh, excuse me.
Hey! What? Oh.
That almost made it. Hey!
Oh, my friend lost his voice. And he was squeaking all night. And he was playing 5M.
That's funny. I lost my voice too, kinda, but yo, what's going on? Your mom is going on in my house. Ah, Gotti, Gotti. I'm tired, guys. I don't know if you guys could tell, but I'm a little tired. We are trying to make me laugh so I could spin a wheel. So probably not gonna laugh, but you know.
Right.
Oh, I love this song. Wait, is this the Psy song?
You're right, I'm not gonna eat it like this. Who's that?
What?
Oh, that's my friend, Bayashi. Oh wow, that looks really good. Thank you so much. But that is still his bathwater. Yes. You guys are disgusting.
That's so dumb. By the way, I just realized that the audio duplicates. That's why you guys could hear on Discord. Because this audio not being Discord audio, it's being dumb audio. So I'm gonna try to fix it. Okay, I'm back. Hello, Timmy? Timmy's gone. I will leave the Discordo for now. And we'll figure out how to fix it later. Yeah. I almost left. Okay, next video. First 60 gets a pity. Lol. My brain went to... you seen this? Nice video. I'm not gonna laugh, bro. I am not a laugher. I am not spinning that wheel today. That was good, though. The randomness factor was good there, Ace. What? What? That was so stupid. I'm too tired to laugh, actually. Maybe that's it. Bro. That's actually funny. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Your mom is cringe, yes. Like, Gotti! That was funny. I'm surprised Butter isn't sending any. What the hell? Animals. Oh yeah, you get me with animals, Rosie. That's kind of funny. Why does his tail look like a penis? Or hers? That's how I feel. Doing this. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. TOS question mark? TOS? I don't know if I could I'll go watch that on stream. Well, he's scratching his butt real nice there. Okay. Bro, what the hell? He's gonna punch the camera, isn't he? Bro, that's scary. That guy was jacked, bro. Alright, this one was kind of funny. I almost laughed at that. That's funny. Stop. What is this? What is this? What is the... What? Okay, no. Okay, I don't know. That was annoying music. I'm sorry. Next. Hi, Butter. We were just talking. This is funny. That's funny, bro. That is funny. That is funny. That's funny. That's funny. Next. Bro, those are so dumb. Whoa, 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 whoa! I don't know if that's TOS, bro. I'm watching it, but Jesus, bro. Jesus, bro. Sure. I don't know what's TOS and what's not at this point. Or Peter. That won't make Tyler try to make me laugh. I spin the wheel behind me. I bet you can't. Huh? What a time to pause it. That's kind of funny. Let us see what you guys could make me laugh with. Probably not much. Oh, this one? This is a classic. Dumb kid. Oh, shit. What? This is why YouTube is addicting, bro. What? Well, why do I need to know your life story? You just made a mistake as a kid. Who cares? What is this music? Like he did something amazing. Like he solved cancer or something. Huh? I'm giving you guys time to look for memes, by the way. Okay. We'll find out about you and your mom later. Bro, she's so bad at dancing. Cat Daddy? That's not me laughing. Yo! Play that on repeat. Yo, my name is Ping Pong. Yo, I got a big song. Yo, ping pong pong. Blaster. He's a master. Blaster. Wow. Rosie. Dozy. Mosey. Yeah. Ace. Place. Race. Trace. Days. Maze. Race. Damn, that is so good. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, next. Huh? This one is in Chinese. Okay, I'm probably not gonna laugh. Not gonna laugh. I am not gonna laugh at other languages with subtitles. We tried this the other day, but I will try. All the bro, they do this type of humor in like every what, Korea, China, and Japan. That's funny. Kind of funny though. Bro, okay, that's kind of funny. Why are their heads so big? That is racism. No, they zoomed in onto her head so we could see her reaction better. Yo, what's up, Diego? Alright, I'm not laughing. Sumimasen. I'm fast today. A minute and a half is all I got. Next vid. That title was title kind of spoiled it, but that was beautiful. That was kind of funny. That was pretty funny, not gonna lie. Pretty funny. I'm not gonna laugh though. I never do, and I never will. Hey, we were playing also yesterday. So send me something to laugh at, Diego. Why does this have 3 million views? Yo, that's so catchy. Is it because he's jumping up and down? What the hell? Yo! Wait, was he cheating? He's not even doing it. He's a cheater. That ending almost made me laugh. Why was he screaming in that? Alright, next meme. Yo, what? Wait, Lemming? Is that random? That was good, bro. That was good. All right, Blaster. I know what stuff you watch. This better not disappoint. That was funny. That was funny. That was funny, bro. That was funny. That was actually. I got close. Yeah, Blaster has funny ones. I remember from a long time ago. Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's good. Ah. You almost laughed? Welcome back, Butter. Still haven't laughed. How do you get this point of view to see this? That sucks. That sucks. I would cry. Same. Still not laughing. What? What? Oh, I was so close to laughing. That was very, 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 very unexpected. That you went all out. What the heck? That was so good. I was like, what? I loved that. Oh my god, that was great. That was great. I gotta subscribe to you. Kidding. You have no content. Damn, that's going beyond, above and beyond. I almost laughed because that was so unexpected. It's so good. You should make videos like this. That is good. The song choice is amazing also. I like that. If it kept going, I would have laughed for sure. But it ended right there. Whoo! You made the channel just for this? Wow. That's crazy. Huh? Yeah, that was so close. I was thinking, should I do the pity laugh? But then I'm like, no, this is a serious game. But I was close to actually genuinely laughing. That was great. Yeah, I used to make ping videos. This is so nice. Why do I keep yawning? Oh, that doesn't count. I was laughing at myself for why I kept I chuckled because I kept yawning. That doesn't count. That's hot, bro. That's mad hot. Yo. Okay. I know no one said that, but it's funny. I like this guy. That's funny. Oh. This guy blew up back in the day when I was okay. Betty Boop. Betty Boop. Betty Boop. Bro, cats are so dumb. No, he blew. Bro, you still going with the animals? This is copyright? Yeah, that's why I'm using this browser. Bro, there's no way. Oh! I thought it was his actual eyes. Uh, that's really funny, actually. Whoo! That was close. Oh, I'm crying because I want to laugh and it's just coming. Bro, that's great. I need to get a googly eyes and put it on someone. I want to live with other streamers and mess with them. But whatever. We're off to see the wizard. Nobody can make me laugh. I'm the laughter king, and you guys can't make me laugh. Ha dude. Mizrag, would you do the coffee? Replay. Lol. That's what I was doing. Best video so far. That's so good. Water. Woo! 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 I came close on accident. Whoa! Listen, I don't know you that well, Butter. Don't do that. You get the joke. That was a good joke. You did come close on accident. It was so wholesome, that's why. I think I've seen this one. I think I've seen that one. Whoa! That's actually crazy. There's no way this is real, right? There's no way that is real. Goku fights be like true. What did I expect? Me and my monkey. Yo. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. You're not a schmo, bro. I don't know. What? Rasquila actually. Bro, he got a tattoo? That actually looks really cool. Me and my monkey. Oh, oops. I went into a private conversation. Oops. Me and my monkey. I mean, yo, 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 yo. Sex with my monkey, that's right. Walking with my town, with my monkey. Okay. Monkey. Wait, this is a legit song, bro. What the hell? Bro, I gotta make music like this. Alright, that's a... That's a good one. I think it has to be like 20-30 seconds. And unexpected. Ah, you see, that's unexpected. So ugly, bro. Bro, let's check out this guy's channel. Oh, he makes interesting thumbnails. Bro, he barely gets any views. Yo, this guy's a loser, bro. I don't know why you guys... This is the waiting room. You're subbed? Cool story, bro. I mean, I appreciate it. It's so good. I love that type of... My guitar. Come on, guys. I gotta spin the wheel at least once. Bum ba da 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 da. Bum ba da 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 da. That's so sweet, Butter. Thank you. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. What the hell? Get trolled. Crazy, baby, so lonely. Yo, how did this person get the cat video like this? This is amazing. That was... Ooh. She's mad hot, bro. She looks like me. If you search Lemon Cakes royalty free, you'll find the music. I love listening to it. Oh yeah, that's great. Lemon Cakes royalty free. Thank you. Ah, it's so cringe. I watch ping pong for the gameplay. Lamau. Joking, sorry for the bad editing. You're fine, bro. You miss my mom? Yeah, a lot of people miss her. Especially Rasquila. That was a while ago. Oh, I just realized did you guys even hear it? The video? I mean, see my face? Because it was in the same top right corner. Oopsies. Tortoise. That's funny. That's funny. Bro, I think I should have just let myself laugh at one of the other ones, because I don't know. My laughiness went away, kind of. Like, it's, you know. Well, I think it was one of I think it was Butters and maybe one or two others. Tyler's was good. Bro, stream about to end soon. True. I want to laugh. I'm crying because I'm not laughing. Oh, because I'm not signed in on this. Oh, that's what you're saying? I'm not signed in on this browser. You laughed at the ad? Yeah, I laughed at the ad before. Since you can't add, do you want to react to my mom who's singing? If I could laugh. You guys just, make me laugh. So, I don't know. Seen that one. All right. Did you make another thing? Now I'm gonna expect that from everything you send in. Oh. You're hard to beat? I am. I'm a beast. Hey, the song! Ba-da-da. Yo, it sounds mad good. Korean. This sounds really good. I'm gonna add this to my royalty-free library. I gotta make royalty-free music. That was the whole thing. I am losing. I am losing brain cells. Bro. Psha, psha. This is mad cool. Back in the day. Yeah. I could be a voice actor. It was called Lemon Cakes, right? Lemon Cakes. Oh my god, they know what we're doing. Look at the first recommended video. A man who is a little too easy to make laugh. That was funny. That's some of you guys. And that's... That was really good. That was really good. He even did that, and that's why, because they try to loop it, bro. There's so much in there. Oh, that was great. Voice porn actor? Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I'll do that. Bro, like, you can't just always send this one in, doctor. It doesn't make me laugh anymore. It's so good, though. It is so good. It's like the best video. Oh, the farts, bro. And then the dog. Whew. If I kept talking, I would have laughed there. The dog's just chasing him. It doesn't make sense. Fine, you want something good? Yeah, sure. Oh, butter from butter? Let's go. You always laugh at that one? It's great, right? It's so good. It's such a good video. I've just seen it too many times by now. I gotta keep all these. I didn't know there's so many good. I never found these copyright free musics. Yo, that's fire. That sounds great. That actually sounds amiss. That wasn't ruined. That was fixed. That was actually fixed. That sounded nicer. I show speed. Nah, that's not funny, bro. That's not funny, bro. Bro. Yeah, Chiro has a beautiful voice. I watched this video. This video is great. Go follow I am Triple G on Twitch and YouTube, guys. Great content. That video always makes me laugh. I don't think it made me laugh when I watched it. Oh, do you want me to watch it? Watch it? I don't think it's gonna make me laugh. Alright, bro. What is this ad, bro? Like, I'm not trying to laugh at ads. But I'm trying to laugh. Why would I laugh at mini cheesecakes? What? Yeah, I already watched it, sorry. What? Why are we watching someone make... That's actually pretty cool, though. That looks really tasty. Cooking stream. Cooking stream is when I move out. I think I'll do a lot of cooking streams. Yeah, we didn't even do one. I can't cook. I can't use the kitchen upstairs. The kitchen here doesn't work, and the kitchen upstairs, family's there a lot, so. Loud equals funny. You can't cook? It is what it is. Yo. 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 Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. I am that I used to know. Never meant to let it run, I don't think I Show Speed is funny. He's interesting. I don't think it's funny though. This is the best video. Make sure you also remember to take breaks. Yet. True. Yet. Like, why was that almost funny to me? I didn't even realize the link he sent. I literally just copy pasted it. Okay, the next link is exactly the same. That almost made me laugh. Guys, check me out. Check my socials out. You did that by copying this. Because it was right here. The bot put it. I know everything. Huh? How did that almost make you laugh? Oh, because it's unexpected. I don't expect to see me. I don't know. Damn. All right, bro. This is for you, chat. Processes. I want to laugh. Other people for how you feel. Feelings are based on how you personally are perceiving and processing the information that comes into you through your world. It's really easy to blame other people for how we feel, especially are being irritating. Of course I'm gonna feel irritated. Or not. What if it were a choice? What if it were a choice to be irritated or not be irritated? I'm not gonna laugh at this one. Sumimasen. Too many words. Too many words. I'm sorry. These are so dumb, bro. You sent this one before. This is so dumb. Oh, you didn't show the whole thing? Bro, these are so dumb. Oh, this is great. But I've seen it. Thank you, Rosie. Have a great one, and thanks for popping in for all the time. And I hope you enjoyed. And thanks for all the gifted subs. And yeah, we'll see. I don't know if it's gonna be ending or not. But if it is, then I'll be back another day. And if it isn't, then I will be back another day. So Well, I'll be keep going. So have a good one, Rosie. Bye bye. I'll restart this. Wow, 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 wow. That's TOS, bro. Oh, it's not. Ugh. Laughing equals funny. I'm expecting all the randomness, so it's not random anymore. Let's play Gartic instead. I feel bad. Listen, I can laugh. Haha. Let's spin the wheel at least once, yeah? Spin the wheel. Spinning the wheel. Wheel. Damn, I'm just a soulless beast. What will it land on for your efforts? Let's see. Fine, last video. No matter what. If I don't laugh, then you're permabanned. Just kidding, that's messed up, but last video. La 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 la. This is beautiful. That's so dumb, bro. How long is this video? Jesus. That was kind of funny. All right. Why is it white? Yeah, that's the funny part. You did put a lot of effort. You did. Yeah, the video went on for too long, bro. I was getting too excited. Are you guys ready? Butter, you put a lot of effort. Arigato gozaimasu. Gozaimasu. 4 options. It's too late, Ace. It's too late. We have end stream. T-shirt on t-shirt. Choose a game for me. Or Nihongo o hanasu. Damn it. Choose the game. Choose the game. Oh. Isn't this rigged? No, what are you talking about? This is the longest you've been here in a minute. Poll time! Everyone write games you want, and we will poll all the games you put. That doesn't seem very smart, but that is what we will do. The very not smart people. Why do I have so many things open? Why do they count as different tabs? Huh? Oh, here it is. That's so weird. I got Pokemon Among Us, Zelda, Garfield Kart, Tetrio. Jesus. That's Strike 2 now. Please, Pokemon. Pokemon is W, I agree, but Fall Guys. Fall Guys. We played so much Fall Guys today. And during the subathon. But all of these count. So I will make a poll. Don't worry, mods. I shall do it. I shall. Okay, I can't make a poll. Who made the last poll on the channel? It doesn't let me, it doesn't let me do anything. Whatever, I can't make a poll. Make polls with Pokemon Tetrio, Garfield Kart, Breath of the Wild, and Among Us. I never got my 1K points when a mod made it for points. That sounds like a you problem with mods. Sumimasen. Yo, I've got a little bro. Everyone will just vote for what they choose. No, I think Dinell put a poll with he put a poll with bits. Once. Yeah, please don't do that in the future mods. Yeah. But it's okay. Poll happened and said vote with points. No, it wasn't with bits, it was with points, sorry. We should play Among Us later for the meme. What if I play all of those games? Well, chat. Hey, you don't get those back. Sorry, Ace. You know what you were getting into when you were voting, but don't worry. It will be no longer. Ew, Among Us? Tetrio is a new game. Oh, I've played this game before. I think. I would be okay with Pokemon. Alright, I can't make a poll. It doesn't let me make a poll. So, mods, can you actually make a poll with Breath of the Wild, Pokemon, Among Us, Tetrio? Those 4 games. Oh, and Garfield Kart, if you want to add that. It has to be games I have, though. Games I have. It could be games that that are free. That's fine. Games that are free are fine as well. Or that I have. Ha! Just kidding, we're not playing Tetrio. Ah! We gotta vote. I wanna see him rage. I can't find my computer. No. Please, Pokemon. I like Pokemon a lot too, but I say Breath of the Holocrafter Wilds. I think that's fair. Yo, Doctor likes them RPGs though, and he is not a hoe, and I am a rapper. I don't know. Can you guys make polls? Oh, are you both not on PC? My bad. How do you lose a PC? True! How do you lose a computer? Wait, I didn't even question that for some reason. Go for a Pokemon, I guess. Yes, thank you, yes. We got an hour and a half. What am I doing about it? What am I gonna do when I fart on your mom? Fart on your mom. I like to fart on your mom. Oh yeah, Dino's at work. It doesn't let me put a poll. How do you lose a life? It's literally you. Oh. Says the guy that watches me when he's sleeping, when I'm sleeping. Put a poll? Bro, you're spelling poll wrong. I don't have a stripper poll. That should be the next sub goal though. Stripper poll! Pokemon. Tetris. We could play a little Tetris. But Pokemon, Tetris, Among Us. Breath of the Wild. And Dinell says I say Breath of the Wild though, so I'm guessing no Gartic cart because that was a joke, which is better because it's less options. So Tetris, Breath of the Wild, Among Us, Pokemon. Those 4 options. Arigato gozaimasu, as they say. Maybe I have to refresh my page to use polls. That was weird. Yeah. All right, guys, vote. We got 1 vote for Among Us, Susibaka, Breath of the Wild, and Pokemon. And I think Butter went to go look for her computer. So should I vote that? Oh, we got 2 Breath of the Wild. Okay. We got 3 Breath of the Wild. What is it? Dr. Dinal and Diego? All the D's. And we got 4 Breath of... No, I'm joking. Did I vote Tetris? Bro, I don't even remember what happened in Breath of the Wild. Big D squad. Yeah. We'll play Pokemon again eventually, Ace. I promise. I really like Pokemon, so we will play it again. Yes, I know you really want Pokemon. But I gotta vote for Better, who's not here. Well, I don't have to, but... We got 3 votes for Breath of the Wild. Unless people vote for a different game, it looks like we are playing Breath of the Wild. 1 vote for Pokemon, 1 for Among Us, and 3 for Breath of the Wild. Big D Squad on the Breath of the Wild. We got Ace King Mod on the Pokemon, and we got Jessique on the Among Us. Do Pokemon next. If there is time for a next, maybe. I'm just waiting, but it looks pretty clear where it's gonna be. How old is my account? Yes. Ayo. 2013, baby. Let's go. No timeouts, bans, or mod comments. Let's go. I'm a perfect human being. Okay. It looks like we are playing Breath of the Wilds. Breath of the Wilds? Breath of the Wilds. All right. Let me connect the Switch. And we will be right back after these nice messages. I might as well spam ads since, you know, gets timed out. Nah, you can't time me out on my own channel, bro. You might be able to do mod comments, though. You guys want to change the title to whatever you want? If not, that's okay. I could change it in the category. If not, that's okay. I could do it. I forgot what I wanted to do. Oh, yeah. Might as well run an ad. I'll be right back. While I set up. Ace wants to get mad. Yeah, Doctor, you never gave me one. I am black. I am black. I am back in black. I hit the sack. Oh, go H-Day. Could not add song. Ah, you just got owned. All right, we're gonna go to settings here. We're gonna go to PlayStation. We're gonna press switch because we're gonna switch from PlayStation to. Okay, we are ready. Huh? No signal? There we go. Boom, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Chat is too big. That's what she said. Oh, I have so many things open. That's what she said. She's crazy. All right. Let's play. Let's do. Put this a little down. Last game of the Subathon will be a game that I don't have. Just kidding. Bro, I haven't played this game in years. In months and decades, one can say. I beat it, though. I beat the game. The story game. Mori, okay. Thank you so much for changing the category. I appreciate it. Doctor, arigatou gozaimasu, or Janelle. These are my favorite times of the channel. Really? New game, I guess? Yeah, we've actually played this game. Yo, last place. Look at this. Last time I played, I mean. July, like a year ago. Bro, a year passed? You guys have been here. Well, I know you guys have been here that long, but a year passed since I played this game? I remember doing one of my first sponsorships around that time. That's crazy. Really went downhill after that. Well, yeah, this is one of your favorite games, Diego. You should do DLC. I should. But it's not free. I have no money in my account right now. But I was gonna talk to random people too, but this works too. Bro. No, I don't want to throw this. How do I change? I don't remember how to play. Crouch, run. The controls are so weird. Huh? I'm so lost. When are you doing Outer Wilds? When I have money. You can play it from my PS5? Then I lied. Still when I have money. I don't know. I told you before. Outer Wilds looks kind of boring. But... Huh? I just lost like 30 hearts. Mid, not good. We got music though. I already died, yeah. I don't remember.
Won't you do that?
One day I'll
Won't
do
you
Outer
very
Wilds,
bad?
okay? I just don't know when that day is. Stop! I don't want to throw my sword. Okay. Alright, what killed me? What hit me? I have so many hearts. How do you aim and shit? Oh, I remember this stuff. Throw. Detonate. I didn't throw it. Ah! Wait. How do I throw it? It says R, but I'm pressing R. It's not working. Ah, no. Block. Bro, I don't remember. Just grab it back. I was trying to split gate. See, everyone wants 70 different games, bro. Not 70, but IQ. I don't remember the controls. Just TP out of there. That's a good idea. Yo. How do I TP though? I think I remember. I actually don't remember so much. I remember this game being pretty fun, but I don't remember. Press minus. Oh. Oh shit. Alright. Who die? Yeah, let's go for 100% shrines. Might as well. Should I increase the brightness on my face? I have such a shiny face. Woo! Town ruins. Okay. All right. This is a shield. Oh, I got all the equipment, all the boss equipment. This is jumping. Why you put the counter back? Huh? What counter? The counter is there. Oh, I love seeing with 10,000 IQ. I'll put her back on the stream. I took it off because the stream is so cluttered already, especially for the subathon. Because we have a timer and a sub goal, and my face and chat. I wanted it to be more clean. But I could put it back. But I don't wanna. I'll put it back after the subathon, maybe. It's still there. The counter is still there. I have 900 IQ, but you could always do it, but it's not on screen all the time. All right. How do I attack? Boom, boom, boom. How do I change sword? No, stop throwing it. Yeah, I hit that. Stop. Oh my god, I don't remember the controls. Whoa! Is that how powerful the sword is? But this guy running away. Hey, run, 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 run! Loser. I remember that paralyzes him, right? No, the master sword. I shouldn't waste it, right? How do I change swords? I don't remember. TP top, TP somewhere else. TP. I just wasted the master sword. It's so powerful though. Alright, let's go here. Master sword is the only sword you can waste. Oh, is that the one in the forest? Where we got it in the forest? So you could just regen it or something? Or oh, is this Rosie's song? Yo, yo, I'm a bro with a crow of... Oh, this is where you start the game, right? Mines? How do you... How do you change your inventory? I don't remember. Oh, like this. Okay. Oh, I got a lot of good swords, right? I remember these. Okay, I'm starting to remember how to play. Yo, yo, it's ping pong with the big schlong. Ding dong, it's ping pong. I live next to King Kong. I'm a rapper, but I don't give a crapper. Don't be a sapnap with a rap of a lap crap that... I don't know what I'm saying. Remember, you can glide too. True. You just teleport to the start. Yeah. Nice. Fight a lonely for good equipment and try getting barbarian armor. This might have made me laugh. Hearing this music. That's funny. Ping Pong Masters with Zelda. The last minutes of the subathon. Things are getting crazy. Ping is going insane. He wants to play some Pokemon Legends Arceus. But he's playing the worst version. The Zelda game. Just kidding, it's not the worst version. He killed a bird. I wish I could fight a lonely. What does that even mean? Also, cooking bananas gives solid attack boost. 4 bananas and a dragon horn. Where do you get a dragon? Where's the lonelies? Where do I find them? Ping the Discord for 1 hour. Nah. I will. We're not at an hour yet. Don't worry. I will ping it. I will begin. I will begin. I will begin. Yo, yo, I'm a schmo with a bro crow of a dodo. How do I use the these things? I don't remember. Wait, why is it showing me to go to yellow? What's yellow? Yo, 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 yo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yellow's the main quest? Well, I thought I beat the game though. Alright, let me ping the Discord. I'm gonna say 1 hour left, thank Jesus. Beep beep squad. Last hour of a 10-day adventure. Finally ending. I can rest. Lol. Or can I? I DK. That's what I wrote. That was so bad. Final quest never completes. What? I never completed the final quest? Oh, we gotta do it then. We gotta complete the final quest, baby. In this Genshin-esque game. By the way, Tyler, if you're still here, I played some Genshin yesterday. So, I'm a cool kid. I know you play mostly Apex now, but on day 24, we're going to be looking back at this moment and crying. No, I mean, it's impossible to complete. What? Why is it impossible? Oh, the final quest is beating the boss, and then it just takes you back. Oh, I get it. I get it. Oh, that's so dumb. I mean, it's not dumb, but it's dumb. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, I remember doing that. Oh, that was easy. What's up, Minnie? We're all right. All right, get out of here. Can you give me a prize for killing them? Give me a prize! Give me a prize! I saved your life! Give me a prize! What's up, bro? I didn't mean to do that. I know it wasn't smart to go treasure hunting. Okay. Yo, what's up, girl? Give me a prize! Oh, I broke it. Wait. Give me a prize! Give me a prize! Did you just hit me back? Give me a prize! We're all right. We should count ourselves lucky. Okay. It didn't give me anything. Yo, welcome back, Butter. You can't find your laptop. Aw. I'm playing GTA. Yeah, that would be cool. Not gonna lie, I checked twice. Ah! No! Wait, how do I eat? How do I eat? How do I eat? I don't remember. Oh. I should have so much food. I beat the game. What is this? I love how he's in the middle of a fight and he's just eating, bro. Go, go, baby! I don't want to use all this cool stuff. I want to use swords that aren't cool. Oh, did you see what I just did? Oh! Ow. Bro, I suck now. Eat. Oh, plus? Oh. Bro! Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, that was my ability. How do I actually use my shield? Bro, he's doing the same thing! I missed, bro. I missed. Oh, bro. Should I use all this other stuff? Yeah, you should check the fridge. Wait, you actually checked your fridge twice, Butter, for your laptop? It's kind of crazy. Yo, it's ping pong masters. I got a big blasters, and I blast the blasters with the lasters of the trasters, crasters, sasters with the master drasters. Yeah, I got no PP, but I am a little meepy. I want this shield, so I'm gonna change my shield to a different shield. The shield's so cool. I don't go to school. I like PP. I'm very tired. Okay, let's see what to get. I'm just gonna use this one. If you don't want to use the Royal Broadsword or the Master Sword, Masturbator, Royal Broadsword. Oh, yeah, let's use it. Whee! Come here, bro. Come here, bro. How do I use my shield? How do I use my shield, guys? What button is shield? I don't remember, bro. It's been so long. I did it before, but I forgot. Oh, this gives me a attack boost. How do I use my shield? Why aren't you guys helping me? Those losers. Hit him. Ah! ZL? What the hell is ZL? Huh? The hell is ZL? No, ZL was the block. That wasn't the shield. It gave me a block. That's what I've been doing. It gives me the block. Bro, I'm dying out here. Alright, we're just gonna eat this. It's the block. Then disable the rock. Oh, whatever. Get out of here. Ayo, we got the wind sword. Cleaver. Banana. We need banana for the dragon meat or whatever. Die! Oh, God damn it. Yo, Bado, Kato, Beidou. When you use the block, it goes over the shield. Oh. Wait, now it shows a block. Huh? I remember you could parry and shit, right? Oh yeah, this game was fun. Left trigger. You already wasted all your 3? Oh, I see. It recharges, right? Alright, let me look for more, Wait, the mission is to go to this shrine. Yo, bro, crow. Crows are cool. Bros are school. Crows are cool. Bros go to school. I don't know. Bars. Whatever left.
The lowest the Subathon counter has been. What is the HHH?
You gotta be like, woo! Do you actually scream woo when you say woo, or do you just say woo? Like, do you say like woo, or are you like woo? Because that would be like woo. How could I lose a laptop? Oh yeah, sorry. That is a more pressing matter to be fair. Yeah, how did you lose that a lot? Maybe check your car? I don't know. Oh yeah, the hot lady lives here. I remember. Yo. By the way, don't you say. Oh, the final memory. I had all 12 pictures. Woo! Sorry, your laptop is a more pressing issue now. Woo! All right. We need more light on my face so I don't look like I'm dying. This would have been way more epic to do at the time we got all of them. Well, I still could go. It'll check right now. Yeah. If it's in the car, you gotta give me a high five. She loves me. Oh my god, she loves me. Bro, she loves me. Why is your next song not playing? Why is the next song biggest cock of a dog ever seen? This video is age restricted. Oh, sucks to be you, Ace. Why putting stupid shit on, bro? You're asking for the permaban. This would have been way more epic. Pink not even reading dialogue. Pink can now do true ending. Wait, I get to make out with the girl? Isn't Link like mad young though? I don't know. It's kind of sussy baka. My memories? Hey yo. Huh? Even I don't know where it is? What? You loser. I'm on my memories. Oh, that's right. I never knew about my memories. That's crazy. You can give sex with girl for one night? Really? Ha! We're trying to do Ayaya or the monkey song? That's like 10 hours? You just got owned, Diego. Alright. Where do I go? Chicken, die chicken. Oh, I forgot they do that. Then they all attack you, right? Die chicken! Stop attacking me! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it, bro. Bro! You made me lose a heart! Freaking chicken, bro. Alright, they're gone. Where do I go for the memories? Look at where the picture is. Remember, you get the memories by going to pictures of pictures. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I knew that, guys. I knew that. I was testing you guys to see if you're watching or like not, you know? So I was just testing you guys. It was a test. Yeah, I'm gonna steal your apple. Okay. Thank you. Let's go up and see the picture. Pictura, actually, is what they say. Yeah, I haven't played an RPG game in a while, huh? Oh, where the hell is that, bro? It's just grass. Grass with... Oh, it's a statue of the bad guys. It's a road, and it's a mountain. Okay. You guys think... You know where that is? Of course you do. Alright. You can take a picture of the picture. Oh, it seems like so much. Guys, can you guys give me a hint? I'm not gonna remember that. Oh yeah, how do you take pictures? The hell is that? Oh, here's a picture. It's such a bad picture though. We're gonna zoom in. We're gonna make it nice. Ooh, very nice, bro. How are his hands not shaking, bro? This man is a crazy man. All right, I got a picture. It's on the map. Thanks for the hint, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Bum 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 bum. Probably near Central. I'm gonna have to guess it's here. Yo, it's Ping Pong Masters with the big schlong. Ping pong, big schlong, ding dong. I need to learn other rhymes. Janelle. Dinelle. What does her name rhyme with? Renell, Creenell, Treenell, Lino. Nice music. Why is it raining everywhere? Cause of Ganon? I don't see any grass here. This doesn't look like the right spot. Oh, this game was mad cool when I played it. It looked like the roadway to the castle. But now it doesn't, so I'm not sure. How do I look at my pictures? Yo. Whoa, look at all these quests I haven't done. Oh no, these are all quests I've done. Destroy Ganon. Follow Oki without being seen. Oh, I remember that shit. That was so annoying. I remember that. I guess I never beat it. Alright. Let's read it. Pixar on minus. Okay. Thank you. Maybe that's faster, right? Seek refuge. She opens up to Link. Gleefully watches the experiments, but her demeanor changes with the entrance of her father. Engages in sacred ritual. Oh shit, I don't have one. I don't have a memory. Wait, so did I miss one, guys? But she said I had all of them. Is that because I beat the game? Deku Tree. Entrust the Master Sword. When she attempts to relay a message, the Deku Tree suggests that she simply tell him herself. So do I have to go to the Master Sword again? You are missing the one Impa just showed you? Oh, here's a hint. Walk south. Walk south? 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 There's a lot of south, bro. I'm such an asshole. I should figure this out. Let me think. You're missing the last one? Head to the location of the picture. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, where that picture is, but I thought it was somewhere here. But this is not south. No! No! Ooh, that was close. Stop it! The hell you doing, bro? Get out of my face. Get out of here. Freaking loser. IQ minus. Huh? You said You said to go south. This is south. Wait. Bro, what is this guy? Bro, I killed all your people already. Get out of here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where'd he go? Get out of here, bro. Like, they're such losers. I'm a beast. No, I'm not. I kind of missed Ping's low IQ in this game. The same. No, we're gonna go TP to all towers south. I wasn't this bad before, right? All towers. What's the most I was thinking of going further south here, but towers and shrines are different. No. What am I doing? Tower. Lake tower. Lake. Towers. Walk south. Walk south. You guys know the answer already, so it's easy for you. That's not fair. I will say in 48 minutes, whether the subathon ends or not. Oh, I went to the right place. Whether the subathon ends or not, I will have to go to chill with my brother for a bit for his birthday. And then then I'll be back and add the time back. But if it does end, then I'll see you guys probably tomorrow or the day after, to be honest. Not at this time, obviously, but all right. I love this song. Album. Trees Mountain Monster. Tree Mountain Monster. Wait. Sky Mountain Tree Monster. Sky Mountain Tree Monster. Sky Mountain Tree Monster. Oh. Sky Mountain Tree Monster. Oh. Oh, I remember this, guys. Oh, they're like IQ Plus. You haven't played the game. The location is easy to find. Oh, IQ Plus. Let's go. Sorry, I was looking at chat. What's shooting me? I'm looking at chat, you asshole. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh, these guys are so annoying, bro. Die, bro. Headshot. That's right, bitch. Okay. I was right. Thank you for the suggestion, but it wasn't in my car. Aww. Someone got some sages in chat for that. That sucks. Did you go anywhere recently with your... Well, I guess you would think of that, but... Okay, so her memories are somewhere here. Guys, don't IQ minus me yet, okay? Sag, yeah. Road. Road, rock, tree. Road, rock, tree. Where's the road? Road, rock, tree. Ow. 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 Did that go through TTS? Not gonna lie, Streamlabs is so annoying. Yeah, sometimes. I can make him less annoying, but I don't know. The dragon! The dragon! Oh, that's how you get dragon scales. I remember now. Shooting the dragon. I forgot it existed. Bro, I get distracted so easily, but I want to go to... No, it's leaving. Oh, this is probably the right place to go anyway. Trees. Rock. I don't know, man. Why are you up, bro? It's nighttime. Get out of here. I just cut a tree down with a sword. It's morning. Why are you here? Alright. Bro, you know what? Go find your head, bro. Farosh, get the horn. It's not leaving. Oh, it doesn't leave? Wait, did I ever see these birds? It didn't leave. I think I've gotten it before. Da, da, da. Not yet. Oh. Alright, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Is that the right way too? That's why? Bridge of Hylia. It's so far away though. There's no cars in this game, right? Is there some way to travel faster except the glider and teleporting? I don't remember. Bro, that shit is so far, bro. Oh. Am I supposed... A horse? Oh yeah, horse. But it doesn't need to be nearby. Get out of my face. You suck. Get out. You literally mean nothing to me. Get out. Alright, how the hell am I supposed to get in? You can use bullet time or bombs when completing DLC. This is so unfortunate. No, where's your laptop? The dragon is leaving. Wait, it's coming, it's coming. How do I zoom in? I want to look at his sexy face. I guess with pictures, right? Stop throwing. Yes. Wait, there was a thing to go up and it went away. Yo, he's coming to me. He's coming to me. What do I do? How do I? Ah! He hit me. What? Ah, he hit me again. I'm gonna die. No, my bow died. My bow. What do I do? Aim for the horn. Glide. Oh my god, this hurts. Shoot it in the air. Oh. What do I want to use here? Ah, he's killing me. I can't go up. I can't go up. Did I miss my... I hit him. I hit him. Bro. When you use the bow while gliding, go slow-mo. Oh, yeah. Glide to him, too late. I got a scale? Where is it? The horn is more valuable? Oh. My mirror just fell on me. Oh, shit. Are you okay? Nothing broke it, just hurt. Damn. The dragon left. And Butter's mirror fell on Butter. Sag. Alright, let me concentrate on Butter's health. Are you okay, Butter? Damn. But also, where the hell am I supposed to go for this? Guys, just say if I'm getting warmer or colder. Stop. Trees, rocks. Those are the monster guys. Cold? Oh. Cold. But you guys IQ plus me for coming this way. You're all good? Alright, good. Good. Oh, I remember this area. Am I still cold? Oh my god. I don't want to waste mats on them, you know what I mean? Thank you very much. Alright, I think I'm gonna teleport back. You're in the same area? Oh. Go to this tower. Maybe I'm going in the right direction. I don't know. Warmer? Let's go. Let's go. But very cold still. Oh. Bro, I can't believe I didn't get the dragon. You said tower, though. Not shrine. So... Yo, what's up, Cashew? True. Somebody stop him. Nah, I'm good. Bro, I'm fine either way, to be honest, Cashew, but I wouldn't mind if it ended today. I wouldn't mind. Can't afford it. Nice answer. I like that answer. Alright, let's see. Come on, we had a we had a good 10 days. Oh, I should probably eat. Isn't there a way to heal up without eating? Or is that Genshin? I'm thinking of the wrong game. What to do? Bro, this is all jungles. I don't think it's here. You're going to the hot springs? Nice. I don't think it's there. Looking place for the opposite looking place. Yeah, no, that's why I stopped. I was like, okay, this is jungle. That doesn't make sense. Diego, it's not fair. You know the map inside and out. I don't. How you doing, though, Cashew? How's life going? You found a bracelet you made. Jesus. Guys, let's help Butter find the missing computer. Okay, these are trees. Honestly, I thought I had it. Oh, this looks like a cool place. Honestly, I thought I had it right when I was closer to Central Hyrule. I think it was around here. I left it under the cookies. Utter. Oh, it's warmer? You found it? Let's go, Butter. Where was your laptop? It was in the freezer? It was probably under... I told you, Butter. It's probably under like a pillow on your bed or something, yeah? It's in the microwave. Wait, you guys said warmer. Maybe I should have gone back to the other tower. Unless you're saying, is this warmer? Or was the other one warmer? Oh, there's a way to zoom, right? There's a way to zoom. Stop. I don't want to throw my thing. There's a way to use a camera. No, you're warm here? Oh, yeah, I figured it was closer to the castle. It fell under my bed, but sideways. It mixed with my bed because they're both gray. Woo! You suggest walking? All right, no more hints. No more hints. I think I see it. I think I see it. Felt that pain with my wallet. Oh, you found your wallet between your bed? I remember you said you lost your wallet. I remember reading that somewhere on the Discord or when I was sleeping or something. Where is it? Is it that way? It must be that way. You cold already? But a wallet's smaller, so that's worse. True. Oh yeah. Who cares? It happens to all of us. I remember like losing my glasses and looking for them for like an hour, only to realize they're on my head. That's worse. Not the like sunglasses. In all opposite directions. Up there? Do I have to climb all the way up there? Alright, I'll do it, guys. Because he said I suggest walking, so climb, like, that's like walking. My wallet is huge and full of cash and cards and stuff. It's wider. Yeah, but look, come on, a laptop. You have joined on my laptop. Nice! What's up, Butter, on the laptop? I mean, there was a mountain, so... Oh, wait. Oh, I'm so confused. There was a mountain in the background, so it wouldn't be on a mountain. So it would be in a grass. It would be in grass, guys. Oh, next song's not playing. What the hell? There we go. 30 minutes left. Yup. PC gang! PC gang! Let's go! Butter found her laptop! Woo! There we go. Next song is playing. You can use the air power to make an updrift. I don't remember how to. Why'd you skip the? Oh, that's fine. It's my song. Oh. That's why I skipped it. All right. See ya, Jessica. Oh, they disabled embedding. Wow. I've never seen that notification happen before. Happy birthday, dear brother. Gmail? Who? Bro, this song's beautiful. Happy birthday. Oh, it's on the way to the castle. It's on the way to the castle. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Happy birthday, Jake. They played that for you. Can you believe that? They played that for you. Bro. Really? Do you actually like this, Diego? Because it slaps, bro. Little pony. Bread royalty free. Wait, I'm gonna die in the water, right? Oh, this is not water. No, my sword. My little pony, my little cold. What is this? Wait, how am I cold? Oh, it's a house though. It's not really a house. Okay, so this was warm. Oh, so that means I have to go to Dual Peaks Tower and go somewhere here. Which means maybe this shrine? Or Ferron Tower? It's somewhere here, it looks like, from what you guys have been saying. I'm gonna go to this shrine. No, this is not the song. Aw, it has embedding disabled. Warm? Almost? Let's go! Yo, yo, yo. We're gonna beat this game before I'm lame, before the timer ends in Dane. I don't know what I'm saying. But I'm not playing. We gonna win. Trinidad. I don't know. How do I get all my hearts back, by the way? Can I only eat food? Is that the only way? I thought you could rest somewhere for food. Oh, I get horsey here. I remember that. Eat food? That's the only way? Oh, that's lame. That means you have to be good. You can sleep there, right? Oh yeah, you spend money and you sleep, right? Yo, yo, yo. I've been streaming 10 days. I eat lays. I'm like a horse. I go bray. I don't know. Yo, can I sleep here? No, I want to sleep. Where's the beds? Do I just get in a bed? No, I have to talk to someone else, bro. I have to talk to someone else. Oh, maybe Rensa. Oh, I need sleep. Oh, this guy. Why are there like 3 guys? Oh, it's the same guy. Talk to him on the inside. Oh. Woo! Why'd you make that face? Okay. Okay. Beetle? Did I literally talk to everyone? Oh, I have to talk to him when he's inside, you're saying. Oh. Go regular bed. Sleep till morning, baby. Hell yeah, baby. That's so dumb. But it kind of makes sense. You wouldn't get it, Pink. I wouldn't, bro, and I don't. Ooh, this song sounds mad chill. Why is it raining everywhere, bro? Rain, typical. I know, right? Finally, someone who gets me. Alright. It would probably be on the way to Hyrule. So let's run this way. I should probably get a horse. Yo, yo, horse, horse. My voice is coarse. Sounds like a horse. Can I just ride a horse? Yeah. Oh shit. I lied. You're on a road? Yeah, I know, I know. I have to be on a road for this. The horse is running away. We're on a road. Adventure. I don't know. Pan comido. Food? Bread food? Bread food? Bread food. What about bread food? Throw. Pro, what's your favorite song? Bread. Med. Lead. Bread. Pan. San. Con. Okay, I don't know. Oh, look, a language I can't read. Oh. You're really warm? Let's go! We're gonna beat this like I beat my meat on my seat while streaming. No one sees me beating my meat streaming with all these trees. Getting colder? Oh. You have half an hour left. Congrats on going this long. Thanks. What do you mean? We don't have half an hour left. We have 26 minutes left. I think this is the lowest it got, right? Bro. Oh, no TikTok dance for me. Yee. Let's go. Let's go. Yo. Crows. I don't know. I'm getting colder. Cannot add song. No more requests. When your song finishes, you can add another one. It's two songs at a time, so you should be good now. Oh, it's to this village, probably. You could put a song now, Butter. Most likely. If I miss a message, I apologize. I don't think I missed any. Look at the image ping. Bro, it's like misty here. It was on a road. Oh, it's right there. It's right there. I see it. It's right here. I don't know if it actually is, but... Care Bears? What is this? Oh shit, it looks like that. It looks like that. It kind of looks like this. You gotta find the right angle. Look, hot. I thought I meant you had to pay. Thanks for the lurk. No paying. Most of the things you could do on stream, you don't need to pay for it. Don't worry. Really hot? All right, no more hints. I'll figure it out now. So it feels like I'm doing it by myself. Oh yeah, the rain hurts here, right? Go. I'm gonna fall. God damn it. Yo. Whisper in your ear, drinking that beer, eating that deer. Look at my rear. That's butt, by the way. Oh, I want to break that thing. Yo, breaking things. Whammons. I throw a bomb, llama. I'm very dumb. 2 hours per sub. Nope. I'm done, bro. Listen, if it ends, it ends. It was a good subathon. First subathon ever. I think we did pretty well, right, guys? Bombs don't kill. Bombs with the llamas and the ramas of atamas and the dramas of akramas of a trauma. Detonate. Breaking those rocks. Just like I touched them cocks. Oh, whoa. Oh, wait. Is this a good shield? Oh, never mind. It's 3. I think I have to go up there. Wait, no hints. It's a road, mountain back. I have to look at it a certain way, right? It's definitely in this area. Okay, I think it's on the other side. Oh, right here, right here. It's right here. It's right here. Somewhere here. You like the song? Last 24 minutes. Woo! I'm still pretty energetic. Let's go. Perot. Perot. To O. I touch my little peepee with my hands. That is my brand. I don't know. I don't know the song. Okay. It's more grassy and there's trees though. Grassy trees, grassy ass. Grassy trees, grassy brass. I don't know. Oh! Oh, trees! Bro, get out of my face! Yes, the song. The song's so good. This might be one of my favorite songs. I might add this and listen to this a lot. Alright, we're definitely nearby, bro. Last 24 minutes to find this shit. The last memory.
The last memory.
Okay. Okay, this is looking like it. Four trees, two bees, 4 trees and a road. Okay, it's definitely around here. It's like right here, isn't it? What do I do to... Do I take a picture in this area? Oh. What's that? It's called lemon cake. Oh yeah, lemon cake. Lemon cake, can you bake? My name is Jake. And I got a rake. All the leaves, breeves, creeves, deeves, trees. Living in a tree, jumping out. With my little spout. I'm as lost as a okay. You gotta be in the exact place. Oh. What are we trying to do? We're trying to find the last picture and stream. How you doing, BK? Yeah, I got a exact spot. Okay, we got the big machine. Big machine to the side. Oh, it's like somewhere right here. Oh, it's right here, isn't it? Big machine, big machine. Big machine, 4 trees. Big machine. Bro, I'm so dumb. It will glow, you will notice. Oh. Everyone has played Breath of the Wild, yeah? No hints anymore. I don't know. I'm trying to rap too. Rap about crap. And I don't watch Sap Nap. And you could sit in my lap because I don't give a crap. I can rap. Oh, I found the spot. I'ma go smoke pot. Yo, let's go. 20 minutes. Refto. Oh. Yo. GG's. I gotta go PP. Really? I don't know. I was at almost 0 points. Now I have 6.9. Nice, 69. First game you played on Switch. Wow. 76k, Jesus. Help me heal after losing a companion. Nice. He opened the pick you took. He did. That was cool. Took 50 minutes. Oh, shit. Damn. No. Bro, Link, you suck. Go eat a puck. You're out of luck. You're gonna get hit by another truck. That's not a duck. Don't pet it. I don't know what I'm saying. No game audio. I know. Should I put game audio on? No. Look, my hand is as white as hers. Damn. This memory is actually pretty sad. Wait, I got game audio. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but I could hear it. What's that? The power. Huh? Rinku? Rinku, nande? Rinku, okite. Okite kudasai. Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu da yo. I'm just translating. That's how anime cries are. Still hate her voice? Yeah, why is she like British or something? This is a memory where she came into her power. Should have hired me. I will. You like the voice? Her voice is a little weird to me, but... Katana! 彼は 助けることはできるかな? Hime! I'm translating. Hime, 大丈夫ですか? Rinku wa Shrine of Resurrection. 行かなければ死ぬ! Ike! That's pretty much what she's saying. Yo, bars, but I don't live in cars. Tars, I'm getting so tired, bars. This memory is cool. It became cooler with my voiceover, but, you know, I guess it's okay. Cool. So now what happens? Oh, it didn't finish? You have recovered all your memories from 100 years ago. Let's go! Now we save. You love Zelda? Nice. Zelda, the character, gets too much hate. I think she's fine, but her voice is a little weird to me. Yo, personally. Yo, we captured the memories. Let's go. I fought the boss already. I won. Why would I fight him again, bro? What fight again? I missed with my torch. God damn it. Oh, I should be an archer. Excuse me. Did you guys see that? That was godlike. You get new ending? Oh, is that what you guys were... I remember you guys talking about that. I don't think I could beat the boss in 15 minutes, guys. I don't even remember how to play. Ow, what are you doing, step bro? Why is it ramming into it? Twilight Princess Zelda and Breath of the Wild Zelda are my favorite. Nice. Yeah, now Pink will die. True. I will die. Not gonna lie. I eat rye. Bye-bye. In 20 minutes, 15 minutes now. I'm gonna go by like a cow when you eat it for all its meat. I'm gonna beat my meat. All right, you will laugh? All right, fine. I'll go die so you could laugh. The things I do for chat. Chat. Bro, I'm not even gonna make it to the guy. I'm gonna die in the castle. 15 more minutes. You know, I'm fine with it though. You know, 15 more minutes, it's okay. Subathon went on. You know, I had a good time. We hit on a lot of Subathon goals, sub goals. 10 days, you know, 10 days is a long time. You know, it's okay. We can end it there, you know. But how you doing, Dino? Sam. Did you plan out the trip to go across Europe? Let it die. I'm not gonna lie. Let it die. Let the subathon end, so I could go eat bread. But like I said, I don't care. Do what you want, okay? I'm not gonna influence it either direction, okay? You give subs, you don't give subs, or bits or whatever. It is what it is. God intended it that way. Or something. Probably. Ping is not my friend. Don't let it end. Bars. I just have to keep barring. I've got a couple of places I definitely want to visit, and then a couple maybes. Nice. Glad you aren't gonna eat me. I'll eat you out after the subathon. It's bread and I have to put the butter on the bread. I'm sorry. I'm also going to see how I feel at the moment and see where I want to go. Nice. That's always like cool. And you're still going alone? That's kind of cool. But also, if you went with like one other person, it would be like probably the best. But alone could be even cooler, depending on like how it ends up. No. I didn't eat you yet, Butter, all right? Just enjoy your moments alive as you can, while you can. Switzerland's the place I want to go. That big mountain is a must for me. Huh? Is there a mountain in Switzerland? Bro, how do I go to the castle? Oh, it's right there. Everybody had to work, etc. Would have been too late to invite. Alright, well, hopefully it goes well. Oh, my song is blocked from YouTube. Nice, okay. You're going through Switzerland. Oh, shit, nice. How long of a break will it take after this? Probably a day. Probably. But I'm not sure yet. Because I want to plan out stuff for Mr. Beast. I want to stream kind of regularly for a week or two. I don't know how long yet. And then stream for Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast Senpai, you know? How do I get the sword fixed? I want to get the sword fixed first. How do I get the sword fixed? Because the masturbator sword is... Don't I have to go to the shrine or some I have to go to some forest, right? Korok Forest? 12 minutes, let's go! What's up, Oak? That was my next question. Yeah. A week, maybe a couple of weeks. For the master sword, the masturbator sword. Maybe do a streaming until Mr. Beast follows or something. Oh yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. I was watching a movie though, and got to sleep in a bit, so might miss actual end. Aww. Thanks for the message. Great list of the subathon. Thank you. Alright, well, if you gone, have a great night, Sam. Don't fix it. You already have the master sword? Yeah, what do you mean? Bro, you were there when I had it. We got it together. Look, masturbator sword. It's like almost gonna die though. Thanks for the lurk. It fixes after time of no use? Oh, are you kidding me, bro? So do I have to use other stuff or is it just time? Because if it's time-based, you know, I could sit around. But if it's... You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's go. Thanks for the lurk. It, time-based? Let's go. Okay, that's not that bad. Oh, it's a balloon. Those balloons are mad annoying. Hey! How do I get inside? Stop! Shield. Shield. I love you, Shield. Stop! Bro, I can't even get there. Oh. How do I make an air current? Guys, how do I... Ah! No! I'm not saving, bro. I'm not wasting my food on this shit, bro. Okay, well, that happened. Because if so, I can't watch. I don't think I'm going to beat it in 10 minutes. Oh, wait, I came back alive? Wait. Oh my god, jump, 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 jump! Jump! Bro, what just hit? Bro, these guys come all the time, bro. Just leave me alone. Get out of here. Jesus. Huh? How many? Get out. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not even gonna get to the cat. Is there a way to get there faster? You could TP. Oh, I haven't done it yet and I've avoided all spoils of the inside. Oh, you didn't do it yet? Last 10 minutes, let's go! That's right, last 10 minutes. I'm kind of excited. It's been a good subathon. Of course, you guys could sub. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling like it's a good time to close it off. But I will go with the flow with whatever happens. It is, in fact, uncapped, so... How you doing, Bean? Matterhorn is the Swizzle mountain I want to visit. Oh, cool. Alright, I won't do the castle because you don't want to get spoiled, okay? And honestly, I would die anyway, so I don't know what the purpose would be. Excuse me. But I will save, alright? And for the last 10 minutes, what the hell should we do? Unless we get more subs. Kyoko! Amanda! Jockter, what's up? Haha, get it? I get it. That was a good one. Switzerland. Let's do Gardic. Gardic? Alright, let me shut off I actually did that on accident on the habit that y'all have been swapped names. Oh, that's funny. I think Amanda might be here as well. No. Yeah, we could do that. Hey, Amanda. The real Amanda. Bean. All right, let's do it. I blaze so right and I believe Hashem is first light sunlight in the height. And then it's oh, guys, beta access. Yo, we got beta access, bro. No way, bro. Guys. Wait. I've been reading about this a couple of months ago. The timing is like crazy. I can't believe the timing is right when it's about to end. We just got beta access on Twitch to Moments. Okay? It's really cool, okay? Okay. I don't know how to use it though. I'm gonna add it. Basically, if you're here during stream, during a crazy moment of something happening, I can make it a moment. Thanks for the bit, bro. I can make it a moment and wants beta bit. I could make it a moment and everyone that's on stream during that moment gets like a moment badge. And you could look at the clip. I make it a clip that's like a moment. It's cool. I don't know exactly how it works, but we literally just got access to it. How crazy is that? That is crazy. So it's like click special moments on stream and recognize moments page. The fuck is the moments page? You make a clip and then you make it a moment, or I don't know. I think it's cool. And it's like 5 times a month you could make it, or 5 times it's like pretty rare, you know? That's pretty cool, right? Yeah. I got a bit too excited for that. Sorry. I know it wasn't that exciting, but pretty exciting to me. I like when they add new stuff. Yo, cool, right? This is a moment. Exactly. Like, look at this timing. 5 minutes, and we're gonna make it a moment. Like when it happens. That's sick. Yeah, it's so cool. All right. I don't know if we could play Gardic. Should we just chill? Should we just go over the last moments? Watch someone sub and ruin everything. Should we go over the last moments or like just go over all the clips that we've done so far during the subathon? I think that would be better, right? Thanks for the bit, bro. You're scaring me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You're scaring me a little bit. All right. Just chatting. Yes. Just chatting, indeed. I'm gonna change the category. Bro, stop the cat, bro. It's the end. I'm here to spend my $200 Twitch payment. No, it's okay. The end is nice. The end is nice. You know, the end is nice. I don't mind, you know, I don't mind if it ends. We got 5 minutes. I don't mind. It's been a good 10 days. 10 days? It's a good number. It's a good number. 10 days is like, sounds like I mean, you guys could sub and give bits. I'm trying not to influence it either way. Bro, you're such a troll, bro. You're such a troll. You're such a troll. Just leave it at 5 minutes. 1 month sub. Okay. You know what? I don't want to influence it either way. So I'm just gonna put Gardic. And when it ends in 5 minutes, it ends in 5 minutes. We're not gonna watch clips because I don't know what's gonna happen. So let's play some Gardic. And after watching this one clip. I forgot I did that. Let's watch clips. I don't know if you're gonna keep giving cheers. I would join the Discord too, but the Discord is not working right now on OBS for some reason. Oh my god. Bro. Let's go. Alright, let me go get an actual broom and see. Let me go get an actual broom. 19 and a half hours. Shit. Bro, that scared me, bro. Thank you for the bit, bro. Thank you for the bit. I added 6 seconds. I was gonna do a chudo. You can tell you felt so pretty. Yeah. Did I? I did. Thanks for the bit, Jimmy. Thanks for the bit. Thanks. Bro, you're adding 6 seconds with every bit. You're such a troll, bro. It is under 5 minutes, though, so, you know, that's okay. Okay. Is this a moment? I feel like it's not. It's not a moment yet. I can't believe I've been streaming 10 days straight, and I still feel like pretty good energy-wise. Like, we had some down moments, but it was mostly good, and it was honestly because of you guys. I remember when I first started streaming, like, on YouTube and stuff, and there was no one in chat, no one talking, that it was hard to continue streaming. This was much easier just because, and I did like a 24-hour stream, and that was harder than this. And it's because with this, I could at least talk to you guys, you know? There was always someone here during the subathon. Always. Whether it was Rosie, Jimmy, Dinell, Butter towards the end, Sam, Jared, Nathan, Ace, God, Moog. There's too many people to mention. BK, obviously. Jamari, Bean, Oak, all the new people we met. I wanna feel, you know? And now we got 3 minutes left. I said Amanda, I said Jamanda. I said BK. Yeah. Rosie, obviously. Rosie was here, like, I think probably the most. And Dinell, Rosie and Dinell. Like, talking and keeping me. And BK. And Nathan. Well, there were so many. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Waxed my arm. And all the other people I didn't mention. Doctor. Who else? Well, Doctor wasn't here that much, but he was here. Literally. Doesn't even acknowledge my exam. I'm acknowledging. Timmy, how could I forget Timmy? Gamer. Timmy was here for quite a bit and I was talking to him and stuff. Bruh. No, I'm not blaming you, bro. Your sleep schedule was bad. Fuck off. Nah, you were here too, Doctor. You were here too. All roads lead to the farm. I think that's the bot. I'll have to fix that. No, Johnny has been here before, but he lurks a lot. I know who Johnny is. Johnny has message in chat. I played with him multiverse yesterday. Diego. See, if I don't mention everyone, someone will get mad, so I shouldn't have mentioned anyone. Liam. Johnny in a bot, yeah. Watch time, yep, not at all. Watch time doesn't equal, like, in... Thank you. Thank you for the watch time, Doctor. They got those timers. I do appreciate it. I honestly do. I do. I apologize. But yeah. 1.5 minutes left. Let's go. Oh. What? Chimichangas? How could I forget about Chimmy with all the great music? I just wanted to say that it's been great ever since I watched your streams for the first time, Fall Guys, on YouTube. I had these moments in my ups and my lows, so thanks, man. Yeah, thank you, bro. Thanks for making videos of me and like talking about anime and stuff. It was mad fun. Blaster was here. I'm so ready for this to be over. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. I mean, because it's a minute left, of course I'm ready. But someone could still, like, fuck it up. But, you know, I mean, if you guys do that, I will continue. And I will still be high energy as I am now. Because that is the game. That is the life of streaming. But also, if I end, that would be cool too. "30 seconds. I think it's time to create a moment." 89. Okay, well. 5 minutes left. Okay, the music will continue. Please someone continue. I'm making a video for y'all and I need to finish it. Nice. Gardic Ayo. Maybe. Gardic Ayo, maybe. Bro, should I change it to like a minute per sub? Ah! Thanks for the sub, gamer. Thanks for the sub. Might as well get a hype train going. Might as well. Might as fucking well. Oh. We're building anticipation. You ruined it. I wanted it to end. There you go. Moments. The more moments you claim, the higher the badge number. Stop and see him in 1 minute. I'm like, hell no. Okay. Thanks for the 100 bits, bro. You know what? At this point, we might as well keep going, right? God damn it, bro. We were so close. We were so freaking close. Okay. I guess we'll play Gardic. I had to go for piano. Now I won't be in the end. Aw. I'm so happy I donated 89 then. Oh, we're almost at a hype train, guys. Yay. I was gonna wait till it got down to the last 30 seconds. Nice. But you know, well, we got our first moment together, guys. Our first moment. Apparently I could edit it. Subathon ends? Oh, wait. Bro, should I change it to like a minute per sub? Jimmy threw it back up to 5. True. Wait, what was it? Oh, here it is. I think it's time to create a moment. 89. Okay. I think it's time to create a moment. 30 seconds. I'll just keep the whole thing. Okay, here. It's time. Thanks for the sub. 30 seconds. Yeah, it's a good moment. It's a good moment. You're not wrong. It's a good moment. It's a good moment. Everyone who is here, claim your moments badge. I don't know how to claim it. How did it work for you, BK? Did it pop up or something? Because for those that don't know, BK is one of the first people ever on this website, probably, to get this badge. What's up, Butter? It just popped up to claim it? Oh. Make it 1 sub equals 5 minutes? I can't do that. I can't. It's 30 minutes a sub. That's what it is. I do have to go up for my brother's birthday, though. It didn't show up? Hey, you got a moments badge, too. They look so cool. You've been a part of at least one moment on the channel. Are there other moment badges? Basically, the more moments that you get, the higher your badge is. It basically means you were here for crazy moments of the stream. So if I do like a shaving my head stream, you know, and you come and you were in stream while I was shaving my head, and I created it a moment, or one of the mods created it a moment, then you have another moment, like, and you get badge. The badge goes up and up. It's pretty cool. Mario Party. I don't know, bro. If it's 30 minutes, then no. If it's hours, then yes. If it's 30 minutes, I think Gartic is fine. 5 times a month. But I think I might limit it to, I don't know, we'll see. For me, it'll just be, mods don't make moments. I'll just make moments based off what I think is like a good time to make a moment. But 5 times a month is max. It says I have it, but it doesn't show. Oh, you might have to like refresh or something. I don't know, but that's so sick. That's so cool. Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. Wait, why do you have a timeout? T-Nell timed you out, of course. That seems kind of crazy. Yeah. I don't want to do 5 times a month. Seems too often, but yeah, I don't know if mods can do it, to be honest. This is a new thing. Moments refresh on August 1st. Mods, do you see access to this? 30 seconds. I think it's time to create a. I don't know. It doesn't show up for me. Oh, okay, good. Oh, that's what you were talking about. No. I see moments showing up for you. It looks so cool, actually. I like it. I figured it out. Nice. It looks so cool. Actually, I like it so much. It looks so cool to me. We're special, yeah. It's like one of those things you don't need to pay. Like a lot of Twitch things, you need to pay for badges, right? This is one of those things you don't need to. So I like it a lot. All right. I'm going to go up, guys. I'm going to go up in 35 minutes no matter what. If the timer is above 35, then I will add time for the time I'm gone. But otherwise, yeah. You can't find the moments badge? It's right here. Look at stream. It's right here. That's a really cool idea. I gotta go to the store now. All right. See ya, BK. Bye-bye. You still need the bagels? Damn. All right. See ya. Yeah, it might take some time to appear. It was appearing for me? Oh, nice. Wait, as a mod, or you're saying as like the badge? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So anyone who wants to join Gartic, I guess we're playing Gartic. Glad I could be here for this, though. I'll be lurking. Okay, thanks for the lurk. I could delete a moment, too, I think. So, if that happens again, I don't know if I'll make that a moment. You know? Can I delete a moment? 30 seconds. I think it's time to create a moment. 80. I don't know. Yeah, delete it. No, that one was a good moment, no? Or was it a bad moment? 8 people got this moment. I actually don't know if it lets me delete it. It doesn't look like I have an option to delete it. Shit. Don't delete that one. Oh. You're kidding? Oh. Because I could understand why you would want me to delete it, but... So sweet there. I want to celebrate... Okay. Let's play some Gartic Phone. Should I? No. I'm like thinking in my head, should I just cap it? How much money did I make? Did I make enough for, I probably made enough for walking to Mr. Beast's house, right? Let me see after tax. Yeah, I made around the amount that I wanted to, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, what access do you have as a mod to the moments? Do you know? I'm kind of curious. I was really excited when they talked about it because I was like, that is so cool. It's kind of messed up because it's like a FOMO thing, like fear of missing out, right? You're gonna be like, holy shit, am I gonna miss out on this moment? You do have moments. Okay. So you have control over that? I wish it could be broadcaster only. Not that I don't trust you, but like, that's weird that it gives access to everyone. All the mods, I mean. You have a marker. Yeah, don't click on the marker, bro. Huh. Weird. We only have me and Butter. You guys want to play Words on Stream instead? Which I don't mind. I like Words on Stream, but... That's interesting. Tetrio? Alright, let's do Tetrio. I keep changing the category. Ooh! Shared bands are also a thing now. I shouldn't do the Black Power thing. Shared bands is a thing now. I forgot about that. So that's pretty cool for mods and for me. I'm gonna send it to Jimmy and Jared. Your boy Jimmy. Send request and upset Trisket. Send request. So basically I'm saying, yo, can we share bands of people? That's pretty cool. Tetris. How do we share bands? I don't know exactly how it works, but sharing bands helps you create and maintain a safe space both within your channel and across Twitch. Band users from channels you share band info with will be flagged for you and your moderators to manage. Get started by sending your first share request. So I just sent 2 requests to Jimmy and Jared. When restricted, messages from users banned will not be sent into chat. Okay, when monitoring... We'll keep it on monitoring now. So anyone they ban, if they come into our chat, they'll be monitored. Or we could even restrict them. So that mods could check, you know, Jared or Jimmy's channel and be like, oh shit, like, they've said crazy shit. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. It's kind of cool. Yo, what's up, Chris? 30 minutes, yes. I am happy to finish it at 30 minutes. But if people give me money, I will go on. So, you know, I will go on with high energy, as I've been trying to give high energy. All right. Let me change the category here. But yeah, shared bands will be useful to mods. Oh, this. How do I turn off this audio? This audio! This audio is so loud. Shut up, Google Chrome. Yeah. Oh, muting tabs. I muted Google Chrome, but I could just mute the tab. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you. Thank you, Butter. Jimmy has shared bands with Liam. I couldn't see anything new. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works, to be honest. Chris, there's also some really cool new thing called moments. So I could create a moment. So the end of the stream, the end of the subathon, I could create a moment. And basically, if you're here during the moment, you get a badge for it. And you could like build up your badges by being here for moments. It's really cool. I like it. Big brain, no problem. True, big brain. Encoding overloaded. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Butter, can you send me the lemon cake songs? I think all of those tabs open is killing my computer. If that's okay with you. Woo! Yeah. Alright. I'll try solo first. Guys, should I just cap the... I don't know what to do. I don't want to cap it. But I also kind of feel like it's the perfect time to end it. So I'm like stuck. I'm stuck right now. I think I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. All right, let's play. Lower the timer. I was thinking of that, like 15 minutes per sub or something, right? Or 5 minutes per sub. But that goes against. I'll just lower it. One sub equals 5 minutes. I changed the title. Hopefully people know. Make it 5 minutes, yeah. I changed the title and now I'm gonna change it. 5 minutes is how many seconds? 5 times 6, 300 seconds. Alright, changed. Alright, let's play Butter. I'm also gonna change bits. I'm smart. Seconds multiplied by tip amount. So 6 minutes. Wait, 100 bits should be how many seconds? 5 minutes? No, 500 bits should be 5 minutes. So it should be multiplied by 100, right? No. It should multiply by 60. I don't know the math, okay? I'm just gonna turn off bits for adding time. Okay, guys? Because I'm too dumb. What's up? No bits. There we go. Yo, Chimmy, what's up? How you doing? This is really fun, honestly. Huh? Why does it say 17 hours? Huh? What was it on? 30 minutes? Why did it... I'm so dumb. What? Huh? It was at 28 minutes? Okay. So let's say it's at 27 now. Okay, there we go. Okay, Jesus. That scared me for a second. There's their channel. Thank you super much, Butter. I appreciate it. I'll keep that channel open. What are you gonna do with your life after Subathon ends? I thought I missed the grand finale. You almost did, but someone gifted and gave subs and bits and stuff at the last second. Is that 28 minutes last? Okay. Thank you so much. Let me play against you. How do I play against you? Multiplayer? When the custom game, I'm guessing? When it ends, I am... What the hell is all this information? Match game. You're so hyped. Let's play, Butter. Sorry it took so long. Oh, I didn't get to play Pocket Mirror for Chi, though. I kind of feel bad about that. When the Subathon ends, I'm probably gonna spend time, celebrating my brother's birthday today, resting, doing a bunch of shit in my personal life that I had to get done, and for stream. Editing the Subathon, so to make it a YouTube video, a cool YouTube video, and watching a lot of YouTube, catching up to YouTube videos, some of them. Wait, AFK? Wait, what do I have to do? Butter, I'm sorry. I don't... Katie joined. I don't know who Kate... Is Kate you? Are you Kate? Masturbate. No, I did that on stream already. That's okay. And then I'm gonna... set up... I might not stream for, like, I don't know, a couple of days. What's today? Wednesday? Maybe I won't stream till Friday, and then I'll come back just regular streams. And I'm gonna set up for the Mr. Beast streaming until Mr. Beast comes in chat, because that's my next plan. And I have a lot to set up for that stuff. So I don't know how long it's gonna take to set all that up. So it might take like a month or whatever. But yeah. I want it to end. I gotta go play soccer. I would curl up in a fetal position and cry. No, honestly, I'm really enjoying this. I really enjoyed it. Welcome back, Butter. How do I set this up? Or you set it up and invite me, because I don't know. I really enjoyed the subathon. I just felt like the sub goals were getting kind of worse. Bits don't add now. Look at the title. Thanks for the bit, baby. I'm gonna miss the comforting sound of your voice. Aw, that's so sweet. I might come to realization that I want to stream more, like Liam did, but we'll see. Click on the enter room ID. Aw, thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it. Enter room ID. Room listing? Where's room ID? But I don't know if it's gonna end. Listen, each sub is 5 minutes now. And bits don't count for anything, but you never know. Back? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so lost. Back? Click on the enter room ID thingy. Where is that? Enter room. I feel like an old person. Enter room ID. And quick play. A custom game. Room listing. PHBY. Aren't there other Tetris like things? Is this? I'm so confused, Butter. Oh, here. I'm dumb. Okay, sorry. You're probably like face palming. I got you. PHBY. PH, bro, I have dyslexia. What is this? PHBY. Yeah. Alright, I'm in. Oh, you are Cade. Okay. Alright, I don't know any of these. Let's just play. Yeah, thank God. IQ minus. Oh, I'm ready. I mean, I've never played this, so I'm as ready as I could be. Let's go, Butter. Let's go. Yo, song request some intense music, guys. Oh my God. This is so laggy. This is not good. What? How do I hold? Shift. Okay, shift is to hold. Space is to put down. This is way too laggy. Mala mala tipia, let's go! Yes! This song is godlike. This is too laggy. I can't. Butter, I'm sorry. We gotta play on a different one. This one is like, I can't. It's way too laggy. GG's. This is shit, bro. This is so bad. Yeah, sorry. Oh, Tetris song, smart. GG's. Close your porn tabs? No, I gotta watch them when I end stream, though. I honestly... Let me see what I could close here. I guess I could close all the other tabs here. Alright. My computer is dying. It's like it's been too long. Huh? Go down. No, how do I change the directions? WASD? Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Never mind. No, this is impossible. I can't play like this. There must be another one. There must be another one, Butter. Is it this laggy for you? Like, I'm pretty decent at Tetris. What the hell's going on? Ah! You're just a god, Butter. GG's. Yeah, my computer even says encoding overloaded. I can't. I'm sorry, Butter. I'm sorry. I don't want the stream to end literally right before the stream is supposed to end. I'm sorry. My computer is going crazy. I apologize. Oh, now it doesn't say encoding overloaded. So it literally was that game. Yeah, it was that game. I'm sorry. So, yeah, it is sad. What else can we do for the last... So I gotta donate 8 subs. It's 5 minutes per sub, but if you want... I was thinking to let it end, honestly. But also, I didn't cap it. So technically, you could donate 8 subs. That being said... It's 5 minutes per sub, so that would be 40 minutes. You know what? I'm capping the subathon. It went 10 days. I'm capping it. What was it? 18 minutes left, right? I'm capping it. It is officially capped. Subathon is capped, ladies and gentlemen. Subathon is capped. It will end in 18 minutes, no matter what. Subathon ending. But I appreciate it, gamer. I honestly do. Thank you. What free games are there that we could play? Lame? You just said you got soccer in an hour and you want to leave happy. Oh. All right, you know what? 1 second per sub. I'll put the subathon back on. 1 second per sub. How does that sound? You should recap and talk about what everyone liked, etc. Oh yeah, I guess I should, right? I do, but capping it was lame. What? That's the same thing! It's my brother's birthday. 5 minutes per sub, it would be cool to get, but I literally need to go upstairs. And I don't want to take another break for like an extra 20 minutes, you know? Make it an even number, 2 seconds. All right, you're right. I'll make it an even number. 2 seconds. 2 seconds per sub. It's officially a 2 second per... Oh my god, it reset the stupid ass timer. I think we were at like 16, right? Every time I do that, it resets the timer, so I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not changing anything. 2 seconds per sub. 2 seconds per sub. Play a game you don't normally play? I mean, I was playing Breath of the Wild. I was playing Words on Stream. Let's play Words on Stream while talking about the subathon. Now double it and multiply it by 2,000. Nah, I'm done. This subathon was great. What did we start with? I'm gonna look at the sub goal list. I don't know where it is, but we twerked. We ate hot sauce and took crazy shits. We had fun with other streamers. We played Battleship, Fall Guys, Breath of the Wild, Genshin. A lot of Fall Guys, though. Minecraft, Hollow Knight, Words on Stream, Gardic, Jackbox Games. Speak Japanese for the next 3 minutes. 日本語を話します。なんか、僕は3分日本語を話します。みんなは日本語は多分わからない。でも、今、なんかなんという、サバタンのことを話します。一つ目は、楽しかった。毎日楽しかった。なんか寝るの時は楽しかった。寝なかった時も楽しかった。もちろん。 毎日僕はなんか食べ物を食べながらみんなと話したですね。Alright, I'm gonna stop speaking Japanese. Subathon is capped. 14 minutes left. Do not spend your money unless you just want to give me money. Tori. Butterback on strike. Say, look at the laughing little holy leaf man leaving like he likes lakes in a Japanese accent. Nah, I don't want to get canceled. But thanks, Dino. If you catch me slipping, I'll say it. Yo, this song is so good. Butterback on strike. I think the subathon could have kept going. Gamer was willing to give, other people were willing to give, but I think it went a good amount of time. What do you guys think? Poll? Can we do a poll in chat? I can't believe we lost. Oh no, I'm not. I'm sorry, it's not capped. 2 seconds per sub. 2 seconds per sub, actually. Move your face a little. Oh, my bad, my bad. What's up, Butter? Can we play Connect 4? Yeah, let's play Connect 4. I keep going back and forth with everything. If we don't win this game, we could play Connect 4. Guys, seriously, did you guys have fun? Was it good? Should I have left it uncapped 30 minutes a sub? Or is it okay that it's capped now? I'll grab a link. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't break, but yes, that seems fun. What did we do? We twerked. We talked about politics. We met some new cool people. We played a lot of Fall Guys, crowd controlled. Played some Minecraft. We went bald. You guys watched me sleep as an exorcist and wanted to exercise me. I streamed in the city. That was cool. A lot of cool stuff. I miss Ross. Ross Squilla was awesome. Yeah, I'm so happy he joined. I didn't mention him in my stuff, and Clear also. Yeah, and Clear. There was just a lot of people that made it really fun. Everyone in chat right now made it fun. Thank you guys. And made it very easy to do. All right. Show me it, Butter.
Show me it, Butter.
I capped it, Emily. I capped it. Thanks for the follow, Lunar Clips.
Hello there.
Check this out. No, I don't know you. I'm not clicking on it. Sorry. But maybe I will. Let me click on it. Mods, check it out. Make sure it's not I'm not gonna get banned. You've been watching for a minute? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yes, I capped it. Alright, you go first, Emily. Emily. Butter. You said Emily, I got confused, you know. I was like, Emily, huh? Bing bong. 10 minutes more. And it is capped. It is indeed 10 minutes more. Stick around if you want to see the last 10 minutes. The video was mid? Oh. So I've been told the video was mid. I apologize, Lunar.
I have come for your nectar.
For my nectar? I got you. Psst, psst. I capped the subathon, yes. I capped it. Why does it make such a weird sound? It goes... Sounds like that. Bing bong. Your life. Bro, why are you like a pro at Connect 4? Can you not? I'm a god at Connect 4. I used to be good when I was younger. I suck now. You know what else I suck? At Connect 4. Yo. Yo. Thanks for the raid, bro. Subs add 2 seconds. I mean, thanks for the raid, yeah. What do I do here? I didn't do the math. I could be screwed right now. Girls, man, and bring a bell. I didn't do the math. I don't feel like doing the math. I'm just gonna press here. Ahmad checked it and they said it was mid. So if it's mid, I don't know if I want to check it out. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. I'm gonna win. I win. Oh, wait. It's a tie. All right, fine. I'll click on it. I'll click on it. I'll click on it. On your mid video. All right. It was amazing. Okay. Someone has to win. That was an amazing video, bro. PUBG, you could have won. Don't click on it. Oh, too late. Gamer, it's capped. It's a capped subathon right now. I feel like we did a lot of the sub goals. I feel like it was good, you know? Yo, Janelle, thanks for the raid. 2 seconds for sub. Yo, thanks for the raid, bro. How many for Doms? Dominatrix? For bits, it's 0. Ping, you had an easy win. Well, I'm not you, Diego. You're a god in like every game. Yo, Janelle Ray, let's go. Thanks for the raid, bro. Damn. Diego, you're a god in like every game, okay? I don't know how you do it. You put Trisket. Hype. So unpredictable. Oh, thanks for the win. Let's go. Let's go. Easy. Easy. You did fall for it. You wanted me to fall for the one on the left side. I saw that. You are a pro gamer. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, last game, okay? Last game. And then we go to then we go on words on stream. Bruh. You try to trick me? Trying to trick me? You might trick me. I see that trick. Oh, you got me. You're thinking about it now. Oh. Oh, I could have won. I'm so dumb. Oh my god. I was so on the defensive. I didn't realize I could win. Oh, I lost. Oh no, I didn't. Thanks for the victory. Let's go. IQ plus. Like, Chi, what's up? We are ending in 4 minutes. I capped the subathon. Yeah, I had it. I messed up, Diego. I thought you would place that up there. I know you did. You played too quick. You spam clicked. Chi, we didn't get to play the game, but I promise we'll play it soon. You don't need God Monkey for it, okay? Pocket Mirror. I was just thinking about that earlier. By the way, anyone in chat, if you're in chat, you could get a cool badge. Like all these cool people. If you're here the second that the stream ends, okay? So, just wanted to let you guys know that. That's what the star badge is. If you're viewing during crazy moments. I'll make a man out of you, nice. Alright, I want to keep playing, actually. Let's play again. I feel good I'm winning. You play so fast. Going through the clouds, I'm a man in this film. Na 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 na. It's the way of my life. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Oh, I'm an idiot. All right, last game between me and Butter, and then I'll play against you, Diego, for the last game. Okay. When are you gonna play Gardic Phone? I played it a lot, Crunch. Sorry. The stream is ending in 3 minutes, but we play it from time to time. You really needed to. It was getting excessively long. I was okay with going for a month long, but it's my brother's birthday today. I want to spend time with him, and I don't know. I feel like we don't have good enough sub goals to make it interesting enough, you know? Too many songs. We're finally landing. You could skip... DNL, you could skip to what you feel is like... Alright, let me skip this song, because this is my song. Let's do that at least. Alright? A month long, that's a bit. Yeah. 10 days was good. Cartwheel. He's still on that. Go somewhere, make a man out of you. I have so many ways I could win. Na, na, na. Oh, I just won. Thank you. Let's go! All right, Diego. Let's play. Sorry, Butter, for the... Actually, no. We have a minute and a half left. Let's just end it. Let's just end it. Sorry, Diego. We'll play next time. She chose a song? Oh. Tell your brother I said happy birthday. Thank you. GG's. I'm a god. I gotta feel good about myself. I can't verse Diego. Alright, guys. There's a minute left. It is officially capped. Wait. Subs will only add 2 seconds each sub. I'm gonna end stream the second the timer ends, okay? Thanks for staying around. Don't forget to be a man, because it's the last song playing. It was really fun, guys. And yeah. Stick around for your moment as I end. Wait, how do I make a moment? Oh, here it is. It's too late, Butter. I am watching nothing. I apologize. Thank you all. It was a lot of fun. It was crazy. I've never done something like this before. Next time, maybe I won't cap it. And oh, we should have watched the New Year's thing going down. It's okay. Goodbye, guys. Thank you.